In the plaza, beside a lake that was located on the eastern side of the capital, a crowd of young boys and girls could be seen. They were the aspiring students of the Royal Academy, and they were patiently waiting for the registration process to begin. William literally stood out from the crowd because he was riding on top of a 1.5-meter tall Angorian goat. Almost everyone near him was looking at him with various expressions. Although William was wearing simple clothes, his bearing and good looks made him an eyesore to the boys and eye candy for the girls. William was someone who enjoyed attention, so he made sure to get the most out of it. He waved, smiled, and winked at the pretty girls who were looking at him with starry eyes. As for the boys, he ignored them completely, which made the pitiful guys curse him inside their hearts. "How would a show-off?" Ian sneered from where he stood. "I thought that William would feel out of place, but it seems like he is enjoying the attention of the pretty girls." Isaac smirked. "He should try to be low-key for a change," Est grumbled as he narrowed his eyes. "If this goes on, he will really be alienated if he gets accepted at the academy." The three children were watching William from the carriage that was parked not far away from the plaza. The three of them had already enrolled at the Royal Academy. Due to Est's special circumstances, he and his two companions were allowed to bypass the tests for the new students and were allowed to enroll directly. Every year, thousands of children and teenagers would gather in this very plaza to take part in the Royal Academy's selection process. Only those that had certain qualifications would be admitted into the Royal Academy of the Hellon Kingdom. When the sun was about to reach its zenith, a middle-aged man wearing a purple robe flew above the crowd and made an announcement. "Everyone, thank you for coming. The first test of the Royal Academy is about to begin." The middle-aged man announced. "The first test is simple. All you need to do is cross the Bridge of Iron Will and you will be allowed to take the next test. Those who fail will automatically be disqualified from enrolling in the academy this school year." As if waiting for him to finish his announcement, a majestic bridge started to magically appear from the other side of the lake. Its end curved upwards and extended towards the plaza. When the bridge had fully formed, the middle-aged man raised his hand and announced the start of the first test. Everyone who planned to enroll at the academy rushed towards the bridge. William gazed at the crowd, but he didn't seem to be in a hurry to participate. He was planning to do some observation first to see what kind of challenge the bridge imposed to those who dared to challenge it. The first batch of children managed to travel up a fourth of the bridge before they started to slow down. It was as if a strong pressure was pressing on their shoulders, that every step seemed to be a gargantuan task. Of course, there were others who shrugged this pressure off and walked with even steps. After waiting for 5 minutes, more than half of the challengers were unable to move forward. Some of them were sweating buckets, while others were gritting their teeth. All of them were doing their best to endure, but some of them had already reached their limit. The children who had already lost their strength and resolve were automatically teleported back to the plaza. William watched as some of them knelt down on the ground, panting for breath. A few others started to cry, and it made the atmosphere very depressing. William sighed and caressed his mama Ella's neck. "Mama, let's go. Mia." Ella walked up to the bridge with even steps. The middle-aged man, who was the current examiner, looked at William with an amused expression. It was not the first time he had seen someone use a spirit beast to challenge the first trial, but it was his first time seeing a domestic Angorian goat take the challenge with its master. There were no rules that said that spirit beasts or any other form of beast were not allowed to participate in the trial. Ella stepped onto the bridge with confidence. Each step was at an even pace. William and her were not in a hurry. Both of them were observing the children who were ahead of them. The number of potential students who had managed to reach the halfway mark had dwindled once again. This time, less than 100 were able to move forward. Soon, William and Ella passed the halfway mark of the trial. William was starting to feel a certain amount of pressure pressing down on him, but it was not a big deal. It was nothing compared to the torture that he had undergone under his master, Celine's hand, in order to increase his resistance against curses and poison. The struggling children raised their heads to look at William, who was having it easy. Some of them felt envious, while others thought that it was unfair. What they didn't know was that William and Ella were enduring twice the amount of pressure that these children were experiencing. The reason? The effect of the trial stacked if someone were to use amount to help them clear it. This was a secret that only the examiners of the Royal Academy were aware of. The middle-aged man nodded his head in appreciation as his eyes observed William. "Looks like we got a few rough gems this year," the examiner thought. "I pray that they all make it through the last trial." When Ella finally stepped onto the other side of the lake, the trial ended as well. William was the last to take part in the trial, so naturally, the moment he cleared it marked the end of the trial. "First of all, let me congratulate all of you," the middle-aged man said with a smile. "Out of the thousands who came this year, only 50 managed to clear the first trial. However, let me remind all of you that this is just the beginning. You still have 4 more trials to complete before you are eligible to enroll at the Royal Academy." The middle-aged man waved his hand and all the students floated in the air. "I will now take all of you to the place of the second trial." The examiner didn't say anything else and flew eastward. The students flew behind him and each of them had determined expressions on their faces. Soon, they flew over a forest that was located outside the city. After 5 more minutes of flying, the middle-aged man landed in a small clearing near the center of the forest. When everyone's feet were securely planted on the ground, the middle-aged man pointed at a flag fluttering in the distance. "Your next test is to reach that flag within 4 hours, the examiner explained. "Know that this forest is inhabited by spirit beasts, and they will attack you if you encounter them. The second trial is about having the ability to reach the goal despite the adversities." The middle-aged man handed a purple crystal to the children who were taking the trial. "If you wish to give up, just crush the crystal in your hand. The staff of the school will immediately come to your rescue," the examiner stated. "You only have 1 life, so make sure that you treasure it well. Let's meet again at the finish line." With that, the examiner left the children to fend for themselves. One particular young boy snorted and walked in the direction of the flag with confidence. From his body language alone, one could tell that he was not afraid of the spirit beasts that were lurking in the forest. William, on the other hand, narrowed his gaze. As someone who had faced off against centennial and millennial beasts, he was quite sensitive when it came to strong presences. There was a creature in the forest that was looking at them from a distance. William couldn't see it, but he could tell that it was very strong. What perplexed the red-headed boy was that the beast was purposely making its presence known, instead of hiding it. However, only those with very keen senses, or those who had experienced life and death battles would be able to perceive it. "Mama Ella, we should stay away from it," William said in a voice that only Ella could hear. "Mia." Ella nodded her head in agreement. The Angorian goat walked to the other side of the forest. The route William chose was not the route that would take them directly to the flag. Instead, he intended to take a detour to avoid the strong presence that was waiting along the shortest route towards their destination. "What a stupid test," a young man, with short brown hair and green eyes, said as he walked towards the flag in the distance. He was the one who chose the shortest route among the participants. During the first trial, he was the first to arrive on the other side of the lake. Because of this, his confidence was at its peak and he thought that he was the best among the latest batch of examinees that were aiming to get enrolled at the Royal Academy. Suddenly, a boar-type spirit beast appeared out of nowhere and charged at him. "Small fry," the young boy sneered as he raised his right hand, aiming it at the boar. Boulder smash. A boulder that was at least a meter big shot out from the boy's hand and slammed at the charging boar's head with a resounding crash. The boar squealed in pain, but the boy wasn't finished by a long shot. After getting a clean hit, he summoned a sword in his hand and ran towards the boar. Channeling his magic into the sword, the boy made a wide strike with the intention of cleaving the boar into 2. Sensing that death was upon it, the boar gathered every bit of its strength to try and prop itself up, but it was too late. With a strike that was strong enough to crush boulders, the sword in the boy's hand sliced off the boar's head from its body, leaving a shower of blood in its wake. "TSK. Not even a challenge." The boy clicked its teeth as he continued to travel along the path that he had chosen. What the boy didn't know was that something was watching him from the depths of the forest. A demonic creature with a single eye on its forehead gazed at the boy with contempt. Although it only had a single eye, it had seen everything that had happened with incredible clarity. After seeing the boy's abilities, the creature confirmed that its prey was just a little lamb walking straight into a wolf's den. It licked its lips in anticipation as its eye glowed with greed. It was looking forward to the delicious fresh meat that it was going to have for lunch. "Mama, did you feel that?" William asked. "Mia." "Such a sinister creature," William frowned. "Mia. At least grade B in the threat rankings? Mia. Sounds like a pain." William sighed. Ella then stopped walking and turned back her head to look at William. "Me. Are you sure, Mama? Mia." William scratched his head, but in the end, he still smiled and caressed Ella's neck. "As you wish, Mama. Mia." Some of the students formed groups in order to clear the trial together. They knew that the forest was a dangerous place and there was strength in numbers. One of these groups decided to follow the boy with dark brown hair and head along the shortest route towards their destination. Along the way, they also met several spirit beasts, but all of their ranks were quite low. The strongest threat that had barred their way was a dozen giant rats that were known for being territorial creatures. As examinees who dared to enroll at the Royal Academy and had managed to clear the first trial, these children were no pushovers. After the gruesome battle ended, the group took a break to catch their breath. However, it was also at that moment when they heard several howling sounds in the distance. It seemed that the scent of blood had caught the attention of the wolves that were native to the forest. "Forest wolves!" a girl cried out as she hurriedly raised her staff. The other children ground their teeth in frustration and rallied to her. She was the elected leader of the group and they promised to listen to her orders. The Wind Mage immediately asked them to initiate their battle formation. This group's lineup was quite impressive. They had a Wind Mage, a cleric, 2 swordsmen, and 2 archers. It was the standard party lineup when clearing out dungeons. Unfortunately, they were not only dealing with 1 or 2 forest wolves, they were dealing with a pack that consisted of 30 individuals. Forest wolves were also Class D creatures, but that only measured their individual strength. They were much more threatening when they fought with their pack. The children resisted with all their might, but soon, they were overpowered by their sheer numbers. The first one to fall was the magician. Although not as smart as humans, the wolves understood who among the group of children had the greatest threat. In order to prevent their sides from suffering losses, the alpha wolf in the party ordered 5 wolves to break through the formation and deal with the mage. "And no, don't kill me!" the Wind Mage screamed as a wolf lunged at her. It bared its teeth in the air with the intention of biting the girl's neck until it snapped. At this moment of life and death, the Wind Mage heard the whistling wind. A steel arrow appeared out of nowhere and struck the wolf's neck. The wolf that was about to end the girl's life crashed beside her. It was still alive, but it couldn't move its body. While the mage was still trying to understand what happened, more whistling sounds echoed inside the forest. All the wolves that had aimed to kill the children dropped to the ground with steel arrows sticking out of their necks. The alpha wolf immediately howled and gave the order to retreat. Although the other wolves were reluctant to leave, they had no choice but to obey their leader. "Return," a soft voice said as softly as a breeze. All the arrows that had impaled the wolves floated in the air and flew towards a certain direction. William, who was standing on a tree branch, gathered his arrows and climbed down from the tree. "They are now safe, Mama," William reported. "Mia." Ella licked the side of William's face as if praising him for a job well done. After that brief moment of family bonding, William mounted Ella's back and left the scene. His mother asked him to prevent any of the children from dying in the forest. Although it was a tall order, William decided to grant her request. This was the 4th group that they had saved, and they still needed to save more. Ella's sensitivity was higher than William, so she could easily sense where the children were in the forest. As the mother and son pair were busy in preventing the loss of lives in the forest, several hidden presences were eyeing them with interest. Grant. Even if this boy fails the test, I'm taking him in. A man with a bow strapped behind his back stared at William, as if he was the most beautiful brothel girl that he had seen in his life. It's a shame that he doesn't have a single strand of magic power inside his body. A lady holding a staff sighed. If not for this fact, I would have fought you for him. Ha ha ha. Why are the two of you arguing? A man who was 2 meters tall chastised his comrades. Even if you want him, you still need to wait until he clears the trials. Also, Andy, you are not allowed to use the back door to bring a failed candidate inside the Royal Academy. Rules are rules. Tisk. Andy, the man with the bow on his back, clicked his tongue in annoyance. Grant, can't you make an exception? I really like this boy. No means no. Grant flat out refused. Are you a child? I'm not your mother, so I won't spoil you. Just wait for a while, the main course is about to arrive. I want to see how that brown-haired kid deals with one of the lords of this forest. Lila. That brown-haired boy is a magic swordsman. Andy glanced at his colleague. Why aren't you giving him special attention? Judging by his ability, he is quite decent for a magic swordsman. That's a good catch, don't you think? A good catch. Layla brushed her hair to the side. Are magic swordsmen that good? Oh please. I've had enough of arrogant and pompous nobles who only know how to use their power and influence to bully the pretty commoner girls that couldn't fight back. Ah! Don't forget that they also bully other nobles who have a lower rank than them. Andy corrected her. That too. This is why I hate nobles. Layla snorted. All of them can just roll over and die for all I care. You shouldn't have asked the anti-noble mage for her opinion, Grant commented. As if you don't know that Layla hates noble brats to the bone. Even though Grant said that he wanted to see just how far the magic swordsman would fare against one of the lords of the forest. Let's go. I want to have front row seats while we watch the show. Grant ordered, and the three of them headed towards the magic swordsman, who was about to face off against one of the most intelligent creatures that ruled over the forest. Me. The demonic creature started to move. Mia. Can we kill it, Mama? Ella pondered for a while before resolutely shaking her head. Although defeating a monster that had a level B threat was not impossible for the two of them, killing it was another matter. If Ella's war ibex form were to be graded, she would be at the initial stages of Class C. If you add William to the equation, then their combined battle strength could reach up to the peak stage of Class C. Even so, each grade was separated by 10 levels. Ella and William were not confident that they would be able to kill a monster who seemed to be in the middle ranks of Class B. Of course, if William still had his magic powers, then it would be a different story. Sadly, he couldn't use his skills that relied on mana right now. Should we go with Plan C? William asked. Mia. Understood. Let's go, Mama. Mia. Chandler, the brown-haired boy, halted his steps because he felt that something was amiss. He had just entered a clearing when suddenly, all the sounds in the forest disappeared. He could not hear the cry of beasts or the chirping of the birds. Even the subtle sounds of the insects were gone. Chandler summoned his sword and raised his guard. He was trained as a warrior at an early age, and he could tell that something was terribly wrong with his current situation. The demonic beast that had been observing Chandler walked across the forest floor with silent steps. As one of the lords of the forest, the creatures were quite familiar with its aura and scent. Because of this, all of them fled for safety, leaving the clearing devoid of all life. With a sinister smile, it decided to take the initiative and attack the brown-haired boy. Its movements were very fast, however, Chandler's heightened senses were able to sense its approach. Boulder crash. Chandler immediately fired a magic boulder in the direction he felt the threat was originating from. It was at that moment when the boy's instincts screamed at him to block an attack from above. Earth Dome. Chandler hurriedly summoned a dome of solid rock to protect him from his assailant. The demonic beast slapped the dome of earth where it exploded into chunks of rocks, revealing the boy that was hiding in its center. Chandler gazed at the demonic beast who had the body of a humanoid, the legs of a horse, and a dog's head with razor-sharp teeth. Its other noticeable feature was the single purple eye on its forehead. "Peekaboo! I see you," the demonic beast said with a devilish smile on its feral face. "It's been a while since I ate the flesh of a young magic swordsman." Chandler's body uncontrollably shuddered because in that brief exchange, he understood that the beast was several levels more powerful than him. What are you?" Chandler asked as he raised the sword in his hand with trembling hands. "Me? A connoisseur of human flesh," the demonic beast replied with an amused expression. "Now, would you volunteer to let me eat you? Or must I tenderize you first to bring out the flavor of your flesh? Either way is fine with me." "Monster!" Chandler shrieked as he used the most powerful skill in his arsenal. Boulder assault. A 3-meter boulder appeared over Chandler's head. The boy then pressed his hand over the boulder and launched it towards the demonic beast who was looking at him with amusement. The demonic beast jumped to the side to avoid the spell. It was not in a hurry to kill Chandler. Instead, it wanted to play with him until the boy fell into despair. The dog-like humanoid had a very sick hobby when dealing with its prey. It would eat its target one limb at a time while keeping its victim alive. That way, it would be able to taste the victim's fear and other negative thoughts. For the demonic creature, these negative feelings were like spices that made his meal more delicious. Only when the target had lost all hope would it deliver its coup de grace and finish its misery. After using his strongest move, Chandler felt his body became as heavy as lead. The boulder assault was a move that he couldn't use too often because it placed a heavy strain on his body. The dome of earth collapsed as Chandler ran away from the scene. The demonic beast chuckled and decided to enjoy this game of tag with its precious prey. It jumped onto the tree branches while hurling orbs of dark magic at Chandler. Help! Chandler screamed. "Anyone! Someone help me!" Chandler staggered as one of the orbs hit the back of his leg. He then fell down and rolled across the ground due to momentum. "Is that it?" the demonic creature teased as it landed a few meters away from Chandler. "Let's continue this game of tag. Since I'm in the mood, I'll give you 2 minutes to run away. During that time, I will not move from this location. However, once the time limit is up, I'll hunt you down. Before I forget. Which one is your dominant arm? I don't want to accidentally eat it and make this game of cat and mouse boring." Curse you. Chandler struggled to prop himself from the ground. "I am the son of Earl Edgard of Durancourt. You can't kill me. My family will hunt you down. Oh my, a noble child." The demonic beast licks its lips. "It has been a while since I ate a noble. All of you have very delicious taste. It must be due to the noble upbringing. Being able to eat delicious food and enjoy resources to cultivate make your bodies very delectable. I can't wait to have a taste. Why you can't kill me? What do you want? Money? Women? I can give it to you. Just let me go. Money? I don't need your human currency. As for women, although the flesh of ladies is sublime, it still cannot compare to the nutritious meat from nobles like you. Thanks for your offer, but I'll humbly decline. By the way, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Better hurry up and run, little boy." Chandler's teeth rattled as he tried to fight back the fear that was slowly taking hold of his body. Although he wanted to run away, his body couldn't move. It was as if he had been paralyzed by the demonic creature in front of him. "What's wrong? You only have 1 minute left," the demonic beast kindly reminded him. "If you don't run now, then I'll be having an early lunch. Move, 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 please move." Chandler screamed internally as he willed his body to run. After forcing himself, his legs finally moved. He then ran with all of his might towards the flag fluttering in the distance. According to his estimate, the flag was only 1,000 meters away. If he could only make it there, then he would be safe. "Attaboy!" The demonic creature clapped his hand with a smile. "Run as fast as you can." The demonic beast stood in place and leisurely counted the time before he started to run after Chandler. It wanted the boy to desperately cling to hope. When the boy thought that he had a chance for survival, that was when the demonic beast would appear and tear one of his limbs off. That way, the enjoyment of his hunt would last a little bit longer. Soon, the grace period that he had given Chandler had passed. It even extended it by 20 seconds to ensure that the boy had a good head start before it ran after him. "Time's up!" the demonic beast shouted. "Ready or not, here I come." The demonic beast was about to continue its game of tag when suddenly it heard the sound of whistling air in the distance. The creature lightly swayed to the side as a steel arrow passed a few inches away from its neck. Several more whistling sounds were heard as half a dozen arrows flew in its direction. The demonic beast moved around as if it was dancing. The arrows harmlessly passed by the side of its body and embedded themselves in the trees that surrounded the clearing. "Ho? And who might this little guest be?" the demonic beast asked with a grin. "You arrived at the perfect time. I was feeling a little bored chasing a cowardly little boy." The new arrival was wearing a hooded robe, but the demonic beast could tell that it was one of the children who had entered the forest not long ago. "I do not wish for dominion, but my mama doesn't want the innocent to suffer," the hooded boy said softly. "Lord of the forest, Soglav, would you be so kind as to let all the children go unharmed?" The smile on the demonic beast's face faded and was replaced by genuine surprise. "You know me? But I don't know who you are. Isn't it rude to call out my name without introducing yourself first?" "My apologies, Your Excellency." The hooded boy knocked an arrow on his bow before introducing himself. "Said West, only my perfection," the hooded boy announced. "I am one of the shepherds from Lant, William von Ainsworth." "A shepherd?" Soglav, one of the rulers of the forest, propped his chin up with his fingers while appraising the boy in front of him. "Ironically, I haven't eaten a shepherd in my lifetime. I think that eating you will be more rewarding than eating that cowardly noble boy." William didn't say anything as he aimed his bow at the demonic beast in front of him. He had already used his appraisal skill earlier and managed to learn more about his enemy. Soglav. Demonic creature. Threat level B mid. Can be added to the herd. Success rate 2%. A demonic beast that has a humanoid body with horse legs and a dog's head. The single eye on its forehead allowed it to see through illusions. This demonic beast can also see perfectly well during the night and in dark places. Contrary to its looks, it has superhuman strength that can crush boulders with a single punch. Excels in speed, cunning, and dark magic. It is weak against holy magic. After the system received an upgrade during the Trial of Courage, it had unlocked another one of its features: herd management. It was one of the secret privileges of the Shepherd job class. It allowed William to add herd-type creatures into his own herd to increase its size. Right now, the limit on William's herd size was 50. However, after he rose his Shepherd job class to the next stage, his herd size would also increase. Once he gained the second form of the Shepherd job class, the size of his herd would be increased to 200. Currently, his herd was only comprised of 14 individuals, namely Ella and the goats he had raised in Lant. He wasn't conceited enough to think that he could convince the ruler of the forest to become part of his herd. The most he could do was buy some time to allow the other children to reach the flag as he fought against the demonic beast in front of him. "Sorry, I don't taste good," William said. "It would be best if you look for bigger and stronger prey." "Bigger is not always better," Soglav replied. "Instead of eating beasts, I'm more fond of eating humans, you know? Especially the young, courageous ones that dare to enter my territory." "What a coincidence. I was planning to leave your territory, Your Excellency." "How kind of you. But do you think I will allow it?" "It would be best if we settle this peacefully, Your Excellency," William stated. "I am just an examinee trying to enroll at the Royal Academy. It just so happens that the testing area falls under your domain. None of the children that came here were aware that we were trespassing on your territory." "You have a way with words, little shepherd." Soglav clapped his hands. "However, do you honestly believe that having your trial in my domain is a coincidence? It's not." "Of course not. In order for the Royal Academy to peacefully coexist with us, they have to offer some sacrifices on a yearly basis. And these little lambs are exactly those sacrifices." William narrowed his eyes. He was half in doubt whether Soglav was telling the truth or not, but the fact remained that the ruler of the forest was indeed serious in attacking the magic swordsman a while ago. He had watched their exchange from a distance, while waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Sadly, the demonic beast was not an easy opponent compared to the forest wolves he had fought earlier. "Does this mean that the negotiations have failed?" William asked. "What do you think?" Soglav asked back with a mischievous smile. William didn't reply. Instead, he released his arrow because he could tell that the demonic beast wasn't going to back down. Soglav sneered as it dodged sideways. Such a simple attack couldn't possibly hit him. However, out of the corner of its eye the demonic beast saw a white blur closing in on it. Soglav roared as it raised its arms. Ella had circled behind the demonic beast and unleashed her quick attack using William's shot as a distraction. The demonic beast grabbed the war ibex's curved horns and skidded across the ground. Ella might not have been at full strength since she was lacking William's buffs, but the fact still remained that she was a strong beast. Soglav managed to grab a firm foothold as it stopped Ella's charge. However, it heard the whistling sound of the wind behind its back and immediately released the goat's horns, while jumping to the side. The arrows passed by the sides of the demonic creature and Ella without hitting either of them. Ella took this as an opportunity to use her wild charge and charged towards Soglav, who was still in midair. Dark shield. Soglav enclosed itself in a shield of darkness, as it watched Ella's majestic horns ram against its defenses. The shield withstood the impact. Soglav used the momentum of the strike to jump backwards and gain some distance from Ella. The mother and son pair didn't relent their attacks, because they knew that the demonic beast was not still using its full strength to fight against them. They wanted to at least injure it before it decided to get serious. The steel arrows harmlessly bounced off the dark shield as Soglav caught its breath. The sudden sneak attack almost gave it a run for its money. "Good. Very good." Soglav glared at William with its eye. "You have caught my interest, little shepherd. Now, it's time for me to get serious." "Mama!" William shouted as he jumped off the tree. "Mia!" William landed perfectly on Ella's back and the two bolted out of the clearing. They had no intention of fighting the ruler of the forest. They only want to buy some time for the kids to reach their destination. Soglav stared at the retreating shepherd and sneered. "You want to play tag?" Soglav smirked. "Playing tag is my specialty." Soglav ran after William like an arrow released from its bow. It immediately closed the gap by half in a span of a few seconds. "It's faster than we thought, Mama," William said as he looked behind him. The snarling demonic creature was closing the distance at a rapid pace. However, William and Ella didn't seem to be too worried. "In the worst-case scenario, I'll just summon Stormcaller. But the several hidden presences that Mama Ella warned me about might be from the academy," William thought. "I can't let them discover that I am capable of manipulating lightning magic." James had warned him before that anyone that specialized in lightning magic was treated like a VIP. However, this was only on the surface. The spies of the demon race had already integrated themselves into the humans' territories. Once word got out of William's existence, powerful subordinates of the Demon King would hunt him down. Of course, this was not limited to only the demon race. There were also humans and other races who coveted lightning magic. If William fell into their hands, they might enslave him and make him do terrible things, regardless of his will. "Hold it right there, buddy." Grant placed his hand on Andy's shoulder. "What do you think you are doing?" "I won't let that bastard kill the boy," Andy said in a calm manner as he knocked an arrow on his bow. "This won't do." Layla shook her head. "We have an agreement with the various rulers of the forest. If we break our part of the deal, they will never trust the academy again. You and your clan wouldn't be able to handle that kind of consequence." Andy gritted his teeth in frustration. He had really taken a liking to William and, if possible, he didn't want the boy to die at the hands of the sadistic Soglav. However, Layla was right. There was a contract between the rulers of the forest and the Royal Academy. If one side broke the agreement, the repercussions would be dire. "Relax, we can still do something about it." Grant knew what his friend was feeling. At most, We can just hunt some high-grade beast and offer it in exchange for the boy's life. Andy was about to reluctantly nod his head when he noticed something unbelievable. Grant and Layla also saw the changes, and it made them look at William in disbelief. William had unequipped his bow and was now holding a wooden staff in his hand. Ella had made a sudden turn and charged towards the incoming demonic beast. "Mama Ella, use Rampage," William ordered. The size of Ella's horns doubled in size, which made her look more imposing. The sudden change in its enemy's move pattern caught Soglav by surprise. It had no choice but to activate its dark shield without delay. After the horns and the shield collided, the sound of a mirror breaking into 100 pieces reverberated throughout the forest. Ella's horns had torn Soglav's defenses apart and were about to ram into its chest. The demonic creature only had enough time to cross its arms over its chest to protect itself from the goat's horns that were as hard as mithril. A loud clap was heard as Soglav was sent flying by Ella's most powerful attack. William then lowered his body on Ella's back and ordered her to use quick attack to close the distance. Since they couldn't outrun the demonic beast, they had decided to just fight against it. Ella and William still had aces up their sleeves, so they were not afraid of a confrontation. This sudden turn of events caught the examiners by surprise. All of them watched with bated breath as the boy, mounted on the goat's back, fought against the ruler of the forest head-on. "You!" Soglav roared as he tried to move his body, but it was for naught. Ella's skill, Rampage, had a chance to inflict short-term paralysis when she hit her target with her attack. The demonic creature could only curse internally as the goat's horns collided with his arms for the second time. A resounding crack was heard and Soglav felt a crushing pain in his left arm. The pain broke the paralysis effect on his body, and he was able to use his darkness power to push back the second attack of the war ibex who was going for the kill. "We almost got him," William sighed as Ella regained her footing. His eyes focused on the demonic creature in front of him, who was no longer acting like a gentleman. Soglav's single eye glared at William with extreme hate. The demonic creature's left arm was bent at an unnatural angle and was bleeding profusely. Soglav used his right arm to forcefully fix the dislocated arm. He then used his dark magic to stop the bleeding. William knew that the ruler of the forest merely did some emergency first aid treatment on its broken arm. Dark magic was different from light and life magic, which had the power to heal injuries. Dark magic, on the other hand, specialized in dealing curses and dark energy on the enemy. Of course, just like other forms of magic, it could also be used as a stopgap to prevent injuries from getting worse. "Congratulations! You have succeeded in angering me," Soglav roared. Its roar sent shockwaves through the whole forest. Spirit beasts and birds started to flee in the opposite direction in order to not be included in the aftermath of Soglav's full-powered counterattack. "You're welcome," William teased. "Don't worry, it won't be the first and last injury that you will receive, Your Excellency. If it's a fight you want, then it's a fight you'll get." "Me!" Ella bleated as she raised her head in challenge. "What a naive young shepherd you are," Soglav sneered. "I'll teach you the true power of dark magic." William wanted to retort that Soglav didn't need to teach him anything. His master, Selene, had already taught him a lot while tormenting him with curses and dark miasma every day. Of course, he had no intention of saying this. Using your aces in a battle of life and death could turn the tide of victory. Soglav raised its dominant right arm and fired a barrage of dark beams towards William and Ella. The Angorian goat nimbly dodged to the side as it started to charge towards Soglav in order to close the distance. After that overbearing clash, Soglav didn't dare to underestimate the war ibex any longer. It used its nimbleness to jump to the branches of the trees while hurling dark OBS at the young shepherd and his goat. William and Ella ran around the clearing as they dodged the demonic creature's range attack. "Too bad I can't use my magic," William thought as he leaned his head to the side to avoid Soglav's energy balls. "If I could use it, I would just erect ice walls and fight a battle of attrition." "Doppelganger!" Soglav used its special move and split its body into two. Since he lost one of his arms, he was unable to effectively fire a barrage of dark magic on William and Ella. In order to overcome this weakness, he was forced to use his trump card. As the dark magic raining down on them doubled, William decided that staying in the clearing was disadvantageous to them. Mama! To the forest! Mia! Ella used her agility to deftly use the trees to block Soglav's attack. This move was quite effective because Soglav was forced to stop its barrage and run after them. The examiners who had been watching over the other children got attracted to the intense fluctuations happening inside the forest and proceeded to investigate as well. Most of the children had already arrived at their destination. Chandler was among them, and he was quite thankful that he managed to escape the demonic beast's pursuit alive. Meanwhile, the one who helped the children escape was having a tough battle with one of the rulers of the forest. Soglav was very familiar with the forest and used it to its advantage. The demonic creature, along with its doppelganger, aimed for a pincer attack as they circled around the retreating goat. William and Ella had repeatedly tried to run towards the flag fluttering in the distance, but the enraged Soglav didn't give them that opportunity. Every time Ella would attempt to break through, the doppelganger and Soglav would rain powerful dark magic attacks on them. This caused Ella to stop her attempts as she desperately dodged each and every attack coming from the trees above them. William knew that the situation was critical, so he decided to use one of his trump cards in battle. System: switch my subclass to Cavalier. Switching of subclasses complete. Host: may the odds be in your favor. Thank you, but I need another favor from you, System. How may I be of assistance? I want you to. William urged Ella to make a turn as she dodged a dozen dark bullets that were shot at her right side. Mama! Use Rampage again, William ordered. Mia! Rampage 10/10. 100 mana points. Release all your potential and go on a full rampage. Doubles the size of the user's horn to inflict massive damage to the enemy. Damage dealt is equivalent to strength stat x15. Deals double damage against creatures that fall under the pack category. Has a high chance to cause bleeding status to the enemy. Has a chance to paralyze the enemy. The size of Ella's horns doubled, which almost made Soglav shudder. He could still remember how close he was to dying after receiving the War Ibex's full-powered attack. Duel X! William shouted, and an unbelievable thing happened. Soglav, who was standing on top of a tree, felt his body move unconsciously. It only had a moment to realize that the boy had used some kind of powerful taunt skill to forcefully force him to exchange blows in close combat. Damn! Soglav cursed out loud as it formed a bastard sword with its dark magic. William's Duel X skill was a specialty of the Cavalier job class. Once William identified a target within a 50-meter radius around him, that target would be forced to exchange a single blow with him. The effect of the duel would immediately disappear once the single strike had been made. William could use the skill 3 times a day, and the good part about this skill was that it didn't require mana to activate. Finding the true body of Soglav was hard because its doppelganger was a perfect replica of it. However, William had the system. It was able to distinguish which was real between the two. With its help, the red-headed boy could force Soglav to exchange blows with them as long as it was within the duel's range. A resounding clap, followed by a shockwave, exploded inside the forest. Kuha-ak! Soglav spurted a mouthful of blood as it used a dark whip to grab onto a tree branch to pull itself up. William and Ella were pushed back by the impact of the bastard sword made of pure dark energy. However, both were very much unharmed since Ella's horns took the brunt of the blow. The dark sword had shattered upon impact, but it managed to deflect Ella's horns from landing a fatal blow. Even so, Ella was still able to gouge a hole in the demonic creature's shoulder, because it was completely caught off guard by William's forced duel. William summoned his bow as he fired several shots at the demonic creature who had been seriously injured by their exchange. "Curse you, human boy!" Soglav shouted in anger. "I'll kill you and feast on your flesh. I'll drink your blood and make your skull my personal wine cup." William didn't reply because he was waiting for the Duel X's cooldown to finish. Although it didn't require any mana, he could only use it once every 5 minutes. The examiners who had arrived at the scene were dumbfounded at the exchange that they had witnessed with their own eyes. Aside from Grant, Andy, and Layla, there were 9 other examiners who were keeping a close watch on the children. All of the children had successfully arrived at the flag, except for one, and that one was none other than William. Soglav's doppelganger initiated a sneak attack and slashed William with a bastard sword made from dark magic. William was about to block the attack when he sensed another killing intent above him. The 2 demonic creatures had decided to go all out and fight at close quarters. Their perfectly timed attack made it difficult for Ella and William to dodge them. William roared and used his staff to block the attack coming from above while leaning sideways. Soglav's bastard sword was perfectly blocked because the parry skill activated at the crucial moment. However, the doppelganger's attack grazed the side of William's body. Ella immediately used a mega kick to obliterate the enemy behind her, but the latter managed to block it with its bastard sword. Even so, it still sent the doppelganger smashing towards the trees because Ella's kick was a force to be reckoned with. Soglav immediately used another dark whip to escape Ella's murderous horns as she defended her baby from further attacks. The side of William's clothes were already dyed in blood as his blood gushed out of his wound. Although the bastard sword just grazed him, it still left a centimeter-deep wound that extended along the side of his body. "Don't worry, Mama. I'm fine," William said through gritted teeth as he pressed his hand against his side to put pressure on the wound. He was about to take a potion from his storage ring to help close his wound when he felt another bout of killing intent from his left and right side. Clearly, Soglav was well-versed in fighting humans. It knew that humans often carried healing potions with them. The demonic creature had no intention of letting William treat his wound and pressed on with its attacks. Ella bleated in fury as it charged at the demonic creature in front of her. William firmly gripped the wooden staff in his hand, while pressing down on his wound. He couldn't afford to lose his concentration at this point in time. One mistake and it would be over for them. The union of man and beast skill from the Cavalier job class allowed William to remain seated on Ella's back even though he wasn't using any reins or holding onto her body. This gave him the freedom to use both his hands to battle while riding on her back. Ella clashed against the doppelganger and sent it flying into the air. Soglav, on the other hand, used a darkness whip to wrap around William's body. It then tried to pull William off Ella's back, but the skill of the Cavalier class prevented the demonic creature from dismounting him. The only time this skill would be broken was when either the rider or the mount died. As long as both of them drew breath, none could separate them. Since its plan didn't work, the demonic creature jumped into a tree and used a tree branch to hoist William's body by force. Ah! William screamed as he felt his body being stretched to the limit. The wound on his side worsened and blood once again drenched his clothes. Hearing her baby cry in pain, Ella opened her mouth and used her one and only ranged skill, Benevolent Burst. Benevolent Burst fires a concentrated ball of energy towards the enemy. Damage dealt is equivalent to Intelligence x3. Deals double damage against undead, specters, and dark-type creatures. The energy ball the size of a basketball ball obliterated the tree branch and the dark whip that bound William's body. Ella fired 2 more shots. The first shot destroyed the tree, while the second hit Soglav squarely in the chest, sending him slamming towards several trees while howling in pain. William spat a mouthful of blood after he was released from his torment. The searing pain in his upper body would have driven any normal 14-year-old to their knees, but William was no ordinary boy. He gritted his teeth as he ordered Ella to charge forward. "Me!" Ella initiated her wild charge as it attempted to murder the creature who dared to hurt William. However, Soglav and his doppelganger already had a plan in mind. Both demonic creatures shot out red beams of light from the single eye in their foreheads, while their hands conjured 2 void arrows. The first beam of light landed on Ella, causing her to stop her charge. The second one landed on William's back, causing the boy's body to lurch forward. "Grea-a-wea! Me!" 2 screams of madness reverberated in the forest as the confused rays hit their target. William and Ella entered a berserk state due to their enemy's curse. The two void arrows also hit their designated targets. Dark mists oozed out of William's eye as his world plunged into darkness. Ella, on the other hand, was able to resist the blind spell, but it wouldn't change the fact that she was still in a berserk state. Ella attempted to dismount William from her back as the berserk spell overwhelmed her rationality. The boy, on the other hand, swayed dangerously back and forth on her back, but the skill union of man and beast prevented him from being tossed away. Soglav howled in fury as it lunged forward for the kill. Its eyes had locked on William's neck as it raised its bastard sword high up in the air. Andy wasn't able to endure any longer and he jumped forward to assist the boy. However, a gust of wind pushed him back as a winged lion blocked his path. "Human, we have an agreement," the winged lion said with a sneer. "Are you planning to break it?" "Fuck your mother," Andy cursed out loud. The winged lion ignored him and looked at Grant. Since he was the leader of the examiners, the winged lion gave him the "do your job properly or else" glare. Grant had no choice but to knock Andy unconscious to prevent him from breaking the agreement. Both sides didn't want to escalate the issue and watched as the final clash between the two was about to draw to a close. When Soglav was only 10 meters away from William, Ella's horns suddenly doubled in size. The war ibex locked her bloodshot eyes on the demonic creature and gave a deafening war cry as it charged forward. "Damn!" Soglav was about to use his darkness whip to escape when a voice that was filled with determination reached his ears. "Duel X." William, who was supposed to be under the berserk and blind spells, sneered. As a disciple of a dark sorceress, it would be very shameful if he allowed himself to be affected by curses. Yes, the spells did indeed take effect. But Celine had already taught William how to use these curses to his advantage. It was also a very effective way to trick the enemy into thinking that they had succeeded. Naturally, this was a gamble. However, this was a gamble that they had won. Due to Ella entering a berserk state, all of her stats were multiplied by 3. This was a boon to Ella, who was unable to receive William's buffs. Ella had learned how to harness this overwhelming power while under the effects of the berserk spell. Everything she did earlier was just an act. Now Soglav was facing Ella's rampage. It was her most powerful skill that brought out every bit of her power in a single strike. Now that same full-powered attack was now multiplied by 3. It was more than enough to send the demonic creature to the afterlife. "Die!" William roared as he raised his staff to block the doppelganger's attack behind him. Ella's horns were about to pierce through Soglav's chest and end its life when an overwhelming presence grabbed Soglav and threw him to the side. A giant hand then pressed down on Ella, holding her charge at bay, but it didn't make any move to hurt her. William's eyes widened in shock as he looked up on the monstrous creature in front of him. It seemed to be a giant ape with 2 protruding horns on its head. It also had a tail, but this tail was a serpent who looked down on William as if wanting to take a bite of him. "What's the meaning of this?" Grant roared as he dropped down from the sky. "I thought we had an agreement?" The creature scoffed and removed its hand from Ella's horns. William gulped his saliva as he used his appraisal skill to identify this creature in front of him. Diabolical Hell Ape. Underworld creature. Threat level, SS. High. Millennial beast. Cannot be added to the herd. This creature was born from the underworld and it has reached its rank through constant battles. According to legend, the diabolical hell ape was a creature that could crush mountains with a single punch. The strength it possesses is stronger than its counterpart, the Orubro, golden ape. Another major difference between the two was that the diabolical hell ape focuses on offense, unlike the Orubro that is an all-rounder. The horns on its head are able to generate the fires of hell, which can then be used to coat its body in flames, making it a very tough opponent to fight in close combat. Its tail, that has earned the moniker Inferno Serpent, can spit out fire blasts and poison sprays that are capable of incinerating a level A creature with a single strike. This creature has no known weakness. As if feeling William's stare, the diabolical hell ape glanced at the boy, which sent shivers down William's spine. A few seconds later, its eyes glowed like burning embers that lasted only for a brief moment. William's body swayed as he lost consciousness. Ella, too, had been affected by the diabolical ape's eyes and was about to fall to the side when the giant's hand prevented her from falling completely. Grant rushed out to take hold of the boy mounted on the war ibex's back, so that he wouldn't be crushed by his own mount as it fell. Surprisingly, after both William and Ella were knocked unconscious, the skill union of man and beast also lost its effect. "I demand an explanation," Grant said as he passed the unconscious William over to Layla. "Why did you interfere?" The ape gently supported Ella's body as it laid her sideways on the forest floor. It gave William a sidelong glance before looking at the leader of the examiners. "Since we were the first ones to break the agreement, I will personally give the boy compensation," the diabolical hell ape replied using telepathy. It made sure that its answer was heard by everyone, men and beast alike. It was the true sovereign of the forest, and all the rulers were his subordinates. It would not allow any of them to die. This was its duty as the guardian. Even the principal of the Royal Academy had no choice but to give it face in order to prevent full-blown hostilities from happening. "This matter ends here." The diabolical hell ape made a gesture and the other rulers of the forest returned to their territories. It then grabbed the seriously injured Soglav before walking into the depths of the forest. Grant stood there, gnashing his teeth as he watched the sovereign of the forest leave. He would like to nag at it for a while to vent out his frustrations, but the creature paid him no mind. "What do we do now?" Layla asked. "The third trial is about to start, but I doubt that this boy will be in any condition to participate in it." Grant pondered for a while before giving his order. "The other examiners, return to your duties and conduct the third trial," Grant ordered. "As for this boy, I will let the Dean of the Royal Academy decide his fate." What Grant and the other examiners didn't know was that inside the Dean's office, two men sat side by side, while looking at a viewing crystal in front of them. Both of them had witnessed the battle between William and Soglav. Although this battle didn't mean much to men of their level, they still weren't able to stop themselves from being impressed with how things ended. "So, what do you think, Headmaster?" "I think it would be a shame for the Royal Academy to fail such an interesting boy. It's not every day that a 14-year-old can hold his ground against one of the rulers of the forest and live to tell the tale." The man wearing simple clothes stood up from his seat and walked towards the door. "Keep an eye on him for me, will you?" "As you wish, Your Majesty." The Dean briefly nodded his head in acknowledgement. After the man left the room, a dozen guards appeared out of nowhere and flanked the man on both sides. The man kept on walking as he remembered the words that Est had said a few years ago. "Father, I would have failed the trial if I didn't receive the help of a boy whom I met on my journey towards the temple," Est said with a gentle smile. "His name is William von Ainsworth." "What kind of boy is he?" the man asked as he listened to Est's explanation. "Narcissistic but kind," Est replied. "A very mysterious boy who saved my life twice. Once from the mountain troll, the second from the Cyclops. We wouldn't have received the blessing of Lady Astrid if not for his sacrifice." "Sounds like an interesting boy," the man chuckled. "I'll think of an appropriate reward when I meet him. For now, maintain your connection with him. Do you understand?" "Yes, Father." MMM. The man left the academy through the secret passageway that was meant for people of his rank. A middle-aged man wearing butler's clothes bowed and welcomed him with a smile as his master exited the passageway. The butler then guided the man towards a simple carriage. No words were spoken between them because the butler already understood where the man wanted to go. As the man climbed into the carriage, the guards accompanying him dispersed. They didn't go away. Instead, they guarded the man from the shadows. As the man propped his head by the carriage window, he remembered William's unwavering determination. He also saw how the boy helped the other children pass the second trial, while maintaining his secrecy. That alone made the man understand that William wasn't aiming for any kind of praise or recognition. He just did what he wanted to do, then left, as if he was just a stranger passing by. "What an interesting fellow," the man thought as he looked at the scenery outside the carriage. "You've met someone quite capable, est." When William opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. He was no longer inside the forest, but lying on a comfortable bed in a room that smelled of roses. His hand unconsciously moved towards his waist where he received the wound from Soglav. He could no longer feel any pain in that area, which meant that his wound had been healed. William heaved a sigh of relief as he propped himself up from the bed. The sky outside the window was already dark, signifying that night had come. What happened during the trial? Did I fail? William frowned because he couldn't remember anything that followed after he stared at the diabolic hell ape. It was then when William remembered something very important. Wait, where's Mama? William scanned the room and didn't see his beloved mother. He was about to stand up and go towards the door when it opened on its own. You're finally awake? S said with a smile. I thought that you would remain unconscious for a few days. It seems that the healers of the Royal Academy are quite competent. St. Where is Mama Ella? William stared at the familiar boy in front of him. Where did the Academy take her? Relax, Est replied as he moved towards his bed. Ella woke up 2 hours ago. Ian is watching over her at the Academy's stable. She has already healed from her injuries and, from what I could tell by her actions, she was very worried about you. Est stared at the red-headed boy who seemed to have regained his calm. He felt quite envious because the first question he asked was the whereabouts of his mama goat instead of asking why he was there. That's good to hear, please take me to her, William pleaded. Mama will continue to feel anxious if she doesn't see me as soon as possible. Is Ella the one feeling anxious? Or is it you who is feeling anxious? It's me feeling anxious. S sighed. Fine, come with me. I'll take you to the stables. Thank you, Est. William smiled. His smile was so bright that it made Est's heart skip a beat. In order to hide his embarrassment, he walked straight toward the door without looking back. William hurriedly followed behind him. The two walked in a vast hallway without speaking a word to each other. 10 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. William immediately sensed his mama's presence and the latter sensed him as well. Ella bolted up from where she laid and ran towards William. William laughed as he, too, ran with open arms. The red-headed boy wrapped his arms around Ella's neck as he kissed the side of her face. Ella returned her baby's affection by licking the side of his face as well. Est, Ian, and Isaac watched this touching reunion with smiles on their faces. The three knew that William and Ella were close, but none of them knew the extent of how much William and Ella cared for each other. 5 minutes had passed and the two were still locked in each other's embrace. Est had no choice but to clear his throat to get William's attention. You look so carefree, and yet you don't know whether you failed the enrollment exams or not, Est teased. Ah! William turned his head to look at St. Did I fail? What do you think? Est raised an eyebrow. I think you will give me an answer if I say please? William scratched his head out of embarrassment. Well, congratulations. You didn't fail, Est answered. However, before William could feel relieved, Est added another sentence. But you didn't pass either. Eh? William frowned. How can it be that I didn't fail, yet didn't pass at the same time? Est stared at William with admiration. Although he had briefly heard about what happened from one of the examiners, he still couldn't believe that William was able to go head-to-head with a ruler of the forest that specialized in dark magic. Your case is a bit special, so the Academy decided to give you one last chance to pass the enrollment exams. Est continued his explanation. After all, the other examinees might think that the Academy is showing favoritism if you pass just like that. Well, I guess you have a point. William nodded his head in agreement. So, do you have any idea about what kind of test I will be participating in? Sorry, but I don't, Est replied. You will know when morning comes. I have already informed the head examiner that you have woken up. He will be the one handling your trial. William hummed as he caressed his mama's neck. Are you worried about your test tomorrow? Not really. You're quite confident. Ian snorted. You think that passing the test of the Royal Academy is easy? William gave Ian a sidelong glance before giving him a refreshing smile. By myself, I am not confident. However, Since my mama is with me, everything will be daijubu. Daijobu? Ian asked. What does that mean? It means that a snot-nosed pansy like you needs to see a physician, William sneered. Something might be wrong with your brain. Contrary to William's expectations, Ian didn't get angry. Instead, he looked at him with a mischievous smile which made William feel that something was wrong. Ah, I forgot to tell you. Ian will be the one to decide whether you fail or not in your test tomorrow. S smirked. What? This snow, good-looking boy that is approaching my level of handsomeness will be tomorrow's judge. William almost bit his tongue after he forced himself to praise Ian. Ahem. Such a gentleman who is proficient with both the sword and the pen is truly suited to become a judge. I can already see all the girls in the academy screaming his name whenever he goes to his classroom. William's liver started to itch with every word of praise he sang for Ian. The three boys looked at him with amusement as William tried to flatter his mortal enemy. See you tomorrow, Ian winked as he left the stables. He was doing his best to hold back the laughter that was bubbling up inside his chest. William's reaction was priceless. Not good. I can't wait to see his reaction tomorrow when he discovers. Ian chuckled as he walked towards his room in a good mood. He was looking forward to seeing what kind of face William would be making when morning came. I am too lazy to eat. Feed me. Yes, sir. My shoulders are feeling stiff. No problem. I'm very good at giving shoulder massages. William massaged Ian's shoulder after they had eaten breakfast. Ian had a satisfied expression on his face, while Est was feeling envious. Isaac was doing his best to stop himself from laughing. Clearly, his twin was taking advantage of William's current situation. How is it? William asked with a refreshing smile. Not bad, Ian replied. You're quite skilled. How did you learn to give massages? It's because my master would ask me to give her a massage before she went to sleep from time to time, William answered. At least once a month. She would also ask me to give her a full body massage. Ian turned to look back at him with a frown. A full body massage? Yes. With her clothes on. Are you an idiot? Ahem. William forcefully coughed in order to prevent himself from calling Ian an idiot. Answering Sir's question, of course, without any clothes. It would be very hard to give someone a full body massage if they are wearing clothes. Est and Ian exchanged a glance before glaring at William. Why do you need to give her a full body massage? Ian questioned. Isn't it enough to give her a shoulder massage? Est also joined the interrogation and threw a few questions of his own. Did she force you to give her a massage by using the slave collar? Their penetrating stares locked onto William. It was as if he was a pig that was about to be slaughtered if he didn't give the right answer. Why can't I give her a full body massage? William asked back in confusion. She's my master, so it's only natural that I make her happy. Also, I wasn't forced. I did it voluntarily when I saw that she was looking exhausted. Are you just dumb or acting dumb? Ian scoffed. How can a boy like you give a full body massage to a beautiful woman as if it was nothing? Ah, you're talking about that. William nodded his head in understanding. First of all, when I give Master a full body massage, she would order me to put on a special eye mask. While wearing that special eye mask, I would only see a skeleton instead of a person's body. But you're still touching her body directly, Est pointed out with an edge to his voice. Don't tell me that you don't feel anything when touching a beautiful woman's body? About that, it's really a shame that she strips me of my sense of touch when I give her a massage. William sighed. Although I am touching her body directly, I can only feel that I am touching a metallic surface. Seeing William's expression of loss, Est and Ian felt a bit better. Even so, they were still feeling envious of Celine's relationship with William. How about you give me a full body massage later? Ian stuttered. While you're at it, you can also give my young master a full body massage. Sorry, I have no interest in giving body massages to anyone aside from my master, William replied in a heartbeat. Tisk. Tisk. Est and Ian clicked their tongue when they heard William's firm answer. Ah, sir. Isn't it about time for the trial to start? William smiled as he lightly patted Ian's shoulder. Oh, you're right. Ian looked at the clock on the wall. Let's go to the training grounds. Instructor Grant might already be there. William happily followed behind Ian as they walked towards the training grounds. Est and Isaac shared a knowing smile and was looking forward to William's reaction once he knew the truth. So, you're finally here, Grant said as soon as William and his entourage entered the training ground. Your name is William, right? Yes, sir. William stood straight as he looked at the imposing man in front of him. Grant wasn't alone. There were 11 more people standing behind him. All of them were looking at William with interest. Very well, we will conduct the test, Grant stated as he motioned for William to come closer. Do you see that stone platform over there? Place both of your hands over the round stone. It is a magic tool to measure your aptitude. Understood, William replied and walked towards the platform. He then obediently placed both of his hands on the magic tool and waited in anticipation. Rows of magic words appeared in the air as William's information was shown to everyone in the training field. Name: William von Ainsworth. Race: half-elf. Age 14. Magic power: none. Spiritual power: none. Physical fitness: A. Potential: A. Assessment overview: excellent physical prowess, but no magic power. Recommended to be placed under the martial class division. William looked at the information above him and sighed. He didn't know if he should be happy or not because his magic was unusable at this point in time. As for spirit power, this was the first time he had heard of it. I'd better ask the system about spiritual power later, William thought as he removed his hands from the appraisal stone. I was hoping that I made a mistake in my assessment, but the results showed that my hunch was correct. Layla sighed. She was hoping that William had some affinity with magic, but the appraisal stone had already confirmed her initial probe on the red-headed boy. Andy, on the other hand, was all smiles. He was looking at William as if he couldn't wait to drag him to his side and personally cultivate him to become a powerful archer. The other professors had mixed emotions as well. Some of them sighed, while some had smiles on their faces. They were the representatives of the first-year martial class, spirit class, and the magic class of the Royal Academy. William had been a candidate that they had set their eyes on after his stellar performance in the battle against the ruler of the forest. Grant patted William's shoulder with a smile. From now on, you will be a first year in the martial class division. Classes will start a week from now. Make sure to fill out the form in the registration office, so that you will receive the Academy's uniform. Your lodging will be located in the Solaris dormitory. This is the lodging for all the first years of the martial class. Also, do you intend to become the head prefect of the Solaris dormitory? Head prefect? William inquired. What is that? Grant nodded his head in understanding. It was impossible for William to know how the hierarchy works inside the Royal Academy since he just became a first year. Although we call it head prefect, it's more like the commander of all the first years belonging to the martial class, Grant replied. Every year, the competition for that position is very intense. Being the commander of a division is a prestigious honor to any student in the Royal Academy. Sounds troublesome. William sighed. Can I pass? Of course you can. However, the head prefect's orders are absolute within the division. You have to obey them whether you like it or not. What a pain. William didn't mind taking orders from the head prefect as long as it doesn't break his bottom line. However, he had complicated feelings about taking orders from a stranger whom he barely knew. Welcome to the Royal Academy. Grant chuckled as he patted William's shoulders. I have high hopes for you. After saying those words, Grant and the rest of the instructors left the training field. William felt very happy because he had been accepted inside the Royal Academy. However, he had a feeling that he was forgetting something important. William propped his chin with his fingers as he pondered that fleeting feeling inside his head. His gaze then landed on Est, then on Isaac, and finally on Ian, who was looking at him with a smug expression. Ah! William exclaimed. He finally realized that he had been tricked. Ian laughed out loud and ran away. Since William had already realized that they had worked together to trick him, he was sure that the shepherd would retaliate because he was treated like a personal maid. "You!" William roared as he ran after Ian. "You tricked me." "I did. So what of it?" Ian chuckled as he kept his pace. "I didn't know that you were so gullible. Damn you. Don't let me catch you." "Don't worry. Someone as slow as you wouldn't be able to catch me." Est and Isaac watched the enraged William, who had gone all out to flatter Ian so that he would pass the test, continue to chase Ian around. The shepherd was so angry that his face had completely turned beet red. Ian, on the other hand, circled around the training ground with a smile. He even shot a few sprays of water magic to cool the enraged red-headed boy down. Soon, William was drenched from head to toe. The boy finally understood that he had no chance of catching the trickster who tricked him. "This is not over." William gave Ian the middle finger. "Just you wait. I'll pay you back tenfold." After making his threat known, William left the training room while gnashing his teeth. Ian watched him go with his arms crossed over his chest. "Maybe we went too far with our joke," Isaac whispered to Est. "The deed is already done." Aside, "It's no use crying over spilt milk." "What if William blames us as well?" Isaac inquired. "We can be considered accomplices." Est's eyes widened in surprise. He had completely forgotten that William was the type that kept grudges. After filling out his registration form, William officially became a student in the Royal Academy. The staff gave him his uniform as well as the key to his dormitory room. Of course, the dormitory room in the Royal Academy was shared by two people. This meant that William had a roommate whom he would be spending time with for a whole school year. Right after getting his key, William had locked himself inside his room in the Solaris dormitory. Est, Ian, and Isaac weren't able to see him because they lived in a different dormitory belonging to the Magic Division. Est was still worried that William would hate him because he had chosen to become Ian's accomplice in tricking him. The young master was feeling down, and even Ian, who had a smug expression a few hours ago, looked at him anxiously. If there is a need to apologize, then I will apologize to him," Ian said after thinking things through. "Knowing William, he won't really hate the young master. At most, he will just hate me and think of a way to make me suffer for the things I did to him." Est sighed and nodded his head. He knew that he couldn't do anything right now. He intended to give William some time to cool down before going to find him so he could give him a proper apology. What Estate didn't know was that William wasn't thinking of them at all at the moment. He was busy checking the God Shop inside his system and looking for things to buy with the God points that he had accumulated. The red-headed boy had received a mission to save the merchant group while he was traveling towards the capital of the Hellon Kingdom. This act of heroism had given him 500 God points. Also, he acquired 2 hidden quests during the Academy's entrance exams. One was to save as many children as possible and help them reach their destination. The points for this mission were calculated by the number of survivors multiplied by 10. All 50 students had survived thanks to William's help, which netted him another 500 God points. The one that gave William a pleasant surprise was the hidden quest, Beat the Ruler of the Forest. Hidden quest. Defeat the Ruler of the Forest. Reward 1,000 God points. This unexpected surprise made William very happy. With 2,000 God points in hand, he immediately went to open the God Shop to see what interesting things he could buy. Over the past 4 years, he had received God points through the completion of his training and additional points that the system treated as bonus God points for William's performance. All in all, he managed to accumulate 5,000 God points. Back then, he jokingly asked the system to give him a recommendation on the first thing that he needed to buy. Naturally, the system complied, and the item that appeared in the God Shop was something that William wasn't able to pass up. The system had recommended a weapon that cost 50,000 God points, and it was none other than Rongaminiad, the lance that shines to the ends of the world. It was the holy lance that belonged to King Arthur according to the legends. However, this particular lance was forged by a god. For some reason, the weapon was also able to bestow the Cavalier class on other people, if the right conditions were met, and if William allowed it. Another good feature of the lance was that it was imbued with the holy property. After the fight with the Cyclops, William realized that he was severely lacking in elemental weapons against certain types of creatures. The original cost of this lance was 50,000 god points. However, since William received a special discount coupon from the god shop, he could buy one item with a 90% discount. William could have ignored the system's recommendation, but after seeing the information on the Holy Lance, the red-headed boy bought it right away. His reason for buying it? Because there was a special class attached to it, and it was none other than the Cavalier class. The Cavalier class gave him the ability to fight side by side with Ella while mounted on her back. Another good feature of this job class was that it didn't rely heavily on mana. Most of the skills in the Cavalier class were passive skills, which made William very happy. As for why he didn't use Rangominiad during the battle against Soglav, it was due to the many spectators that were watching the battle. Rangominiad was a weapon forged by a god. It would be stupid to show it off in front of others while William was in a weakened state. Now that he had 2,000 god points in his possession, William scrolled through the god shop in search of any items that he could buy with his current funds. It didn't take long for him to realize that there were very few things that he could buy with 2,000 god points. Most of the items that William wanted were priced at 10,000 god points at the minimum. In the end, William decided to use his trump card in order to get the best deals in the god shop. System, can you give me any recommendations on what to buy with my current funds? Certainly. Please wait for a while as I search the god shop for possible items that you might need. Search completed. Here is the list of items that might be useful to the host at this point in time. Elemental arrows forged by the god of the hunt. Holy arrow. An arrow forged by the god of the hunt. Very effective against dark-type creatures. Very effective against evil-type creatures. Very effective against undead-type creatures. 500 god points per arrow. Additional 100 god points for auto-maintenance. Additional 400 god points for auto-retrieval spell. Total, 1,000 god points. Adamantium arrow. An arrow forged by the god of the hunt. Has a strong piercing power that is able to pierce through the scales of dragons. Very effective against dragon-type monsters. Very effective against construct-type creatures like golems and gargoyles. Very effective against armored-type creatures. 500 god points per arrow. Additional 100 god points for auto-maintenance. Additional 400 god points for auto-retrieval spell. Total, 1,000 god points. System. I got to admit that you are good at sucking all my god points dry. Thank you for your praise. Please, leave a 5-star review after you make your purchase. Thank you for your patronage. William sighed and purchased the 2 arrows and added them to his quiver. With this, he would be able to increase the trump cards in his arsenal. Even if he used these 2 arrows in public, no one would think that it was strange. There were plenty of elemental arrows sold in the market, and William having a few of them wouldn't make others' eyes go green with greed. The only difference between the elemental arrows sold on the market and William's was that the red-headed boy's arrows were forged by a god. Naturally, their efficiency couldn't be compared to those that were forged by mortals. While William was admiring his 2 arrows, a soft knock was heard on the door. The red-headed boy hurriedly returned his items inside his storage ring and went to answer the door. When William opened the door, he saw a delicate silver-gray-haired boy wearing glasses. He was holding a small backpack on his back and wearing expensive clothing. Hello, is this room 401? The young boy asked in a timid voice. I have just arrived today, and the registrar's office told me to go to this room after I finished my registration. Yes, this is indeed room 401, William replied with a smile. Please come in. Thank you. The young boy bowed and entered the room. When William closed the door, he smelled a faint scent of herbs. He didn't think much about it and sat down on his bed while looking at his roommate. William had a feeling that his roommate and him would get along well during their first year inside the Royal Academy. My name is Kenneth Exion Ashley. The delicate boy with silver-gray hair and blue eyes said timidly. The name is William, William replied. William Von Ainsworth. Feel free to call me Will. William looked at his new roommate and gave him a thumbs up in his heart. He never thought that his roommate would be this cute. "Will, you have a good name," Kenneth said with a smile. "Are you also a first year?" "Yes." William nodded. "Why? Do I look old?" Kenneth resolutely shook his head. "It's just that you give me a very mature feeling." William scratched his cheek as he looked at his roommate with approval. He was quite happy that his roommate was Kenneth. With just a glance, William could tell that the gray-haired boy was someone that was raised as a noble. Even so, Kenneth didn't have the arrogance like that most nobles did. For some reason, William felt like Est and Kenneth had something in common. Perhaps it was their aura or presence, but William didn't dislike being together with them. "Well then, may you take care of me this school year, Kenneth?" William said as he extended his hand for a handshake. Kenneth looked at William's hand before slowly raising his own hand to accept his handshake. The gray-haired boy's countenance changed when his hand touched William's hand. His body instinctively flinched as the rough hand touched his own. "Sorry." William apologized as he reluctantly let go of Kenneth's soft hands. "Did my hand hurt you? It's pretty rough, right?" "And no," Kenneth stuttered. "I was just surprised. Your hand, although rough, feels sturdy and strong." William chuckled due to Kenneth's timid response. He then explained to his new roommate that he was a shepherd and was used to handling goats and performing manual labor. Also, William's lifestyle in Lant was not easy. Because of this, he had developed calluses on his hands and it made his palms rougher compared to boys his age. When William woke up in the morning, he would chop firewood, then cook something for his master, Celine. After that, he would feed the goats before taking a bath. After breakfast, he would go and spar against his grandpa or other people in Lant to become more proficient in the martial arts he had learned from his job classes. Since there were plenty of strong people in Lant, William was able to increase his proficiency and learn a few tricks from them as well. After sparring, he would take a bath and return to Celine's house to prepare her lunch. When afternoon arrived, he would spend it with his cute cousin Eve. Once night came, it would be the start of Celine's hellish training of curses, poison, and more curses. A shepherd. Kenneth eyed William curiously. "Did you take the entrance test of the Royal Academy?" "Of course." "Was it hard?" "A little bit." William had no intention of telling Kenneth about his battle with the ruler of the forest. "I see," Kenneth replied as his blue eyes appraised William from head to toe. Since he passed the entrance test, he must be quite capable despite how he looks. Being stared at by an angelic-looking boy made William feel like a kitten was scratching his heart. "Am I that handsome? Why are you staring at me like that?" "Yes," Kenneth replied unconsciously. "You are very handsome." Kenneth paused as his face became beet red when he realized that he had said his thoughts out loud. The sudden change in his reaction made William grin. "Seriously, my roommate is too cute," William thought. "I better not tease him too often. I don't want him to hate me." An awkward silence descended upon the room. Kenneth busied himself in arranging the items in his magic bag. He placed several robes in his closet and even took out a pillow for his bed. He then placed an incense burner on the small table beside his bed. A soothing fragrance permeated the room as soon as Kenneth lit the incense burner. "This smells good," William praised. "This reminds me of the smell of gardenias. It is a scent made from the gardenias of my hometown." Kenneth gave William a sincere and genuine smile. "I'm glad you like it." William felt his body become very relaxed as the fragrance assaulted his senses. Before he knew it, he had already laid on the bed and had fallen asleep. Although he had rested properly last night, it seemed that he still hadn't fully recovered from his long journey and his recent battle against Soglav. Kenneth looked at his roommate who had slept in an awkward sleeping position. With a sigh, he stood up from his bed and supported William's body into a proper sleeping position. As he covered him with a blanket, he heard William's sigh of pleasure. "Thank you," William said as if he was talking to someone in his dream. Kenneth gazed at his peaceful sleeping expression for a full minute before returning into his own bed to rest. For some reason, he also felt like sleeping. As he laid in the bed, facing his new roommate, Kenneth felt thankful. He was thankful that his roommate wasn't one of those arrogant nobles whom he hated to the bone. Soon, the silver-gray-haired boy fell asleep as well. A few hours later, both of them were woken up by the resounding tolling of a bell. William drowsily opened his eyes as he looked at the magic clock that hung on the wall of his dormitory room. It was 12 noon, and it also signaled that the time for lunch was at hand. William yawned as he stood up from the bed. He did some stretching to help circulate the blood in his body and remove the drowsiness he was feeling. Kenneth had stood up from his bed as well and watched William with amusement. His impression of William was already good, but seeing him act like this made him like the shepherd even more. After William finished his short stretching exercise, he glanced at his roommate. "Do you want to have lunch together?" William asked. "Yes," Kenneth replied. "Do you know where the dining room is?" "I don't know," William answered with embarrassment. "I also just arrived today. However, don't worry. We can just ask around. I'm sure that we will find it sooner or later." "You have a point," Kenneth nodded. The two boys left their room, but they didn't forget to lock it. Although they were inside the Solaris dormitory, it would be safer to lock the doors in order to prevent theft. Sure enough, it didn't take long for William and Kenneth to find the location of the dining hall. When they arrived, they immediately noticed 6 long tables that were at least 14 meters in length. Aside from that, there was also one long table on an elevated platform, placed horizontally facing the students where the instructors of the martial classes ate together. Several dishes had already been placed on top of the tables, resembling a feast that was meant to be partaken of by the students of the first-year martial classes. William and Kenneth glanced at each other before picking a less crowded table. They sat near the end and happily filled their plates with meats, fruits, and other dishes that looked delicious. William had started to eat meat again, but in much smaller quantities. When lunch ended, several adult men and women appeared and cleared the table. One of the instructors had mentioned that there was an important announcement waiting for all of them after lunch. Because of this, none of the students left the dining hall. All of their gazes were focused on a handsome man with short light brown hair and green eyes. A bow was strapped behind his back, so William assumed that he was in one of the advanced classes of the archer profession. "Good day, everyone," the man said with a smile. "My name is Andy and I am the instructor for the hunter classes. As the school year is only about to begin, you should all know that we need to have officers that will manage the first years." Some of the children nodded their heads in understanding because they had already been briefed by their families about this. Others were looking at Andy with determined expressions because they were aiming for the prestigious position that would bring honor to their name as they advanced into the upper years in the academy. "Right? I'm talking about the position of head prefect for the entire freshman class during the school year." Andy grinned as his feral eyes briefly glanced at William before looking at the other expectant faces who were looking at him. Naturally, this position holds considerable power. Since that is the case, only those with power are allowed to wield it, Andy explained with a serious expression. An all-out battle royale will be conducted in the Enchanted Forest 4 days from now. The one who is left standing in the end will become the head prefect and everyone is duty-bound to follow his orders. Do I make myself clear? Yes, the students replied in unison. Good. May the best man or woman win. Andy raised his fist and all of the students cheered at the same time. The bloody battle for the position of head prefect was about to begin, and William was still on the fence about whether he should participate in it or not. After lunch, William decided to visit the stables to see his mama Ella. Kenneth, on the other hand, had nothing to do since he had already unpacked his belongings in the dormitory room. Since that was the case, he decided to follow William to the stables to meet the red-headed boy's second mother. "Me. I missed you too, Mama. Mia." William hugged Ella's neck while the latter rested her head on his shoulders. Kenneth was surprised when he saw this scene because he was very sensitive when it came to sensing the feeling of beasts. He could tell from a glance that Ella loved William very much. The same could be said for the boy who was hugging her. Because of this, Kenneth's good impression of William increased inside his heart. For the boy to show so much love and care towards an ordinary goat, made the gray-haired boy think of William as a very good person. "Mama, let me introduce you to my new roommate," William said as he reluctantly took a step back from hugging his mama. "This is Kenneth, my new roommate. Kenneth, this is my mama Ella. I hope the two of you get along well. Mia." "Hello. Nice to meet you too, Ella." After the two exchanged their greetings, William took Ella out to take a stroll. He didn't ride on her back so that Kenneth wouldn't feel out of place. Instead, he just walked by her side as they took a tour at the various facilities of the Martial Class Division. "Will, are you interested in becoming the head prefect?" Kenneth asked while walking beside him. "To be honest, I'm not really sure," William replied. "I'm the type who doesn't want to take orders from anyone. If the head prefect were to order me to do something that goes below my bottom line, I might not be able to take it and hit him with my wooden staff." Kenneth giggled when he heard William's reply. Frankly, he, too, didn't like to be ordered around by anyone. However, he had a feeling that he really wouldn't mind taking orders from this red-headed boy who had grown up tending goats in the countryside. "Well, if you don't want to take orders, then you can only do your best to become the head prefect," Kenneth said casually. "You still have 3 days to think about it before the competition starts." William nodded his head. "How about you? Are you planning to participate?" "No," Kenneth shook his head. "I don't think I'm capable of becoming a head prefect. Let's just say that I get lucky and become the head prefect. Do you think the students will listen to me?" William turned his head to appraise the delicate boy from head to toe. Although Kenneth wasn't lacking in the good looks factor, he didn't seem the type that would make people follow him. However, if someone were to ask if there would be people willing to protect Kenneth, the answer would certainly be yes. The boy was too cute for his own good. William was certain that even the hearts of the brave girls in the martial classes would feel overprotective of him. "Well, a head prefect might be too high of a goal," William agreed. "But being the martial class mascot is not impossible. In fact, the moment I raise this proposal, I'm sure that you will get the landslide victory." "Don't you dare do that." Kenneth immediately grabbed William's arm. "I hate being surrounded by people." William unconsciously patted Kenneth's head. For some reason, Kenneth reminded him of his cousin, Eve. Although Eve was 1,000 times cuter than Kenneth, the presence that the gray-haired boy emitted was similar to the adorable girl back in Lant. "Fine," William chuckled. "However, I'm sure the girls will raise this issue by themselves. When that happens, don't come looking for me. Do you understand?" Kenneth pouted as he let go of William's arm. "As long as you're not the one who initiates the proposal, then it's good." The two had almost finished their tour in the Martial Division when they noticed a crowd in front of them. They could faintly hear the sound of a quarrel. As the two drew closer to investigate, they noticed a pair of boys glaring at each other while holding their weapons in their hands. The two boys were standing in what seemed to be one of the battling arenas that were scattered along the premises of the Martial Class Division. "Give it up, Drake," a cool-looking boy with blonde hair and blue eyes chided. "The one who will become the head prefect will be none other than me." "Keep on dreaming, Spencer," a boy with above-average looks snorted in reply. His dark brown hair and hazel eyes looked at the boy in front of him with disdain. "As long as I'm around, you can forget about becoming the head prefect. I can't wait to see you bowing your head as you follow my orders." "Ha ha ha ha. Why wait until the test starts? Let's just decide this right here, right now." "Sounds like a plan. I don't want to waste too much time kicking your ass when the test officially starts." Both boys readied their weapons and prepared to clash with each other. The crowd got rowdy and started to cheer them on. William observed the two combatants with anticipation. He wanted to know the level of the freshmen that were currently enrolled in the Martial Class Division. Kenneth, too, was looking at the two boys with a serious expression. He was also curious about how strong the students were in the Hellon Royal Academy. "Excuse me," William patted the shoulder of the tallest boy in the crowd. "Can you please tell me the identity of the two combatants? Are you not familiar with them?" "They're quite popular in the Hellon Kingdom," the tall boy replied. "Sorry. I came from the countryside." William gave a refreshing smile. "This is my first time in the capital. Ah, that explains it. The tall boy nodded in understanding. He then pointed at the two combatants who were busy duking it out against each other in the arena. The cool-looking boy holding the spear is the fourth son of the Duke of the Armstrong Duchy. His name is Spencer Armstrong. The one holding the greatsword is the third son of the Duchy of Craig. His name is Drake Craig. Both of them are well known among the young generation for their incredible fighting skills. Thank you. William nodded his head in thanks. He then returned his attention to the two combatants who were currently in the midst of battle. Are all sons of dukes this hot-headed? William thought. He could still remember the magic swordsman, Kingsley Rhodes, who had challenged him in Lant 4 years ago. That boy was also a son of a duke, and he seemed to be very happy to use his background to throw his weight around. Even so, he had to agree that, like Kingsley, Spencer and Drake had the ability to back up their words. The two were very proficient in their weapons, and their attacks could easily blow away those who had abilities weaker than them. Kenneth silently walked beside William and tapped his arm. Who do you think will win? William pondered for a bit as his eyes focused on the two individuals in the arena. Hard to say, but if I were to really choose between the two, I'd choose Spencer. And the reason? Because he has better technique. William had observed the battle for a while now and managed to gauge the battle prowess of both combatants. While Drake had more explosive power than Spencer, the cool-looking boy's technique was very refined. Each block, each thrust, and each swing of the spear was perfect. There were no wasted movements, which greatly impressed William. Of course, if the red-headed boy was going to be perfectly honest, he would simply say that his own technique was 2 to 3 levels above Spencer. After all, he trained with the best fighters in Lant. Even a complete amateur like William would improve during those 4 long years of sparring. Not to mention, the martial arts he had learned in his martial job classes were honed to the very limit. William's war arts with the sword, bow, and hand-to-hand combat were only at the basic level. Even so, we're talking about the basic level of the strongest war arts provided by the system. These basic-level war arts could be considered intermediate techniques to the people of his current world. As for the staff and the spear, they were in the intermediate ranks, which set them on par with the expert techniques in William's new world. How did this become possible? It's really simple. When William used the Millennial Grade Beast Core to max out his Disciple of Thunder job class, he immediately ascended it to its advanced class, which was the Prince of Thunder. William pooled all the EXP he could during his dungeon expeditions to help the Prince of Thunder job class reach level 10. That way, he could unlock the Lightning God War Arts, intermediate, and learn the more advanced moves of this particular war art. Also, let's not forget about his movement technique, which was the Heavenly Phantasm movement technique, basic. After getting his skill points, William pumped them into this movement technique and upgraded it to Heavenly Phantasm, intermediate. With constant practice, William had made these techniques his own. If he and Kingsley were to fight again, William was confident that he would send the arrogant little prick packing. Of course, this was on the condition that Kingsley wouldn't use magic during their duel. Right now, William's martial skills, when using the wooden staff, spear, and lance, were enough to contend with most experts within the silver rank of the martial classes. His movement technique would also allow him to escape most tricky situations. After the battle with Kingsley Rhodes, William swore that he would dedicate his time and effort in learning martial skills while he couldn't use his magic powers. The two combatants came to a standstill as they panted for breath. Both sides weren't willing to use their trump cards this early in the game. Although they had used their most standard abilities to the fullest, it wasn't enough to declare a winner between the two of them. Enough, Drake said as he sheathed his blade. We will settle this inside the enchanted forest. At that time, you will not be as lucky as you are now. My words exactly, Spencer replied. I can't wait to see the look on your face when you bow your head in front of me. The two boys snorted at the same time and left the arena. Seeing that the fight was over, the peanut gallery had also started to disperse. William was reluctant to part with Ella, and the latter felt the same way. When Kenneth saw this tear-jerking scene, he decided to clear his throat and offer a solution. You know, as long as both parties sharing the dormitory room agree, then bringing Ella to our room is not a problem, Kenneth stated. Really? William immediately grabbed Kenneth's hand, which made the delicate boy flinch. "Oh, sorry. I forgot that my rough hands can hurt you. However, can I believe your words when you said that Mama Ella can stay in our dormitory room?" "She can, but you have to take proper care of her," Kenneth replied after regaining his composure. William's action was so quick that he was caught by surprise. "Also, make sure to tell her not to go over to my side of the room. I don't want Ella to start munching on my precious herbs." "Don't worry, Mama Ella wouldn't do that." William patted his chest in assurance. "Isn't that right, Mama?" "Me," Ella bleated in acknowledgement. Kenneth couldn't help but smile as he watched this exchange between the mother and son pair. When Ella entered the dormitory building, the guard guarding the gate gave her a weird look, but he didn't stop her from entering the Solaris dormitory. Ella walked along the hallway, climbed the stairs, and followed William's back like a tail. The students living in the dormitory looked at this scene with amusement. Since Ella was not in her war ibex form, her height was only a meter tall, and her body length was only over a meter. Also, her coat was so white and fluffy that the girls who saw her were tempted to give her a hug. Of course, they didn't dare do that and only stared at Ella as if she were a walking plush toy. When Ella was safely inside William's room, she obediently went to the side that contained William's bed and stood beside it. William took out a small wooden bowl from his storage ring and crouched beside Ella. He then started to milk her. "I haven't had a drink of your milk today, Mama, and it is making me feel uncomfortable," William said as he filled the wooden bowl in his hand. "Mia," Ella bleated softly as if reprimanding William for not drinking his milk on time. "You really are a shepherd." Kenneth looked at the two with interest. "I haven't drank goat milk before. I wonder what it tastes like." After filling up his bowl, William thanked his mama before drinking it slowly. "Mama, your milk is really the best," William praised as he finished his bowl of milk. "Mia," Ella bleated as if saying, "Isn't this a fact?" The familiar notification sounded and a row of words appeared on William's screen. Daily quest. Drink milk has been completed. Rewards. 6 EXP points. Additional reward. 2 God points. William rubbed his eyes and double-checked the notification. It's really there. William didn't know what kind of sorcery was happening to the notifications, but he would be lying if he said that he wasn't secretly happy for the additional reward from drinking his mama's milk. Somewhere in the Temple of 10,000 Gods. "Are you sure about this?" Gavin asked. "Isn't this too much of a freebie?" "It's fine," David replied. "Even if he drinks milk for a year, at most he would only get 730 God points. This isn't a big deal, especially with you, Issei, and Lily giving him special quests from time to time." "So you say, but you were the one that gave the 2 hidden quests last time," Gavin pointed out. "Well, since it was proposed by Ella and William decided to listen to her, I decided to add those 2 quests on a whim," David admitted. "I don't regret it though. William performed spectacularly in that fight. His 4 years of training hasn't come to naught." Gavin nodded his head as he gazed upon his follower, who was being displayed in a large crystal ball. He wanted William to be safe and happy, but the world he chose was different from the one Gavin had envisioned for him. God points too. William opened the God shop and confirmed that he had indeed received God points from drinking his mama Ella's milk. His brain started to calculate the amount of points he could get over the span of a year, and it made him realize that it wasn't that much. It was not even enough to buy an elemental arrow with the necessary add-ons. "Even so, I'm still thankful," William muttered. Kenneth heard William's mutter and thought that he was thankful for drinking Ella's milk. Is goat milk really that good? Kenneth's curiosity had been piqued. However, he was too embarrassed to ask William if it was possible for him to have a taste of Ella's milk. 3 days passed swiftly, and there was only a day before the battle for the position of head prefect of the freshmen in the martial class. Excitement and determination could be seen on some of the faces of the students who intended to try their luck and win this prestigious position. As for people like Kenneth, who weren't interested in joining the event, they were just waiting patiently for the results. After thinking things through, William decided to join the competition as well. His reason for joining was quite simple. If I become the head prefect, then no one will say anything about Mama Ella staying inside the Solaris dormitory. That was what William thought. Although he wasn't too sure if he could win, he would still do his best in order to gain the rights to have Ella stay by his side in the Royal Academy. He didn't want her to spend her days in the stables, while he went to his martial classes. That morning after breakfast, the martial class instructors brought everyone to a special building located at the very center of the martial class division. This building was called the House of Heroes, a place that was heavily guarded because it contained the entrances to 4 special domains that belonged exclusively to the martial class division. Domains were small worlds that had their own set of rules and laws. Some of these domains were filled with important resources that were useful in advancing cultivation. Others were used as training grounds to raise expert fighters, and some were used to breed rare creatures and plants that were very hard to encounter in the wilds. One of these domains was the Enchanted Forest. This forest had been used as a training ground for the students. In some cases, it was also used for special events like the choosing of the head prefect that would represent their grade. Right now, William, alongside all the freshmen who chose to participate in the prefect battle, stood in front of a huge copper gate. "Are all of you ready?" Grant asked. "Yes." "Remember, only one of you will be chosen," Grant stated. "Good luck to all of you." The instructors raised the emblems pinned on their chests and activated the door. The copper gate slowly opened, revealing a green portal at its center. "All of you will be teleported to random places inside the Enchanted Forest," Andy explained in a carefree manner. "This will prevent you from engaging in combat right away. However, remember that you can only stay inside the domain for 3 days. If in 3 days there are still survivors inside the domain, the person who has eliminated the greatest number of people will become the head prefect. Make no mistake, this is a battle to the death. The only way for you to eliminate someone is to kill them. Don't worry, none of you will really die. Anyone who gets eliminated will be ejected by the domain and transported back to this hall. Are there any more questions?" William raised his hand and Andy nodded his head in acknowledgement. "What if we kill someone who has killed many people?" William inquired. "Will we get their points too?" "Good question. The answer is that you will only get half of the overall points that they have accumulated," Andy replied. "At the end of 3 days, the one with the most points will become the head prefect. Are there any more questions?" A skinny boy raised his hand and Andy once again nodded his head to encourage him to ask his question. "Are we allowed to form alliances?" the skinny boy asked. "Is it fine for us to form teams?" "Of course." Andy nodded his head. This was not the first time this had happened in the prefect selection event, and the instructors had already expected this to happen this year as well. Feel free to form teams and alliances. In the end, only one head prefect will be chosen. The reason why the instructors encouraged forming teams was because martial classes worked well when they were in a team. This also helped them form strong bonds which were beneficial to their growth. Some of the students smiled, while Drake and Spencer snorted in disdain. The two believed that the strong should fight alone and not rely on external help. Only weaklings would gang up together and fight. Because this was an individual battle, the instructors didn't allow Ella to enter the premises. They had already seen her capabilities during the second part of the exam, but what they wanted to see was William's own ability. They wanted to know if this boy, who had fought tooth and nail with the ruler of the forest, was just as impressive without his animal companion. "All of you, enter the portal," Grant ordered. "May the odds be in your favor." One by one, the students entered the portal. All of them had determined expressions on their faces. William was the last to enter and all eyes were watching his every move. Meanwhile, outside the domain, those who didn't want to participate were gathered just outside the building where several viewing crystals were enshrined. With these crystals, they would be able to watch the battle unfold in real time. Ella and Kenneth were standing in front of one of these viewing crystals. These crystals allowed someone to view all the candidates that had entered the Enchanted Forest. Naturally, it also had the option to allow the viewer to choose only one candidate to spectate. As William entered the portal, his image appeared on the viewing crystal. Ella bleated softly as if to cheer for William and wish him luck. Kenneth, on the other hand, was looking at William with a serious expression. "Please show me the extent of your true power," Kenneth thought. "I want to know if you are worthy of that person's bloodline. Please, don't disappoint me, William." When William opened his eyes, he found himself inside a lush forest teeming with life. The sounds of birds singing, the roars of beasts, and even the subtle noise of the insects reached his ears. For some reason, it made William feel a little homesick. This place reminded him of the forest near Lant. Although the fauna and flora were different, it still reminded him of home. "I wonder how Gramps and the rest are doing?" William thought as he immersed himself in the sounds of the forest. "Does Eve think of me as well?" Suddenly, he heard a very subtle buzz in the air. William chuckled internally as he exaggeratedly jumped backwards. As he did so, he saw 2 arrows flying in his direction. The arrows harmlessly pierced the tree beside William with a thud, which reminded the boy that he was participating in a battle royale and not a field trip. As an archer who had been trained by 2 experts in Lant, it was very easy for him to lock onto his attacker's position. However, he didn't make any move to charge in that direction. Instead, he circled away and left the area. Although the instructors had said that they would be teleported to random places to prevent immediate combat, it was very different when dealing with archers. They had the ability to attack from great distances, and only those with keen senses would be able to sense their sneak attacks. After gaining sufficient distance from his attacker, William decided to find an elevated place where he could observe his surroundings. However, before he could do that, 2 wild boars came charging towards him from 50 meters away. It seemed that William had unknowingly stumbled into their territory, and they had taken it as an act of aggression. William didn't want to fight with the 2 boars, because there might be other students around who might take advantage of the battle. Even though he was not afraid of dealing with them, he didn't want those who were watching him to know his abilities. As William was about to make a run for it, 2 boys appeared in front of him wielding swords and spears. Clearly, they intended to prevent him from escaping. With 2 boars behind his back, and 2 boys blocking his path, William decided to play a trick on the students who thought that he was easy prey. The red-headed boy waited until the 2 wild boars were only a few meters behind him before he activated his movement technique, Heavenly Phantasm. William easily passed through the 2 boys like a phantom and escaped. Before the 2 boys could even react, the wild boars were already in front of them. Since the 2 boars had lost their original target, they shifted their attention on the 2 boys that were wielding weapons in their territory. Faced with the sudden change in their circumstances, the 2 boys remained calm and engaged the wild boars in battle. They wanted to end it as soon as they could in order to prevent anyone from taking advantage of them. William didn't bother to sneak attack the 2 boys, because he wanted to find a safe place to make his base. He was not in a hurry to collect points, since it was only the first day. What he prioritized first was his safety. When William left the scene, 2 arrows came flying from somewhere in the forest and struck the backs of the 2 boys who were busy dealing with the wild boars. Although they had already heightened their senses, in order to escape being ambushed, the 2 arrows still managed to avoid their detection. The 2 boars didn't miss this opportunity and continued to charge at the 2 wounded boys. The impact of their charge sent the 2 boys rolling across the ground, which aggravated the injuries they had received from the arrow. The archer fired 2 more arrows which landed in the 2 boys' necks, ending their lives and turning them into particles of light. The 2 red orbs that emerged from their bodies flew towards the archer, who was hiding 100 meters away from them. After receiving her spoils of war, she left the scene in search of easier prey to kill. If possible, she wanted to eliminate the red-headed boy first, but he was as slippery as an eel. As an archer who took the 2nd exam, she had watched William's battle against Soglav through a telescope. She was one of the first to arrive at the flag during the 2nd exam, which gave her plenty of opportunities to observe the other candidates. Although she couldn't see the entire battle unfold, she was still able to see how the boy fought fearlessly against the ruler of the forest. Because of this, she had marked William as the greatest threat in this competition instead of Drake and Spencer, and wanted to eliminate him early. Unfortunately, she failed on her first try, and wasn't able to get an opportunity on her second. In the end, She decided to just hunt the small fries and farm points until it passed the 100th mark. After that, she would hide somewhere inside the forest and wait for the competition to end. William encountered several more students as he continued to look for a place to hide. He avoided them like a plague and refused to engage in battle. Earlier, he had climbed a tree and surveyed the terrain. The forest extended for miles in all directions. All that William could see was a sea of trees without end in sight. This is going to be tricky, William thought as he extended his senses. Aside from the candidates who were aiming to become the head prefect, William had sensed some other threats inside the forest as well. Although they were not as powerful as Soglav, they were in the same league as his mama Ella in her war ibex form. At most threat level Ds and Cs, William rubbed his chin with his fingers. They are scattered quite evenly. I guess they have already established their own territories. After pondering for a while, William decided to ask for a second opinion. System, any recommendations? William inquired. To answer the host's question, I will not participate in this event. That also means that I won't be helping the host in any way aside from changing job classes. Also, I have already disabled the mapping function. Host will not be able to take advantage of seeing his enemies on the map. Why the sudden change? William asked back. What happened to the promised friendship between the protagonist and his system? Host, you must remember, always depending on external help will not be advantageous to your growth. I believe in the host's power. Compared to the difficulties that you have encountered in the past, this measly test is nothing. I don't know if I should be happy or not, but you do have a point. William sighed. Fine. Please change my subclass to Cavalier class. Understood. Changing of subclass has been completed. Thank you. Good luck. William hurriedly climbed down the tree and headed in a certain direction. With the passive skills of the shepherd class, he had found a way to use the terrain to his advantage. Wait, why don't we team up? A skinny boy proposed. You be the boss and I'll be your underling. It's a win-win for everyone, right? Your offer is good, a cool-looking boy said with a smile. However, what I need right now is your points. Spencer took a step forward and traversed 4 meters in a single step. His spear stabbed forward and a scream of pain reverberated in the forest. Soon, the body of the skinny boy changed into particles of light as a red orb floated in the air. The cool-looking boy grabbed the red orb with his right hand. As soon as he touched it, the orb disappeared and the back of his hand glowed, showing the number 12.8. Contrary to his looks, he was very capable, Spencer thought as his points increased by 4. Now, time to gather more points. Spencer walked towards the depth of the forest where the other candidates hid. He walked with confidence, for he knew that only a handful of people could threaten him in this battle for the title of head prefect. Wash your neck, Drake, Spencer sneered. The next time we meet, I will not hold back. 2 red orbs appeared in front of Drake as he sheathed his great sword. Bunch of weaklings, Drake spat on the ground. It seems that only that bastard Spencer is the only threat in this competition. With a wave of his hand, the 2 orbs flew in his direction. The number 20 appeared on the back of his hand, which proved that he had killed more than Spencer had. The total number of candidates gunning for the position of head prefect was less than 300. It was around 2/3 of the first years in the martial class division. After making his initial estimate, Drake knew that he only had to kill over 100 and the position of head prefect would fall in his hands. Don't let me see you, Spencer, Drake muttered as he set his sights on his new target. I'll make you regret enrolling in the Royal Academy. I see plenty of rough gems in this year's competition, Grant said with a smile. He was looking at Spencer's and Drake's battles and he was very satisfied with their performance. He had also discovered the archer girl who was sniping people from afar. Perhaps we don't need to wait 3 days in order to see who the winner will be. What do you think, Andy? I think those 2 brats are overestimating themselves, Andy replied in a lazy manner. As for the hunter girl, she holds promise. I might take her as my apprentice if she gets a good rank in this competition. Grant snorted. You're still hung up on that boy, William. Grant looked at the shepherd who was currently inching his way towards the depths of the forest. He had seen how the red-headed boy had escaped from his pursuers, and Grant was very dissatisfied with him. Naturally, he was hoping that the boy could bring him another surprise. After all, he was there when William fought against the ruler of the forest. Just wait, Andy said as he sipped a mug of ale. I'm sure that he won't disappoint the two of us. That better be the case. I have a lot of expectations for him. How about we make a bet? Andy grinned as he proposed the stakes to his superior. Half a month's salary if we can guess who will become the head prefect for the first years. What do you think? Do you think of me as a fool? Grant asked back. My salary is 6 times your salary. I have nothing to gain if I make a bet with you. Andy clicked his tongue because his plan to earn easy cash went down the drain. As he returned his attention to the red-headed boy, who was currently running away from 4 forest wolves, Andy felt as if his blood was boiling. It was not boiling from anger or rage, but in anticipation. He didn't know where his blind faith was coming from. However, when he saw William's performance in the forest, he had a feeling that this boy would change the way the other divisions looked at their martial class division. For the past few years, the martial class division had always been looked down upon because there weren't many promising talents who were able to fight against the representatives of the magic and spirit class divisions. Andy had long accepted this fact and buried his complaints deep inside his heart. However, every night, after the exams had ended, he would always see a shining banner fluttering in the darkness when he closed his eyes to sleep. Andy saw a boy with flaming red hair, holding a golden banner in his hand. He rode on top of his Angorian war ibex, while his other hand was holding a lance that seemed to emit a light of its own. Andy recalled that one glorious moment when the boy raised his lance up high as if to challenge the world of darkness by himself. He watched in awe as the boy thrust his lance forward. With that single thrust, light illuminated the world. That scene was so beautiful, so surreal, that even someone as numb as Andy could feel that all hope was not lost. Perhaps, this time around, a miracle will happen, Andy thought as he stared at William with an almost fanatical gaze. Little shepherd, may you pierce through the darkness and illuminate the world. That way, people like us will be able to raise our heads up high and regain the honors that we have lost long ago. Ian and Isaac made their way towards the martial class division. It was not only them, but several others from the magic and spirit class divisions were walking in the direction of the House of Heroes. Every year, the nobles belonging to these divisions would look for capable subordinates that they could recruit under their wing. This had been a tradition in the Royal Academy, and the instructors allowed it. Most of those who belonged to the martial class were commoners. Some of them wanted to be employed by nobles in order to live a better life. Since that was the case, the Royal Academy didn't prevent this recruitment from happening. The only thing they could do was to ensure that the ones recruited from the martial class would be treated well by their employers. Isn't that Ella? Isaac asked as he pointed at an Angorian goat standing beside a delicate-looking boy with silver-gray hair. That is indeed Ella, Est agreed. Let's go. The 3 boys walked towards William's second mother with curious faces. Ella had noticed their arrival and bleated softly in greeting. Hello? Are you looking after Ella? Est asked the gray-haired boy beside the goat. We are William's friends, and we came here to see if he participated in the competition for the head prefect. My name is Est Wells Newmont. Est extended his hand for a handshake. The silver-gray-haired boy looked at the offered hand and reluctantly raised his own. Kenneth introduced himself. Kenneth Ian Ashley. I am William's roommate. Nice to meet you. Est nodded his head and ended the handshake. He then appraised the young boy in front of him. Please, don't stare at me too much, Kenneth said as he took a step back. I feel uncomfortable when people stare and crowd around me. Sorry if I offended you. Est apologized. I was just curious because you are William's roommate. I am not offended. Kenneth averted his gaze. It's just that this was the second time that someone took the initiative to shake my hand. My first time was with William. The atmosphere immediately became awkward because S didn't know how to continue the conversation. In the end, he decided to look at the viewing crystal in front of him and see what the red-headed boy was up to. "What is he doing?" Ian asked as he tilted his head in confusion. "Why is he sitting on a log and whistling using a leaf instead of collecting points? Doesn't he know that you need to collect points in order to become the head prefect? Perhaps he is waiting until the last day before he makes his move?" Isaac proposed. "A day inside the enchanted forest is equivalent to 8 hours out here in the real world. The competition has just begun, so there is plenty of time for William to make a comeback. Even so, why is he looking so carefree?" Ian frowned. "It makes me want to punch his face." "Est? Kenneth? Isaac?" "Me." Ella lowered her head and pointed her horns in Ian's direction. It was just a joke. I was just joking, Ella." Ian immediately pacified William's second mother. He had forgotten how overprotective Ella could be when it came to the annoying red-headed boy. "Mia." "Okay. I won't mention it again." "Me." Ella raised her head and returned her attention to her baby. Ian patted his chest in relief because he knew how deadly Ella's horns could be in a real battle. The Angorian goat had spent a lot of time with William and knew what he was thinking. Although the 4 children around her didn't know what his plans were, Ella realized it the moment William sat on the log and started to use the leaf to whistle. 10 minutes later, the 4 boys noticed a single deer move towards William's location. It sniffed the air as if trying to smell if there was any danger that lurked around it. After confirming that there wasn't anything that could threaten it around, it walked unhurriedly towards the boy that was sitting on the log. This deer was one of the white-tailed deer that inhabited the enchanted forest. When it was only 4 meters away from William, it started to make mewing sounds as if talking to him in their language. To the children's surprise, William made the same mewing sounds as the deer. They watched in amazement as the two conversed with each other. William conversed with the deer for 2 minutes before he stood from the log he was sitting on. The white-tailed deer then started to walk towards the eastern side of the enchanted forest and William followed behind it. After half an hour of walking, William arrived in a clearing surrounded by lush grasses beside a river. There were hundreds of white-tailed deer grazing upon the grass and all of them raised their heads when they sensed the new arrival. William's eyes fell upon the giant white deer at the center of the herd, who was looking back at him with a calm countenance. The giant deer was over 4 meters tall, and its majestic antlers shone like a sharpened blade as the light of the sun fell upon its regal splendor. The red-headed boy then used his appraisal skill to understand more about this proud creature, who was an apex beast within the enchanted forest. Spire. Noble creature. Bruiser of ancient power. Threat level. C. High. Can be added to the herd. Success rate, 20%. The noble protector of the white-tailed deer. This creature is gentle by nature. However, when someone or something threatens the safety of its herd, it will charge head-on with the intention to kill. It has the ability to make its antlers as sharp as blades to cut through any foes who stand in its way. The spire has the ability called Eternal Guardian, which has allowed it to double its size and increase its power 3-fold for a short period of time. The spire also has the ability called Call to Arms, which increases the strength of its herd by 50%. This creature has no known weakness. As expected, it is strong, William thought as he read the description of the spire. The sea of white-tailed deer parted as the spire walked towards William. The alphas of the herd walked alongside it. Although these alpha deer's threat levels were only at the D grade, William didn't dare underestimate them because they had the advantage of numbers. Even so, William wasn't afraid. He didn't come here for a confrontation. He came to ask a favor. Speak. What is your reason for coming, shepherd? The spire said in a commanding tone. It was talking to William using telepathy, and this act caught the red-headed boy by surprise. You can talk? You also know that I'm a shepherd? William asked. How? I don't always try to talk with humankind. However, I made an exception just for you. As for your other question, do you really not know? Or are you just pretending that you don't know? The spire asked back. Its tone was laced with disbelief. You, who have been touched by the eternal guardian god of the herds, should know why we are having this conversation. If not for this, I would have already killed you. The spire added in a firm manner. William scratched his head. He was unaware that his shepherd job class wasn't as simple as he thought it was. He already had his suspicions when he saw that certain creatures that belonged to the herd category could be added to his own. After he heard the spire's comments, he now believed that his hunch was spot on. I will ask you again, shepherd. The spire lowered its head and stared William straight in the eyes. What is your purpose for coming here? William decided to come clean and state his purpose for coming. I came to ask for a favor. A favor? Yes, there is something that I need to ask from you, mighty guardian. The spire eyed William before reluctantly nodding its head. Speak. I want to know what kind of favor you would ask of me, shepherd. William took a deep breath before saying what was on his mind. I humbly ask that you allow me to. Sorry, but your request is impossible to grant, the spire said after it heard what William had to say. Even if I agreed, we will gain nothing from it aside from the hostility of the other creatures in the enchanted forest. How about I add this to the equation? William showed something to the spire that made its eyes widen. Well, with that then your request doesn't sound too bad, the spire admitted. However, it is still not enough. Although it will give me some advantages, my herd will still have to risk their lives, no? This is something I cannot accept. True. William crossed his arms over his chest. He understood that the overprotective guardian really cared about its herd. This was something that William admired, and he didn't want to make things difficult for it. Then how about we change the conditions a bit? William proposed. What do you have in mind, shepherd? The spire inquired. How about we do this instead? Contrary to what the instructors had expected, the majority of the candidates didn't choose to wait for the last day of the competition. Some of them formed parties and hunted down those who had less numbers than them. Even Drake and Spencer had a hard time fighting them off. Although they were stronger than the candidates, fighting against 6 of them at the same time still posed problems for them. Since there was no hope of victory, they chose to decisively retreat. Ironically, these 2 boys met when the sun was about to set. Both of them vowed to fight against each other the moment their paths intersected. But right now, they were not in the mood for a battle. Both of them had suffered some injuries due to the united front of some of the students that formed teams. There were even teams that formed alliances with each other, which made the slaughter of their rivals one-sided. In the end, the 2 decided to form a non-aggression pact with each other due to their current circumstances. I didn't think I'd see the day when the 2 of us needed to fight side by side. Spencer spat on the ground in annoyance. Do you think I want to either? Drake snorted. The weaklings really know how to band together. It's so annoying to deal with them. Then what should we do? The way things are going, we won't stand a chance even if the 2 of us team up together. I'll think of something. For now, let's just rest. I am tired from all that running. Spencer nodded his head. They were not in the condition to fight with anyone at the moment. After drinking some healing potions, the injuries in his body were healed, but his exhaustion still remained. Somewhere in the forest, a beautiful girl with long black hair leaned against the tree branch as she surveyed her surroundings. The bow and arrow in her hands rested over her lap. As soon as she felt that something was amiss, she would immediately take her battle stance and notch her arrow on her bow. Her name was Priscilla. She was the archer who attempted to kill William when the competition had just started. On the back of her hand, red numbers appeared forming the number 30. Yes, she had killed 30 candidates all by herself. Although she was still far from her goal of 100, she was not in a hurry to hunt for more. Right now, she was resting and conserving her strength. Night had just fallen, and it would be too dangerous to move around in the darkness. It was then when she felt the forest start to vibrate. She immediately stood up on top of the branch as she extended her senses to investigate what was happening around her. The ground, the trees, and even the wind seemed to tremble. Priscilla knew that this was not a good sign, so she climbed to the top of the tree she was resting in and erased her presence. She had a feeling that this was going to be a long and dangerous night. Conrad, with this you are only a step away from becoming the head prefect. A boy wearing glasses flattered the boy who sat on a log in front of the campfire. It's still too early to say that we've already won the battle, Conrad replied. We should only let our guard down once the announcement has been made. The boy named Conrad had very sharp features. His eyes were like those of a hawk, but that didn't affect his good looks. His reddish-brown hair and hazel eyes made him a very attractive boy. Born in a family of marquises, Conrad had known at an early age that he must grasp every opportunity that would enable him to become stronger and increase his rank. His first step was to become the head prefect and use his position to form connections with profitable partners that would help him rise up in the ranks of nobility. He was not satisfied with being the third son of his family. He wanted his own lands, authority, and power. Because of this, he had polished his social skills and managed to convince these people to work under him. On the back of Conrad's right hand was the number 20. His subordinates had helped him deal the last blow to the candidates so that their points would belong to him. The number of people in his party was 10. Right now, they were the biggest faction within the Enchanted Forest, and a favorite of some of the instructors in the martial division. As he was talking, one of his subordinates stood up and scanned the surroundings. Did you hear that? A chubby boy with dark brown hair asked as he continued to remain vigilant. I didn't hear anything, the boy wearing glasses replied. Why? Is there something wrong? I heard distant rumblings coming from the center of the forest. The chubby boy replied absent-mindedly. If my hunch is right, something is happening and it is definitely something big. Everyone in Conrad's group stared at the chubby boy with serious expressions. They didn't doubt his warning because the chubby boy was an excellent scout. He was always the first person in the group to detect the position of the students that they had hunted down earlier in the day. Do you think it poses a threat to our group? Conrad asked. His hazel eyes looked at the chubby boy and waited for his answer. My hunch tells me that it is so, the chubby boy replied. I'm afraid that we need to increase the number of the night watch just to be on the safe side. Very well, Conrad agreed. We will follow your advice. Conrad was about to say more when he heard a scream in the distance. The sound of beast roars and howls followed suit as the scream died down like a fleeting dream. The entire group immediately stood up and readied their weapons. Dave, take us immediately to a place that you deem is safe, Conrad ordered. I'm afraid that it's already too late. The chubby boy licked his lips as he scanned his surroundings. There is no more safe place inside the enchanted forest. Another loud scream pierced the night and all the remaining candidates felt the hairs on the back of their necks stand on end. The number of screams were becoming more frequent and each scream was laced with fear and desperation. Drake and Spencer were running in the opposite direction of where the screams were coming from. They knew by instinct that those poor souls had encountered a tragedy and it was not caused by human hands. I've heard in the past that the beasts inside the enchanted forest would occasionally attack the students that appeared inside it, Spencer said as he continued to run. However, this is something unheard of. Drake gritted his teeth as he forced his legs to keep pace with Spencer. He was more of a fighter type and specialized in strong attacks instead of mobility, so he was having trouble with being forced to run for long periods of time. This is no longer a raid that we can handle on our own, Drake replied with a grim expression. This can already be compared to a beast tide. As Drake finished his sentence, the loud howls, roars, and shrieks of the creatures in the enchanted forest reached their ears. Another scream resounded in the forest, but it was soon snuffed out like a dying flame. This night is no ordinary night, for this was a night where everything was going to come to an end. Don't panic, they're just greedy beasts. Hold your ground. A boy wielding two short swords ordered as he fought against an alpha forest wolf. His group had hurriedly retreated the moment they heard the first dying scream. However, they were forced to engage the beasts that had lunged at them from the shadows. It was then when they realized that they had already been surrounded. More than 20 alpha wolves leapt out from the trees and engaged them in battle. The skirmish was fierce as the students and beasts collided in a deadly battle to the death. What the students didn't know was that all the beasts within the enchanted forest were well versed in fighting with humans. This was, after all, one of the training grounds where the first, second, third, and fourth-year students came to train their martial skills. Naturally, their opponents were these same beasts in the forest. As time went on, the beasts had learned how to fight against humans and had become more proficient over the passing of time. Even if the alpha wolves were only grade D beasts, they were more than enough to deal with first-year students who were still wet behind the ears. The most powerful student in the group unleashed a flurry of strikes towards one of the alpha wolves which almost ended its life. When the death blow was about to connect, a wolf paw appeared out of nowhere and struck the boy in his chest. The students tried to regroup, but the wolves blocked their path. It was at that moment when a large wolf eyed them, as if they were the most delicious delicacies in the world. The 3-meter-tall wolf with a silver horn on the middle of its forehead howled. It was the one who attacked the strongest student in the party and protected its subordinate. "Long-horned timber wolf!" The boy wielding 2 short swords cried out in alarm. "That's a Class C beast. Everyone, run!" The long-horned timber wolf bared its fangs and bit down on the injured boy that it had just attacked. The boy was too injured to fight back and immediately turned into particles of light, which brought despair to the rest of his group. They were still able to defend each other due to their group's strongest warrior, but now that he was gone, their formation easily crumbled into pieces. More screams resounded in the night, followed by a powerful wolf howl. The other creatures in the forest who heard the timber wolf's declaration roared in reply. What the timber wolf had said caused a frenzy among the other creatures who were busy hunting down the students in the forest. They would not allow the timber wolf to get ahead of them and gain the rewards that were promised by the red-headed boy. "Excluding you, there are only 15 more humans remaining in the forest," the spire stated as it raised its head to look at the moon. "I've been in this forest for a very long time, and this is the first time I've seen such an event. I guess this is to be expected of the one chosen by our eternal guardian." "Spire, don't be too overconfident," William reprimanded the beast. "Never underestimate humans. They are the most cunning and vicious species on the planet. Although we might be winning now, it is too early to tell who is going to have the last laugh." "True," the spire admitted. "Even so, this is already a good result, no?" "Indeed," William nodded his head. "To be honest, this is already better than I expected." The spire turned its head to look at the boy riding on its back. "Anyone would be moved by the rewards that you have offered. Only fools will reject this kind of opportunity to become stronger." "So you say, but didn't you reject the offer I gave you earlier?" William teased. "If you agreed, wouldn't you have become the dominant beast in this enchanted forest? How come you didn't grab hold of that opportunity?" "You don't understand, William." The spire shook his head. "We are creatures of the herd, and the deer of the forest are pacifists. We don't like to fight, but prefer to spend our lives living in peace. Even if I become stronger than the others, then what of it? It will just disrupt the balance that has been maintained for more than a century." William didn't try to persuade the spire because he knew that it was a noble and proud beast. He just told it to come and find him if it ever changed its mind in the future. The red-headed boy and the guardian of the herd had created an equal pact with each other. Spire became a member of William's herd, but he couldn't summon it to fight with him in a casual manner. The spire told him that it would remain inside the enchanted forest and protect its herd like it had done over the years. However, if William were to truly need its strength, it would answer to his call, but he could only ask for its help thrice. After that, Spire would leave William's herd, as agreed upon in their contract. "Only 12 remain," the spire said in a soft voice. "Also, we have found the target you asked us to find. Shall we go?" William summoned his bow and quiver filled with arrows before nodding his head. "It's payback time." Drake and Spencer were fighting back-to-back against the titanic blaze bear and the tattooed killer serpent. The threat level of both of these creatures were in the upper ranks of grade C. The two geniuses were having a hard time dealing with their powerful attacks because the two beasts were very sly. They had already unleashed their trump cards in order to prevent themselves from dying, but they still had underestimated how cunning their opponents were. Using the powerful body of the titanic blaze bear as a shield, the tattooed killer serpent would spray its acid venom at their blind spots. Although they were able to react in time, they were still unable to prevent themselves from receiving the titanic blaze bear's powerful attacks, which hit as hard as a charging bull. If not for the high-grade armor that they wore, both of them would have already died during the encounter. As the two beasts performed a series of attacks, the two boys began to lose ground and focused all of their attention on defending. Because of this, they didn't hear the whistling sound of the wind until it was too late. Two arrows struck their backs and pierced their armor, which caused both of them to curse internally. The bear and the snake didn't miss this opportunity and finished both of them off. Drake and Spencer both had unresigned faces before their bodies turned into particles of light. Never in their wildest dreams did they think that they would be eliminated from the competition in this manner. When their bodies disappeared, two red orbs shot towards Priscilla, who was busy making her escape. After killing Drake and Spencer, she was no longer in the mood to hunt for other students. She had already decided to hide until the competition ended. Priscilla jumped from branch to branch with expert movements as if she was used to moving in this manner. Suddenly, while she was still in mid-air, she heard a subtle buzz from behind her. The girl immediately summoned a round silver shield from her storage ring and curled her body up behind it. A loud clanging resounded in the night as the steel arrow collided with the silver shield. Priscilla immediately used the whip hanging at her waist and lashed out at a tree branch. The whip coiled around the branch, preventing her from falling directly on the ground. Another whistling sound pierced the air, and the whip she was hanging by was split in two. Priscilla gritted her teeth and spread her arms wide. Her clothes were specially made with a built-in gliding feature that allowed her to glide for short distances. Two wing-like devices extended from under her arms up to the clothes on her waist. As the black-haired girl landed safely on the ground, her clothes returned to their normal state. She then raised her head and stared into the distance that was covered by darkness. "I should have focused on eliminating you earlier," Priscilla sighed. "Now it's too late for that." A giant white deer appeared out of the darkness and stared at the girl with a calm expression. William, who was seated on its back, had already notched an arrow on his bow. "Are you feeling unresigned?" William asked. "Right now, only you are the last remaining candidate in this enchanted forest. Everyone else has been dealt with." The black-haired beauty held the bow in her hand firmly and gazed back at William with an unwavering expression. "I, Priscilla Norell Grandfall, challenge William von Ainsworth to a duel," Priscilla stated with a serious expression. "Do you dare to accept?" The girl's brown eyes turned golden as she waited for William's answer. She knew that the red-headed boy had no reason to accept her challenge because the creature he was riding on was more than enough to end her life. Even so, her pride as an archer, and a member of the Order of Grey Wind, wouldn't allow her to simply surrender. William gazed at the beautiful girl in front of him. The color of her hair reminded William of his own hair color when he was still alive on Earth. To be honest, he never expected to see a girl with the same features of those who had lived in his own world. "Very well, but on one condition," William replied with a smile. "If I win, you will become my vice prefect." "And, if I win?" Priscilla asked back. "If you win, then you will allow my Mama Ella to live in my dormitory room," William answered. "Also, you are not allowed to order me around. This is something that you have to agree to, or I won't consent to this duel between the two of us." Priscilla frowned. She didn't know who this Mama Ella was, and William's offer didn't give her any advantages, aside from becoming the head prefect. Even so, this was an offer she couldn't refuse. Either accept or die. That was William's hidden ultimatum, and she would be stupid to reject the olive branch that he had extended. "Fine. I accept your conditions," Priscilla agreed. "Swear upon the God of Oaths that you will honor your promise," William ordered. "Although you may not believe it, the God of Oaths and I are pretty close. If you break your word, prepare yourself for eternal suffering. Somewhere in the temple of the 10,000 gods." The God of Oaths sneezed. He then rubbed his nose and looked into the distance. "A pretty girl must be thinking of me right now," the god said with a confident smile. "Why was I born handsome?" "Have you no shame, you old fart?" Lily asked. Stop saying nonsense and pay up. 3 dozen lollipops and 3 boxes of chocolate eclairs. That will be 100,000 God points. Lily, we are good friends. The God of Oaths said with a smile. How about you give me a little discount? HMP fine. Lily snorted. 95,000 God points. Deal. The God of Oaths hurriedly paid the lowly goddess. He then walked away while whistling a happy tune. The God of Contracts bought these sweets as a gift to his sugar babies. What many didn't know was that the God of Contracts was a simp that cared for the cute young ladies who had become his devout followers. Priscilla took a deep breath and swore upon the God of Oaths. This was the first time she'd heard of this kind of God, and she thought that William was only joking with her. Even so, since this was her last chance, she could at least pretend to follow the procedure for a chance of survival. Good. Now I'm giving you exactly 2 minutes to run away. William gazed at her with a calm expression. After 2 minutes, our one-on-one battle will begin. Don't worry. The beasts will not hinder or attack you during this time. This will be a one-on-one battle, just like you wanted. Priscilla nodded her head and ran in the direction opposite of where William sat. She needed to distance herself from William so that she could fight to the fullest using her bow and arrows. For the first time since she entered the Royal Academy, the black-haired girl felt her blood boiling due to anticipation. She had fought with many archers in the Kingdom of Frisia, but this was the first time she would be fighting against someone in the Helon Kingdom. The Kingdom of Frisia specialized in archery skills. It was the kingdom where the best archers and arcane archers were born. Deep inside, she was thankful that William agreed to her unreasonable challenge. Even though she still didn't understand why the red-headed boy agreed to her request, she didn't think much about it. What was going on inside her head was the opportunity to see just how powerful the archers of the Helon Kingdom were. What she didn't know was that the bow arts that William used didn't belong to the Helon Kingdom. It belonged to the system. The system had chosen the most suitable bow art it could so that it would be compatible with William's current constitution. It was not only Priscilla's blood that was boiling. William could also feel his competitive spirit rising as he gripped the bow in his hand. Back in Lant, John and Trent had taught him how to wield the bow. Trent was a sentinel, a bona fide dragon slayer, and the knowledge and techniques he had shared with William were priceless. John, on the other hand, specialized in mounted archery. Riding his partner, Blitz, he was a force to be reckoned with in aerial combat. These two masters didn't skimp on imparting their knowledge to William, which made him improve by leaps and bounds. Although the system had given him the cheat to learn archery in a heartbeat, the proficiency that he gained during those countless days of training was not a joke either. William practiced shooting his bow almost every day. It had become a habit for him, just like how he went into withdrawal when he didn't drink his mama's milk. The reason he accepted Priscilla's challenge was because this was the first time he would be battling against another archer. He deemed that it was necessary to gain experience in a real duel because it might be helpful for him in the future. Deep inside, he also wanted to prove to his two teachers that their days of teaching him were not in vain. The spire looked back at William and sighed. Couldn't understand why the boy decided to do something so foolish. William had no need to accept the challenge because the spire could easily kill Priscilla with a single move. Humans never fail to astound me. The spire sighed as it looked up at the moon. It knew that after this event, the beasts inside the enchanted forest would never be the same again. Good, good, good. Andy clapped his hands in happiness. A one-on-one battle between archers. What a way to end the competition for the head prefect. Grant, who was sitting beside Andy, had a dumbfounded expression on his face as he looked at the red-headed boy in the viewing crystal. An hour ago he was still monitoring Conrad, Drake, Spencer, and Priscilla in the viewing crystal. However, the sudden intrusion of the beasts had brought the competition to a hasty end. It was just as Andy said. Only William and Priscilla remained inside the enchanted forest. The winner of their duel would decide on who the next head prefect would be. Since Grant hadn't been paying attention to William earlier, he didn't see how the boy managed to convince the creatures in the forest to fight for his cause. He tried to ask Andy what had happened earlier, but the annoying hunter only gave him a smug smile. Clearly, He had no intention of telling Grant what had happened during the time he was not paying attention to William. The students outside the House of Heroes had the same thoughts as Grant. They didn't know how and why the competition for the martial classes had turned out like this. All they knew was that the handsome red-headed boy and the beautiful black-haired girl had both agreed to a one-on-one duel. As expected, the students from the Magic and Spirit Division classes looked at the last two combatants with interest. The boys were secretly cheering for Priscilla, while the starry-eyed girls were cheering for William. The way the young boy sat on top of the spire was truly a sight to behold. He was like a prince from a fairy tale who had come to rescue the princess. Kenneth, Ian, Isaac, and Ella had watched William from the very start. They still couldn't believe that the boy had succeeded in convincing the apex beasts inside the forest using bribes that they couldn't possibly reject unless there was something wrong in their heads. Young master, should we also use this strategy when the competition for head prefect in our dormitory begins? Ian whispered. It's worth a try, Est replied after pondering for a brief moment. Make sure to call Herman and make the necessary arrangements once William's competition is over. By your will, young master. Ian bowed. Kenneth had a complicated expression as he looked at the handsome boy who was sitting on top of the giant white deer. Just like Est and the others, he didn't expect this kind of outcome. Part of him wanted to praise William for his quick-wittedness, and the other part of him wanted to nag at the boy for being too bold and daring. Even so, deep in his heart, a seed of admiration started to sprout. Although what William did seemed quite easy, not everyone had the ability to do so. Even Kenneth had to admit that he wouldn't be able to do the same even if he was placed in the same situation. This was also why he couldn't keep himself from being impressed by William's actions. 2 minutes passed and the sound of the wind whistling echoed in the forest. William and Priscilla had started their battle, and it was truly a sight to behold. Both combatants were fairly skilled in using the bow that one couldn't tell who was getting the upper hand in their battle. Priscilla notched a green arrow on her bow and took aim. The moment she released the arrow, a gust of wind made her black hair dance wildly behind her back. William immediately rolled on the ground to evade the attack, and the tree he was using as a shield exploded into pieces. Elemental arrow of wind, William muttered. What a scary lady. The red-headed boy propped himself off the ground and charged in Priscilla's direction. When he was only 20 meters away from her, he was forced to jump to the side to evade another elemental arrow that the girl had shot in his direction. Contrary to William's expectations, the arrow exploded in midair and sent out a blinding flash of light which caught William by surprise. His vision was covered in white as he hastily closed his eyes in order to prevent Priscilla from taking advantage of his current situation. The black-haired girl knew that she had succeeded in her blinding attack and immediately went in for the kill. She fired consecutive shots towards William, and the latter dodged them by rolling on the ground until his head bumped into a tree. The students who were watching the battle laughed out loud as William held his head in pain. Even Estate and Ian, who had a serious expression earlier, were all smiles as they saw the arrogant and narcissistic boy suffering from Priscilla's brutal counterattack. Ella simply watched with amusement. She was not worried about William getting blinded or anything. After all, they had suffered worse under Oliver's and Celine's hands during their training. How could she not know that William was only putting on an act in order to lower his opponent's guard? She and her baby would often spend half of the day in eternal darkness and mastered the art of finding their enemy amidst the world that was painted black. Priscilla was getting annoyed because none of her arrows were landing on her target. She was sure that William was suffering from temporary blindness, but it would only last for a few minutes. Out of desperation, she decided to move to close-quarter combat. She was not only proficient in using the bow, she was also trained to fight using short swords and daggers while she was in the Kingdom of Phrygia. To her surprise, William stood up from the ground with his eyes still closed and knocked an arrow on his bow. He then fired a point-blank shot in Priscilla's direction which almost ended the battle. Fortunately, Priscilla's heightened senses allowed her to dodge to the side as she closed the gap between the red-headed boy. Sensing that his attack had missed, William twisted the bow in his hand and it miraculously changed its shape. Instead of a bow, the red-headed boy held two curved scimitars in his left and right hands. He then took a step forward and executed a deadly flurry of blows that almost blew Priscilla off her feet. When William changed the form of his bow, he hurriedly ordered the system to change his job class to fighter. Although he spent only 1.5 months in training this job class with his grandpa, it was more than enough for William to enhance his repertoire in close-quarter armed combat. The red-headed boy's series of attacks was like a deadly sword dance. This slashing maneuver was under the dual-wielding specialties of his executioner war art, basic, from the fighter job class. Priscilla gritted her teeth as she was forced to defend herself from William's overpowering move. With a loud shout, she twisted the short swords in her hand and applied half of her full strength in an effort to disarm the shepherd. Her short swords, along with William's scimitars, flew an arc into the air and dropped on the ground behind them. As a last resort, Priscilla used the disarming skill that she had been taught by her father, that was meant to be used for this exact situation. Using the strength in her legs, she closed the distance and prepared to deliver a straight punch to William's chest in order to turn the tide of battle. It was at this moment that William opened his eyes and smiled. The effect of the flash arrow had ended and he had regained his vision. "Crane wing," William said as he took the crane-style stance and moved his body forward. Due to his movements, he dodged Priscilla's full-powered strike that was meant to end the battle. As the girl's body continued to move forward due to momentum, William used nimble body movements to close the distance. Priscilla hurriedly turned her body around to kick the boy, but was met with an open palm strike that hit her squarely in her stomach area. The blow took Priscilla's breath away as her body bent down through reflex. William then moved behind her back and summoned his bow and adamantium arrow. "Since you like backstabbing people so much, I'll let you feel what it's like to get backstabbed," William said before firing the arrow at point-blank range. The adamantium arrow pierced behind Priscilla's back and made its way to her heart. Priscilla, the beautiful girl with black hair, fell down on the ground and turned into particles of light. "How dreamy!" a girl exclaimed. "Oh, if only he was a prince. I'd definitely marry him." "You don't want him? I'll take him then," her best friend declared from the side. "You can't." "I can." Similar conversations were happening between the girls of the Magic and Spirit class divisions. They were very impressed with William's performance, and all of them were planning to make him their subordinate. Not to mention, William was a half-elf. Although his race wasn't rare, they were blessed with good looks, and the red-headed boy was particularly dashing during the fight against the black-haired archer. Even some of the boys felt like having a subordinate like William would increase their prestige. Some were already thinking of ways on how to bribe William to become part of their entourage. "I do not wish for dominion, but there are things that I must protect no matter what," William said softly. He then looked at the moon in the sky and sighed. Spire walked in front of him and lowered its majestic head. William lightly patted its head before telling it to properly distribute the rewards that he had promised to the beasts of the enchanted forests. The girls who saw this scene were starstruck because Spire was a very noble and beautiful creature. Standing beside the boy made him look like a hero that was just taking a stroll in the wilderness. Some of the girls even thought of asking William to become their lover. With such a handsome and powerful warrior by their side, they would definitely be the envy of the other girls in the academy. The red-headed boy was unaware of what the people outside the domain were thinking. He was just glad that the competition was finally over. He then gave a meaningful glance to the spire, and the latter nodded its head in acknowledgement. "See you later, shepherd. Take care, guardian of the herd." As if waiting for that cue, William's body turned into particles of light and he was ejected from the domain. The battle for the position of the head prefect was over and William had won against all odds. With this, a new era would dawn upon the first years of the martial class division in the Hellon Royal Academy. Whether this change would destroy the balance of the hierarchy that had been established inside the academy would be found out in the not-so-distant future. The entirety of the first-year students lined up inside the hall of the martial class division. Since they were outsiders, the students of the Magic and Spirit division classes stayed outside the premises and watched the viewing crystals in front of them. They were waiting for William's first speech as the head prefect of the Solaris dormitory. Soon, A handsome half-elf with hair as bright as flames walked towards the podium. His light green eyes were clear and bright as he faced the hundreds of students who were looking at him with serious expressions. Good day to all of you. My name is William von Ainsworth. William started his speech. I am a shepherd that hails from the countryside of Lant. The buzzing sound of murmurs spread across the hall when William gave his introductions. Even those who were watching him from outside were surprised when he said that he was a shepherd from the countryside. I came here today to tell all of you why I joined the competition for the position of head prefect. William continued his explanation. He then looked at the entrance of the hall and made a gesture. Mama, please join me. The door of the great hall opened and a white and fluffy goat, that was only a meter tall, walked forward with confident steps. The students watched her go up onto the stage and stand by William's side. William lovingly placed his hand over Ella's back and faced everyone in the room with a smile. Mama, please greet everyone. Me. The students looked at William and the goat with weird expressions, but the red-headed boy paid them no mind. Instead, he raised his chin in an arrogant manner and stated his reason. Yes, the reason why I joined the competition was to ensure that my Mama Ella would be able to stay by my side during my stay here at the Royal Academy, William said firmly. Perhaps some of you think that this is a very absurd reason. Others may think that it was a stupid one. However, I beg to disagree. My Mama Ella is no ordinary goat. She was the one that raised me since I was a baby. William's declaration brought another round of murmurs, and even the instructors glanced at the goat with curious expressions. All of us have important people in our lives. People we care for, people we want to protect, and people we want to love. William was unfazed by the murmurs and continued his speech. They could be our parents, our brothers, sisters, grandparents, neighbors, friends, lovers, and acquaintances. But, let me ask all of you, is your love greater than mine? Is the love you have for your lover greater than my love for my Mama Ella? When William asked this question, many people wanted to answer, but William didn't give them a chance to do that. The answer is simple. Love cannot be measured, William said tenderly. I will not tell you that the love you feel for your loved ones is less than mine, because like I said, love cannot be measured. Yes, the reason why I fought in the competition was for love. I didn't know how strong my opponents were, how cunning they were, and how determined they were to win, because in my eyes these factors were not important. As members of the martial classes, there will come a time when we have to face opponents that are stronger than us, opponents that are way out of our league. When that time comes, our only choice is either to fight or to flee. I chose to fight because my reason for fighting is for the one I love. Regardless of the consequences, no matter the price, I must win. And win I did. The girls who had become William's fans felt their heart flutter. The way he declared that he had fought the competition for love was so suave that they couldn't keep themselves from imagining that the person he fought for was not the goat, but them. Kenneth, who was watching William from below the podium, looked at him with tender eyes. He had already known how much William cared for Ella, but he didn't know the extent of how much the red-headed boy loved his second mother. Even Estate had to admire that William's speech moved him. Ian and Isaac felt the same. They too had people they cared for and wanted to protect. William was right. Love was something that could not be measured. The great hall descended into silence, as the students unconsciously clenched their hands. They could feel that their blood was boiling because of William's reason for fighting. They had imagined themselves fighting against a foe that they couldn't defeat. The majority of them thought of only one thing, and that was to run and escape with their lives. Somehow, they felt ashamed and inferior to William. They could feel his strong determination to win. Even those who initially held grudges towards him found themselves unable to hate him. Those of the martial classes respect the strong. Even if they couldn't accept the outcome of the competition, they had to admit that they couldn't achieve what William had done inside the enchanted forest. Of course, I know that some of you are dissatisfied with me. William smiled and casually flipped his hair. But what of it? I admit that some of you may be stronger than me, but physical strength alone doesn't win battles. The fact that the one standing here is me and not you means that my determination to win is stronger than yours. If you feel that I'm not worthy of my position, then feel free to challenge me, William declared. But only after you have defeated all of the candidates that participated in the competition. This is only right and proper, no. Excuse me? Do you think you can challenge the final boss without fighting the underlings first? Sorry, not happening. Est. Ian and Isaac smirked when they heard William's shameless words. He allowed the students to challenge him, but they had to fight everyone before they earned the right to challenge William. William was not a fool. If they wanted to fight him, then he would definitely make them suffer first. However, to ensure that they wouldn't do the shameful act of not fighting against the challengers, the red-headed boy decided to throw in some insurance. We are martial students. If we don't even dare to accept challenges, then we should just pack up and leave the academy, William said in a righteous manner. As the head prefect of the Solaris dormitory, I will expel any student who doesn't fight in a serious manner. Now, who wants to challenge me? Raise your hands. Drake and Spencer resolutely raised their hands. They were still unresigned by what had happened in the competition. Both of them knew that none of the first years were their match, so they were not afraid of one-on-one battles. William sneered internally as he gave the two boys a refreshing smile. Since the two of you are bold enough to challenge me, then I will grant you a battle you will never forget. I, William von Ainsworth, hereby order that all the members of the Solaris dormitory will fight these two brave souls at the same time. Yes, it will be the Solaris team versus Drake and Spencer. Anyone who performs exceptionally will be given the position of vice prefect. All the students gasped in surprise. Vice prefect? Isn't that almost the same as becoming the head prefect? Under one person but above hundreds of students, this was a position that could be considered as the next best thing. Priscilla had agreed to become William's vice prefect in the Enchanted Forest, but she felt that she was undeserving of the role. This was also the reason why she talked to William to have their contract revoked. The red-headed boy admired the black-haired beauty's resolution, so he agreed to her request. William felt that if he forced Priscilla to become his vice prefect using the contract, it would just make things awkward for the both of them. Since that was the case, he planned to award the position of vice prefect as a prize to the person who would perform exceptionally in this scheme that he had concocted. All the first years stared at Drake and Spencer as if they were the most delicious food that they had seen in their lives. Some of them were already itching to start the battle and become the vice prefect of the Solaris dormitory. Shameless! Ian almost spat on the ground. This fool really knows how to take advantage of his position. All the admiration he had for the boy earlier had evaporated into thin air. William was praising himself for thinking of such an amazing strategy in order to deal with the bastards who dared to challenge his authority. HMP. Since you dare to fight, then you should be prepared for the consequences. William laughed inside his heart as he watched Drake's and Spencer's faces turn red from anger. Honored instructors, I know that this might be sudden, but can you allow this fight to happen? William asked. I need to fill up the other positions so that the management of the first years will go smoothly. I will allow it, Grant said with amusement. Let's go to the Colosseum. Since it is another battle royale, it will be the best place to hold the competition. Drake and Spencer were cursing William internally. If not for the presence of the instructors, they might have already given him the middle finger. They were already regretting the fact that they had dared to challenge such a shameless person. Even so, since they had already made a declaration, they had to go along with it even though they were bound to lose. This William is very sly, Andy muttered. With this, no one will dare to challenge his authority in the future. The instructors, who heard him, nodded their heads in agreement. This was the first time they had seen such a character appear in the martial classes, and it gave them a very refreshing feeling. The students of the magic and spirit divisions noted this strategy in their hearts. If they were to become the head prefects of their own dormitories, then imitating William's approach would ensure that their position would remain safe and secure. William has grown a lot since the last time we saw him, a beautiful young lady with midnight blue hair said as he held her lover's hand. My cousin usually likes to act in a low-key manner, but since he was forced to be in the spotlight, he is milking it to the fullest. The handsome young man with short red hair nodded his head in agreement. I never thought that he'd become the head prefect as soon as he entered the Royal Academy. I'm very impressed. So you say, but were you not also the head prefect during your first year? Ah, it's because there weren't any strong individuals back then. It's not because there was a lack of strong individuals, the beautiful lady said as she leaned her head on his chest. You're just too strong. Perhaps. The handsome redhead replied as he kissed his lover's forehead. We will visit him after the selection for the head prefect of our year is over. Make sure not to tease him too much when we meet up with him. Okay? I understand. Don't worry. I will support you this year as well. Thank you. Inside the Colosseum, Drake and Spencer stood with their heads held high. The other students, on the other hand, were gripping their weapons in anticipation. If they could kill even one of these boys, then the chance to become the vice prefect is assured. The Colosseum had an enchantment placed on it, similar to the enchanted forest. Anyone who died would automatically be ejected off of the battleground and taken to a safe location. Let the battle begin. William raised his fist and announced the start of the competition. The students roared as they rushed toward the two boys with bloodshot eyes. Drake and Spencer held their ground and unleashed their full power. Since they were about to die anyway, why not take as many of these bastards as they could with them? The battle didn't become as one-sided as William initially guessed. Sure, Drake and Spencer were disadvantaged, but they were two of the strongest students among the first years in the Martial Division. Both of them went all out and wore their enchanted armors, accessories, and weapons. It made them more formidable and more deadly. Spencer danced across the battlefield using his superior mobility in order to dodge and attack his pursuers. Every time he thrust his spear, a pain-filled scream would follow. Drake, on the other hand, was like an immovable mountain. The pressure he gave off was not something that a regular student could hope to attain. Even so, he received several injuries from the united attacks that were coming his way. Not bad, William muttered as he observed the battle. The two of them are quite capable. Don't you think so, too, Mama? Me. Ella nodded in agreement. Although the two boys were weaker than her in her war ibex form, she had to agree that they were very competent fighters. For a moment, those who were spectating thought that a miracle would happen. However, all of these expectations disappeared when a soft buzz reached Drake's ears. Shit! Drake cursed when he realized that the one who had killed him inside the enchanted forest had struck during a critical time. He was currently fending off for attackers, and the archer chose to attack just as he unleashed his attack. It was impossible to dodge, so all he could do was endure. He hoped that his armor would be strong enough to block the arrow from the hateful black-haired girl who had backstabbed him for the second time. The arrow hit its target, and Drake's body stiffened before turning into particles of light. Adamantium arrow? William raised an eyebrow. This girl really is scary. She still has trump cards up her sleeve. After killing Drake, Priscilla raised her head to look at William for a brief moment before aiming at Spencer in the distance. She fired 4 arrows consecutively, forming beautiful arcs in the air. When the arrows neared Spencer, they all detonated and gave a blinding flash of light. All the students, including Spencer, were momentarily blinded by the attack. Priscilla knocked another adamantium arrow on her bow and took aim. The moment she released the arrow, a gust of wind followed suit. Her black hair danced as she narrowed her eyes to look at her target. Spencer's head was blown apart like a watermelon before turning into particles of light. So decisive, William commented. Not bad. Andy rubbed his chin with a smile as he looked at Priscilla. He had already intended to make her and William his apprentices during their stay at the Royal Academy. He was very satisfied with their performance, and he hoped that they would continue to grow to become experts in the field of archery. The students this year are quite competent. One of the martial instructors commented with a grin. Looks like, this year, we will have a chance to teach those arrogant magicians a thing or two. The other instructors nodded their heads in agreement. They had long accepted that they would remain in the lowest ranked position again this year. But the appearance of William, Priscilla, Drake and Spencer brought them hope. Priscilla tucked her hair behind her ear as she gazed at the boy that had beaten her during the competition. Unlike Drake and Spencer, she experienced firsthand how strong William was. She would definitely not underestimate him ever again. Seeing the beautiful girl's passionate gaze, William casually flipped his hair and nodded his head in acknowledgement. From this moment onwards, I declare Priscilla Norell Grandfall the new vice prefect of the Solaris dormitory, William announced. Also, I will be selecting a few more students to become the officers under my management. Even though the position of the vice prefect is already taken, there are still other slots to fill, so everyone do your best. Those who perform well after a month's time will become the next batch of officers for the first years. The students cheered in unison. They were quite happy that they would be given a fair chance to show off their abilities and win an official position instead of having to use bribes, or lower themselves to become William's lackeys in order to raise their ranks in the Solaris dormitory. The excitement in the first-year martial class division died down after a few days. William's stellar performance had taken a back seat because the competition for the head prefect of the martial, spirit, and magic division classes in different year levels had started. Understand that being the commander over an entire division was a position that no one would allow to slip past their fingers. It was the easiest way to get noticed by the king of the Hellon Kingdom and receive his good graces. William, Ella, and Kenneth wanted to see how Est would do in his competition, but they were barred from entering the magic division. When William asked the guards why, they only told him that the martial classes didn't have the qualifications to enter the grounds of the spirit and magic division classes. The red-headed boy was dumbfounded by this kind of treatment, but he didn't pursue the matter. William had a meeting with Grant after the battle in the Colosseum, and the latter had told him about the unfair treatment that the martial division classes were receiving from the two other divisions. Grant added that if William were to experience these things, he shouldn't get angry on the spot and just let it be for the time being. This was the sad truth in the southern continent. Only those with spiritual and magic powers were treated as if they were special from the rest. As for those who didn't have magic, they would be treated just like everyone else inside the Royal Academy, even if they were a noble. To think that there is such discrimination here in the Royal Academy. Kenneth wrinkled his nose in annoyance. It's fine, William said as the three of them went back to the Solaris dormitory. Since they don't allow the martial classes to enter their divisions, then I will also not allow them to enter ours. Kenneth gave him the "you can do that" look, and William only chuckled at his roommate's dumbfounded expression. Of course I can do that, William replied. Just watch me. William approached the guards that were guarding the gates of the first-year martial division. He then showed them his prefect badge and gave out his order. Although the two guards looked at him in a weird manner, they promised that they would enforce the rules that he had given them. Kenneth looked at how William used his authority in a very casual manner. You are a very petty person, you know that, right? I'm one that likes to hold grudges. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Kenneth shook his head helplessly as he followed his roommate back to their dormitory room. William was feeling very smug about his blatant use of his authority, that he had completely forgotten that the few friends that had a relationship with belonged to the other divisions. This order of his would make Ian ridicule him in the not-so-distant future. Sir, the hot water you wanted is here, the pretty girl who was working inside the inn said as she knocked on the door of a room. A handsome man wearing elegant clothes opened the door and made a gesture for her to come in. When the pretty girl was safely inside his room, he locked the door and faced her with a grin. The pretty girl stood still in the center of the room in a daze. The handsome man walked towards the bed and motioned for her to come to him. Come, the man ordered. Yes, the girl replied as she walked towards him. She stopped half a meter from the man and waited patiently for his next orders. The man lifted the girl's chin as he looked at her clouded eyes. He had placed a powerful suggestion spell on her earlier to come to his room in the middle of the night when everyone inside the inn was sleeping. It was very easy for him to empower the suggestion spell because the pretty girl took a liking to him when she guided him to his room. The major factor that empowered the spell was because the girl was only a commoner and had no resistance to magic. He only needed to wait until the effect of the spell matured in order to have his victim willingly enter his arms. Time to have a taste. The handsome man lowered his lips and kissed the pretty girl. The girl's body stiffened for a brief moment before it became lax. The handsome man held her waist firmly to prevent her from collapsing on the floor. A minute later, their lips parted as the man licked his lips in satisfaction. Such a sweet and innocent life force. The handsome man sighed in appreciation. Now, the question remains, should I pluck your cherry or not? The girl offered no reply. She leaned weakly on the man's chest as if all of her strength had been sucked out from her lips. If the man really decided to have his way with her, the girl would definitely not be able to form any sort of resistance. The handsome man expertly removed her upper clothes so her beautiful breasts appeared before his eyes. He then lowered his lips to kiss the pink tips that were fanning the flames of his lust, before placing them inside his mouth to lick and suck on them. He was very satisfied with the softness and volume of her breast, causing him to enjoy them to the fullest. The handsome man spent a few minutes fondling, kissing, licking, and sucking the girl's proud peaks, while soft moans escaped the girl's lips. He only stopped when he had enough, and prepared to go to the next phase of his night of pleasure. As his hand was slowly making its way towards the pretty girl's lower body, he heard the voice of the owner of the inn calling out her daughter's name from the first floor. "Ava?" The voice called. "Where are you, girl?" The handsome man clicked his tongue because the opportunity had been lost. He knew that he couldn't jeopardize his mission just for the sake of sating his carnal desires on a mere commoner, no matter how pretty she was. The handsome man whispered in the girl's ears as he strengthened the suggestion spell that had already taken hold of her mind and body. "You will forget everything that has happened. You will not remember my face, my name, or anything that is related to me. Do you understand?" "Yes," the pretty girl replied weakly. The handsome man watched as the pretty girl tottered towards the door. Even in her weakened state, the pretty girl didn't forget to bow and lock the door behind her. "This is only a small mishap," the handsome man muttered as he looked outside the window of his room. "Once I enter the Royal Academy, I will follow my lord's order and indulge myself on the beautiful bodies of the most talented ladies in the kingdom while I suck the life force from their luscious lips. I can't wait to have a taste." The man grinned as he held back the laughter inside his chest. Glory to the demon race. 2 days passed and the head prefects of the different divisions had emerged victorious from their competitions. William was pleasantly surprised when he received the list of the new head prefects. Est had successfully become the head prefect for the magic division of the first-year students. However, William's surprise didn't end there. The name that appeared for the 4th year of the magic division was a name that he knew too well. Matthew von Ainsworth, head prefect of the magic class division, 4th year. "It seems that Big Brother Matthew is not being low profile here in the academy," William muttered as he sat down on the bed. Matthew was aware of William's current condition because Leah's and his parents' letters had arrived at the Hellon Royal Academy. His parents, Mordred and Anna, asked Matthew to look after his cousin and make sure to keep his secret safe while he explored the world outside of Lant. William and Matthew had a very good relationship, and both of them treated each other as a real brother instead of a cousin. With that said, William was very happy that he could hug his big brother's thighs if push came to shove. In regards to the way the martial classes were being treated by the other divisions, William couldn't think of a good plan to reverse the current situation. All he could do was to ensure that the people under his wing would perform well and put the arrogant spirit and magic divisions back in their rightful place. At the end of the day, it all comes down to strength. William sighed as he closed the document in his hand. Master was right. Those who have the bigger fist dictate the rules. The weak can only nod their heads in submission or perish in the aftermath. The survival of the fittest, or the law of the jungle, was the most basic law that those who could wield power followed. William understood this concept, but he didn't like it. Even though it wasn't perfect, the laws back on Earth could force the authorities to take the necessary actions once a citizen used the power of the masses. This power was so great that even those people in high-ranking positions had no choice but to compromise once this move was used. Unfortunately, there is no social media in this world, William mused. Just one post and it would definitely go viral. Ella rested her head on William's lap, and the boy unconsciously patted her head. This was the scene that Kenneth saw when he entered the room after checking out the latest news of the other divisions. Kenneth grinned as he approached William and tapped his shoulder. There are people looking for you outside the gates. They can't come in because a certain someone prevented them from doing so. People looking for me? William frowned. Do you know them? I only know 3 of them, Kenneth replied. Est, Ian, and Isaac. Also, there are 2 more people. One of them had the same hair color as you, while the other was a beautiful lady with midnight blue hair. Ella lifted her head from William's lap because she recognized the 2 people that Kenneth had described. Me. Yes, Mama. It's definitely Big Brother and Big Sister. Mia. Okay. Let's meet them. William nodded his head, then thanked Kenneth for passing on their message. Kenneth decided to follow behind William. He was very curious about the people that had a relationship with him. William didn't mind bringing Kenneth along with him. In fact, he wanted to introduce him to his big brother and big sister as the first friend he made inside the academy. Also, since Kenneth was his roommate, it would be a great idea if they get to know each other, so that they could look after this delicate silver-gray-haired boy when William was not around. Big brother, big sister, Est, and Isaac, thank you for visiting me. William greeted them with a smile as he met them at the gates. He then looked at the guards who had carried out his orders with a smile. These 2 people are the head prefects of the Magic Division classes. In the future, please, allow them to enter the premises if they are looking for me. William then raised his chin and pointed it at Ian. As for this snot-nosed pansy, feel free to keep him out of the premises. He's just a side character. He is not important. Why you? Ian gnashed his teeth in anger. He had come here with Est to thank William because the strategy he used helped them to win the competition for the head prefect in the Magic Division. To think that not only did William ban them from entering, the red-headed boy even explicitly told the guards to not let him pass because he was a side character and not important. Ian was so close to lunging at William and beating him up to a pulp. Unfortunately, the shepherd hadn't exited the gate and hid behind the guards that were watching over it. Est gave a light cough as he looked at Ian with an apologetic gaze. He then moved closer to Ian and whispered something in his ear. I'll ask him to let you pass after our meeting, Est whispered. Until then, stay here and take note of the people who tried to enter the gates aside from us. I believe that they are people who want to recruit William into their party. This is something that we cannot allow to happen. Understood. Although Ian was still reluctant at being left out, he still nodded his head in acknowledgement. William had been a hot topic in the spirit and magic divisions. There were plenty of people who wanted to make him part of their team. The reason why they came here right after the ceremony was to ask William to join their party when they entered dungeons and domains in the future. The 3 children, Est, Ian, and Isaac knew full well how powerful William could be in a battle. If the other teams were to successfully poach him, wouldn't that lower their chances of clearing the hard dungeons that were available in the academy? This was something that they couldn't allow to happen. Understood. Ian nodded his head. He was someone who could think of the bigger picture. Thank you, Est replied. Don't worry. I'll convince him. Just make sure to stop butting heads with him after I succeed in the negotiations. Okay. Ian sighed. There was nothing he could do but accept the fact that William was no longer an ordinary student that he could bully. He was the head prefect of a division, which meant that he had to give him some face in front of the public. Matthew and Leah were talking to William, but they were also paying close attention to Est and the twins that were always around him. Although they knew that they were William's friends, the 2 of them were still wary of their backgrounds. For them, William was too trusting. Since that was the case, they took it upon themselves to keep watch on the people that were trying to get close to him. What they didn't know was that Ella was a very good judge of character. Since she had already vouched for Est, Isaac, Ian, and Kenneth's temperament, William would definitely keep them in his inner circle of friends. Big brother, I knew you were awesome, but I didn't know you were this awesome. William flattered his big brother, which made the latter pat his head affectionately. "I thought that you would be keeping a low profile once you arrived at the capital, but it seems that you're not someone that wants to get ordered around," Matthew replied with a smile. "Haha, I just want to keep Mama Ella with me all the time. I didn't think things through and made myself stand out by accident. Aha. I've already sent Grandpa a letter informing him that both of us have become head prefects. I'm sure that he'll be laughing out loud once he reads it. He will definitely not keep silent about it and brag about it to his friends and acquaintances." Yikes! William could already imagine his grandpa's smug expression as he told his friends that his two grandsons were the big shots in the Hellon Royal Academy. Est and Isaac were only listening from the side, but they were surprised to find out that this person was related to William. Also, Matthew was their senior and also a head prefect in the Royal Academy. Est made a mental note to gather information about William's big brother once he returned to his dormitory room. "Ah, big sister Leah, you've grown more beautiful since the last time I saw you," William complimented his big sister. He then glanced at his big brother and gave him a knowing smile. "Big brother, if you don't keep watch over big sister, several bees will be attracted to her. Don't worry, even if they come in swarms, I'll just burn them all to the ground," Matthew answered with confidence. In the years that the two of them had stayed in the academy, several students from different grades would always confess their feelings to Leah. This was another reason why Matthew did his best to become the head prefect, so he could protect his fiancée from these obnoxious bugs. Yes, Leah became his fiancée after her father, Seabass, and his grandpa James helped with the matchmaking. The two of them would get married at the end of their 4th year at the Royal Academy once they returned to Lant. If not for the fact that the two were truly in love with each other, Seabass might have convinced his daughter otherwise. "Your way with words has greatly improved over the years, little Will," Leah teased. "There are many in our department who have found you to their liking. Should I play matchmaker for you? Your big sister knows a lot of beautiful ladies." "You can't." Est wasn't able to stop himself from voicing his protest out loud. When he realized what he had done, his face immediately flushed in embarrassment. William was surprised by Est's sudden outburst, but he just smiled and winked at his big sister Leah. "Big sister, I'm not in a hurry to find a girlfriend right now," William replied. "I came here to the Royal Academy to learn things, not to form a romantic relationship with anyone." "Oh," Leah raised an eyebrow. "Well, if you change your mind, you know where to find me. Big sister, if possible. Introduce me to them some other time." "I thought you didn't come here to form romantic relationships with anyone?" "Forming a romantic relationship and forming connections are two different things," William argued. "It is best to know a lot of people, so that you know who to talk to in case you need to ask for a favor." "All right." Leah nodded her head in understanding. "I'll introduce you to them when you're not too busy with your duties." "Thank you, big sister. You are the best." William gave her a light hug, and the latter hugged him back. Kenneth returned with some snacks and refreshments and served them on the table. After becoming the head prefect of the first years, William was given a bigger room that fit his position. Naturally, he asked the instructors to allow Kenneth to remain his roommate, so the two were still living together. William and his guests ate their snacks while having random conversations. After half an hour, Matthew stood up from his seat and bid his goodbye. "We can't stay here for long because I still have duties waiting for me back in the 4th year division." Matthew patted William's shoulder. "However, if you have questions in regards to being a head prefect, don't hesitate to ask me. I will inform the guards to allow you to enter the premises." "Thank you, big brother," William replied. "When I encounter difficulties, I'll immediately go to you and ask for your help. Just don't go causing trouble." "Of course not. I'm a good boy." William and Matthew exchanged a knowing glance before the latter nodded his head and left the room with Leah. As soon as he left, Est was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He was quite sensitive when it came to people observing him at a close distance. Because of this, he wasn't able to tell William the real reason for his visit. Now that the 3rd and 4th wheels were gone, Est finally decided to get right down to business. "William, I came here to ask a favor from you." S stated. Is this about Ian? William snorted. Fine. I'll allow him entry, but only when he is with you. I don't want him to go out of his way to visit the Martial Division just to bother me. Thank you, S chuckled. However, that is not the main reason for my visit. It's not. No. I'm here to propose a collaboration. A collaboration? William tilted his head in confusion. What do you have in mind? It's something like this. S started his explanation. S told William that there would be monthly and quarterly assessments for each head prefect, and they would be required to visit a dungeon or a domain once a month. For dungeons, having a party of 5 to 6 people was ideal. Est asked William to become part of his party permanently, and not join the other parties that would later come to him and ask him to join them. William understood the gist of Est's proposal and readily agreed on it. He had fought side by side with Est and the twins in the past. By his standards, the three of them were very capable individuals, and forming a party with them would bring benefits for him. He then looked at the delicate-looking boy who was seated next to him and asked for his opinion. How about you, Kenneth? William asked. Do you want to join our team as well? Can I? Kenneth answered. For him, as long as he was together with William, in order to observe him, he didn't mind tagging along in their party for dungeon and domain explorations. Of course you can. William patted his chest. With this, there are already 5 of us. However, I'm feeling a bit down. Feeling down? Est inquired. Why? William sighed. A party made up of only boys. Are we going to form a boy band? How about we get a girl to join our party so that we will have a muse? Although the 3 children didn't understand the term boy band, they realized that what William said held some truth. Est and Isaac had mixed feelings about William's statement. They wanted to say something, but in the end, they held back and just sighed internally. How about you invite Priscilla to join us? Kenneth proposed. With her skill, the strength of our party will improve by leaps and bounds. Priscilla. William crossed his arms over his chest as he considered his roommate's proposal. In regards to fighting ability, Priscilla is a good choice. However, William wasn't sure if adding her to their team was a good idea. Let me consider it first, William said after careful thought. William then looked at his dependable mama Ella. Me. She's good, but she's not loyal? Mia. How about her character? Mia. SOSO? Me. I see. Let's observe her for now then. Ella nodded her head in acknowledgement. Priscilla was a neutral person according to Ella's view. She could shift from being a good friend to becoming an enemy. Although she didn't say outright that Priscilla would become her baby's enemy, there was a 50-50 chance for that to happen. Ella wouldn't take the risk and allow Priscilla to join their team after she had carefully observed the person's behavior. Only when she had determined that Priscilla didn't pose any threat to her baby then, and only then would she give William the go signal and allow her to join their party. Seeing William's positive response to his invitation, Est felt that their victory was assured. With such a powerful shepherd on their side, getting a passing grade was already in the bag. The first dungeon exploration will begin at the end of the month, Est stated. Since we are only first years, there are only 3 dungeons available to us: the Orc Fortress, the Hound Bastion, and the Goblin Crypt. I'll come and find you once I get more information about the dungeons. Until then, I'll keep in touch. William didn't hear everything that Est had said. His mind froze when he heard the dungeon name, Goblin Crypt. Ella, who was lying beside William, opened her eyes wide. She then looked at her baby and found William looking back at her. Both of them were thinking about the same thing, and it was mainly due to the fact that they had entered the Goblin Crypt through the Ring of Conquest. This needs further investigation, William thought as he unconsciously rubbed the ring on his finger. I wonder if this Goblin Crypt is the same Goblin Crypt that I have been visiting for the last 13 years of my life. Good morning, Professor. Good morning. Good morning, Professor. Good morning to you, too. A handsome young man, who seemed to be in his early 20s, greeted the 2 students who were looking at him with a flushed expression. Today is the first day of class. the handsome professor said with a smile. If you don't hurry up, the two of you are going to be late. This is not a good trait that beautiful and talented girls, such yourselves, should possess. Although he said this in a stern manner, the smile on his face made the two girls feel their hearts beat wildly inside their chests. Seeing their reactions, the handsome professor sighed and took 4 candies from his pocket. It can't be helped. Take these and be on your way. The two girls giggled and accepted the professor's gift. They then walked away while sneaking glances at their handsome professor. Professor Carter is so dreamy. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. He doesn't have a girlfriend. I had already asked around and this information has been confirmed. Handsome, talented, and the youngest professor in the Royal Academy. The pretty girl with shoulder-length brown sighed. There are rumors that the king himself is planning to nurture him to become a high-ranking official. Actually, that rumor is actually true, the girl's best friend replied as she looked around their surroundings. According to a reliable source, Professor Carter only needs to complete 1 year of teaching in the Royal Academy before he is taken as the assistant of the Prime Minister. Is this true? If yes, then I'd better get serious and catch his attention. Good luck, but the two of us are going to be rivals. Please, go easy on me. Will you? Why don't we share him between the two of us? The pretty girl with brown hair proposed. That way, he will not be able to cheat on us even if there are other girls who plan to hook up with him. Sounds like a plan, the girl's best friend replied. Oh my gosh, this candy is so delicious. I wonder how it was made. You're right, the brown-haired girl agreed. This is probably a very expensive candy that is not sold in the capital. Maybe we can ask for more after classes end. What do you think? I like the sound of that. Remember, you're not allowed to take the lead. Deal. Carter was walking towards the dining hall when a sliver of power passed through his body. A smile appeared on his face because it meant that the two girls had eaten the candies that he had given them. By now, the suggestion magic that he had infused on those same candies had already planted a seed inside their subconscious minds. As they ate more of his candies, they would gradually fall into his hands and become willing slaves that would help him capture the peerless and talented girls inside the Hellon Royal Academy. Aside from the 2 girls earlier, he had already given his candies to 4 others. He wasn't in a hurry to corrupt all of them because the school year had just started. He planned to take his time in training them. He wanted to mold their bodies and minds to be the perfect slaves that he could use to turn the Royal Academy upside down. William and Kenneth had arrived at the dining hall after taking a shower inside their dormitory room. The other students who had followed William in their training were, surprisingly, sharing the same table with them. Priscilla was seated across from William and Kenneth as she ate her sandwich in peace. Since she was the vice prefect of the first years, it was only natural for her to be seen with William. However, what the shepherd didn't understand was that, aside from her, Spencer, Drake, and the boy named Conrad, along with his lackeys, were seated at the same table as him. Just like Priscilla, Spencer and Drake were seated across William, while Conrad sat beside him. William didn't say anything because although it was odd, all of them were in the same school year. Since he couldn't reserve the entire table as his own, having people with familiar faces around him was the next best thing. Head Prefect, you said that in a month's time you will choose the new batch of officers. Isn't that right? Drake asked. Yes, William replied with a smile. Are you interested? Very interested. Then you have to do your best. I will only pick capable individuals, William stated. However, the way you are now, you won't qualify for any position I have in mind. Why? Drake inquired. I am confident in my strength. The other students who were eating inside the dining hall perked their ears to listen to their conversation. Earlier, the dining hall was still noisy, but now, only the sounds of utensils moving could be heard. Strength alone doesn't win battles, William answered. I already mentioned this in my speech when I became head prefect. Besides, individual battles are going to be rare starting from this point onwards. If you want to have a position, you must learn to cooperate in group battles. Matthew had already given William some pointers on how to be a good head prefect. As someone who had held the position for 4 straight years, Matthew was well aware of how difficult it was to maintain his position. Because of this, he didn't skimp on anything and told William exactly what he needed to do in order to succeed. "Are you talking about the inter-division battles?" Spencer asked. "Yes and no," William replied as he drank his fruit juice. "Aside from the battle against other divisions, we are also required to complete missions from the Academy. Although you can do these missions alone, it will be faster if you do it with a group of people. Think of this as a form of training." "But forming teams is only for the weak," Drake mumbled. "I want to be like the Sword Saint who protects the borders of the Hellon Kingdom. With him alone, the armies of the other 4 kingdoms dare not enter our territory. I want that kind of power." William patted Drake's shoulder and said good luck. He was not against the notion of walking the lonely path towards the peak of the mortal realm. In fact, this was the path that William initially decided to take when he was born in this world. However, he was not meant to travel that lonely path. In this lifetime, he had his mama Ella and 13 other goats who were willing to fight by his side. With such a loving family backing him up, how could he possibly abandon them and move forward on his own? "Head Prefect, do you want to form a team with us for the upcoming dungeon exploration?" Conrad asked. About that, I want Priscilla, Spencer, Drake, and you to form your own teams," William answered. "I am looking for qualified generals that will help me command our entire division during the battles that we will face in the future." The students who heard William's words nodded their heads in understanding. The domain and dungeon explorations were an integral part of the Academy's teaching. Aside from taking missions that would require them to travel outside the Academy, the dungeon and domain explorations would help them sharpen their fighting abilities. "Can we recruit students from other divisions?" Priscilla asked after finishing her sandwich. "Or must we rely only on the students of the martial class division?" "Feel free to recruit students from the other divisions," William answered. "The ideal is to form a permanent team with people you can trust. Although all the divisions are our rivals, that doesn't mean that they are our enemy." All students were required to take missions twice a month. By doing this, they would be able to earn Academy points that they could exchange for special items from the Academy's exchange shop. Once the students had obtained enough Academy points, they would be able to buy rare weapons, ability scrolls, enchanted armors, and other items that would help strengthen their bodies and raise their ranks. Top performers of each year grade would be given a special reward by the instructors on a quarterly basis. "How about you, Head Prefect?" Drake asked. "Who will you be teaming up with during the dungeon explorations?" William finished chewing an apple before answering Drake's question. He had no intention of hiding his relationship with Est and the rest, so it was best to come clean to avoid future misunderstandings. "The Head Prefect of the Magic Division begged me to form a party with them," William said in an arrogant manner. "Since I am a refined, elegant, and charismatic person, it was hard for me to reject his offer." The students inside the dining hall pretended that they didn't hear the part about their head prefect being refined, elegant, and charismatic. They focused more on the part where the head prefect of the magic division begged William to form a party with them. "A permanent party?" Priscilla asked. "How many members do you have?" 5. William spread out the fingers in his left hand. "Kenneth is included in my party as well." The students in the dining hall gave Kenneth sneaking glances that were filled with envy. To be personally added to the party of the head prefect means that William had already taken Kenneth under his wing. There were many students who wished they could swap places with Kenneth, but hurriedly tossed this idea to the side. They wanted to be like William. If a shepherd, who had spent his days tending sheep and goats, could become a head prefect, then they, too, could become officers using their own powers. After his speech, William had unknowingly become the idol of the commoners in the Royal Academy. They looked at him favorably because he was just like them, a common person who rose through the ranks due to his hard work. William was feeling smug because everyone was seriously listening to his every word. This had never happened to him before, and it was usually he who needed to listen to others in a serious manner. The shepherd enjoyed this moment of happiness, unaware that he would be caught inside the storm that was brewing inside the Royal Academy. 2 weeks had passed and William finally got used to his daily life in the academy. The lessons were very informative, especially the class that described the wild spirit beasts that roamed around the southern continent. William took these lessons seriously. He memorized the safe way on how to fight against these beasts as well as their weaknesses. Since he had no powers right now, knowing this kind of information would be beneficial for him. Today, Grant took the first years to the Colosseum in order to teach them the proper way to fight mages. All the first years lined up in a row, while Grant and Andy looked at them with serious expressions on their faces. "Do any of you know how to effectively fight against mages?" Andy asked. Spencer raised his hand and stepped forward. "Sir, the best way to fight mages is to get close to them. Once you engage them in close combat, most mages will start to panic. Once that happens, it will be easy to neutralize them." Andy smiled. He didn't agree nor disagree with Spencer's answer. While it is indeed true that fighting mages in close combat will help you defeat them, this is not always the case, Andy answered. Only people who are confident with their close combat skills will be able to pull it off. Anyone else have an answer? Priscilla raised her hand and gave her opinion about the matter. The spells of mages have an effective range. Even if they cast powerful spells, they will disappear once they reach a certain distance. Andy smiled and nodded his head. A textbook answer, but only those who are proficient with their archery skills will be able to say these things. Is there anyone else who can give me an answer? Andy's gaze landed on William, who had his eyes closed while caressing the side of the Angorian goat beside him. "William, what do you think?" Andy asked. "How can a martial fighter fight against a mage?" William opened his eyes as he looked at Andy with a smile. "The answer to this question is really simple," William replied. "It will depend on certain conditions and the ability of the one who is fighting against the mage. There is no clear-cut answer on how to fight mages, but as martial fighters, you must consider everything including the weather, the terrain, and even the mentality of your opponent. If you think that you have no chance of winning, then you should just run and escape." William smirked and added a few more words. "If you think that running away is shameful, you can just pay them back once you become a saint. By then, even archmages would have to think twice when fighting against you." Grant clapped his hands. "Good answer. Physically, mages are at a disadvantage because they rely more on their magic power compared to their physical prowess. However, don't forget there are mages who are proficient in wielding weapons too. Magic swordsmen, battle mages, and the likes are good examples of magicians who can fight in close quarters with an expert fighter. In short, the one who is going to win is the one with more battle experience. Once you've become proficient in fighting mages, you will learn a few tricks on how to neutralize their strong offensive magical powers." Grant gave everyone an encouraging smile as he looked at the other side of the stadium. "Today, we are having a joint class with the first-year Magic Division classes. This is a good opportunity for all of you to learn how to fight against mages, and they in turn will learn how to fight against martial fighters. Make sure to open your eyes and learn from this experience. It is not every day that we can use terrain like the Colosseum to fight in a real battle against mages." Just as Grant finished his speech, the Magic Class Division, led by Est, entered the stadium. The haughty mages looked at the warriors of the martial class with arrogant expressions. Some of the students of the martial class frowned, but they didn't say anything and simply watched them from a distance. It had been a widely accepted rule that magicians would always be superior to those who didn't have the ability to wield magic. "Today, you are going to learn how to fight against fighters," Layla explained. "This is a joint class with the martial classes, so make sure to observe them carefully. Although they don't have magic powers, that doesn't necessarily mean that they are pushovers. Remember, a single arrow can end your life if you are not careful." "Don't worry, Professor Layla," a handsome boy, who seemed to be a noble, said as he flicked his hair with confidence. "As one of the generals of the Magic Division, I'll show you how to handle these small fries." "I'll be looking at your performance then, Sir Edward," Layla said with a smile. However, her smile never reached her eyes. She was someone who hated arrogant nobles the most. "You can count on me, Professor." Edward gazed at the martial class as if he was looking at a bunch of bugs that he could easily crush under his foot. "Edward Yol Erich," greatest talent in magic, and second son of Marquis Erich, S thought. According to the information, he is the most promising among the first years when it comes to magic affinity. Est Ian and Isaac only had grade A affinity to magic. Compared to them, Edward was a level higher, and his family had gone all out to give him the necessary resources in order to pave the way for a future archmage. Let's see what you can do. S smiled. He wanted to see just how capable his second-in-command was. Honestly, Est was hoping that the one who would get to fight Edward was William. Although the latter's power had been sealed, Est wanted to see just how much he had grown over the few years that they hadn't seen each other. A few minutes later, Grant, Layla, and Andy met at the center of the Colosseum and exchanged pleasantries. "Looks like you're not having it easy, Layla," Grant teased. "You're starting to look your age. You better apply your night cream before going to sleep." Layla sighed and nodded. "These brats will be the death of me. I hope your students can bring them down a peg, so they will understand that they are not the center of the universe." "Oi, you're supposed to side with your students," Andy reprimanded her. "Are you sure you want your own class to suffer a loss? It might reflect badly on you as their teacher." "Don't worry. Even if that really happens, so what?" Layla replied. "I can simply say, aren't you ashamed that you got beaten up by the same magicless warriors you ridicule every day? As long as I say that, everyone will shut their traps and just focus on their magic training." Grant and Andy shared a knowing glance and shook their heads helplessly. Layla was quite brutal to her students, but this was the right way to curb their arrogance while they were still young. Of course, they were also worried about their own students because magicians were not pushovers. "Let's just make this a challenge match," Layla proposed. "We will take turns in challenging each other. You guys can start first." "Okay." Grant nodded. "This sounds like a good plan." The three instructors returned to their respective divisions and explained the rules of the exchange of pointers. Both sides could choose to fight one-on-one or in a group battle. Just like what happened when the martial class elected their vice prefect, the magic formation inside the Colosseum would prevent anyone from dying. With this assurance, both sides would be able to unleash their full power without worrying about their opponent's safety. "We will be the first one to challenge them," Grant said with a serious expression. "Who wants to take the first victory for our martial class?" "Me." "No, I will do it." "Step back. I'll handle this." Drake, Spencer, and Conrad were itching to teach the mages a lesson or two about fighting strong fighters like them. Everyone was getting heated up, and even Grant was starting to have a headache about who to choose. It was then that a lazy voice spoke out and gave out an order. "Priscilla, you will fight first," William ordered. "Don't hold back, and crush them." Since the head prefect had spoken, everyone reluctantly stepped back and stared at the beautiful girl carrying a bow behind her back. They had recognized Priscilla's strength during the vice prefect competition, so none of them thought that William's decision was out of place. Priscilla didn't say anything and stepped forward. She then looked at the magic class division and issued a challenge. "My name is Priscilla Norell Grandfall," Priscilla declared. "I am the vice prefect of the Solaris Martial Division. I would like to challenge the vice prefect of the Magic Division." Edward grinned when he saw the beautiful girl who had dared to challenge him. He then swaggered forward and gave Priscilla a smirk. "I guess the martial class is not lacking in beautiful girls. Since you dared to challenge me, how about we make a little bet? If I win, you will become my subordinate. Don't worry, I will treat you really well. What do you say?" Priscilla sneered as he gazed at the handsome blonde-haired boy in front of her. "I don't mind, but if I win, you will become my subordinate. What do you say?" "Ha! You've got guts." Edward grinned. "Very well. I accept your condition. Let everyone here be a witness." After making his declaration, Edward took out a golden magic staff from his storage ring. It looked so cool and amazing that William was very tempted to touch it and see if he would be able to learn a new job class from it. Priscilla held the bow in her hand and gazed fearlessly at the arrogant boy in front of her. With a glance, everyone could tell that she was not the least bit nervous about the bet they had just made. William smirked when he saw this scene. Although Priscilla lost to him, He was sure that the girl still hadn't used all of her hidden aces during their battle. William and Est exchanged a glance and smiled at each other. This was not only a contest between their divisions. This was a fight between the two of them as well. Edward appraised the beautiful girl in front of him from head to toe. He really liked Priscilla's beauty and the cold and fearless gaze that she was giving him. It made him want to defeat her so that he could make her his subordinate. For some reason, there was something about her eyes that made him want to break her, until she willingly knelt in front of him and declared her undying loyalty for his cause. He then gripped his staff and started to channel his magic power in preparation for their battle. "Are both of you ready?" Layla asked. Priscilla and Edward nodded their heads in unison. "Very well." Layla nodded. "Battle start." Edward immediately unleashed a storm of wind blades that headed towards Priscilla without mercy. The girl archer simply lowered her body and dashed to her left to evade the overwhelming attack. Edward sneered because he had already anticipated this move coming from her. He then activated the spell that he had prepared beforehand. Earth spikes protruded out of the ground and they appeared in the direction where Priscilla planned to make her escape. "Dual element affinity. Not bad," Grant muttered as he watched the battle. "At least he has the ability to back up his arrogance." Even Layla, who hated Edward's arrogant attitude, had to admit that he was a very talented mage. Earth and air? What a weird combination. Andy commented as he looked at the black-haired girl, who seemed to be at a disadvantage. Even so, it is far from enough to defeat her. As Andy said these words, Priscilla stomped on the ground and jumped high into the air. She then fired 3 consecutive arrows that flew in an elegant arc towards the handsome boy, who still had a confident smile on his face. Edward waved his hand and a barrier made of wind surrounded him. He thought that it was enough to block Priscilla's futile attempt at a counterattack. The moment the arrows touched the barrier, they exploded into dazzling flashes of light that blinded Edward, which made him lose his concentration. This move, Spencer winced. How could he possibly forget the move that Priscilla used on him during the battle at the Colosseum? The string on Priscilla's bow glowed as she fired another arrow the moment she landed. Edward knew that he was at a disadvantage, so he immediately tapped the ground under him with his staff. A dome made of earth surrounded him. It was a powerful defensive spell that could fend off most attacks as long as they didn't exceed the caster's magic power. Priscilla's arrow connected with the earth dome and exploded. The arrow that the black-haired girl used was an exploding arrow that detonated upon impact. A small hole the size of a basketball appeared on the dome, protecting Edward. Before the boy could cast another defensive spell, the sound of the wind whistling reached his ears. That was the last sound he heard before an arrow pierced his forehead and passed through to the other side of his head. Edward fell to the ground, dead, and turned into particles of light. The earth dome disappeared and the students of the martial class shouted and cheered for their vice prefect with all their might. "Long live Priscilla! Long live our vice prefect!" Edward reappeared on the side of the magic division with a dejected face. Everything happened so fast that he was unable to accept how easily he lost against a mere girl from the martial class division. "Good job," William said as he gave Priscilla a thumbs up. Priscilla only nodded her head before she returned to her position behind the red-headed boy. The martial class students were looking at their warrior princess with admiration and respect. They knew that Priscilla was strong, but they didn't know that she was that strong. Est looked at Edward with a complicated expression on his face. The head prefect of the Magic Division class had wanted Edward to be taken down a peg due to his arrogance. However, when it actually happened, the only thing Est felt was bitterness. He had to admit that Edward represented the Magic Division class. His loss was the loss of the Magic Division as a whole. "Young master, let me fight next." Ian stepped forward. "I will definitely win this round." "Who are you going to challenge?" Est asked without looking back at his loyal retainer. The moment Ian spoke up, he already knew who Ian wanted to fight in the martial class. "I'll fight William," Ian answered with a serious expression. "Believe in me, young master. I can defeat him." "Are you sure about that?" This time, Est turned his head to look at Ian's eyes. How confident are you in defeating him? The seriousness in Est's eyes made Ian unconsciously take a step back. William's bickering buddy wanted to say that he had a 100% assurance that he could win the battle against William. But he knew that this was not the case. William's strength lay in his unpredictability. Even Ian had to acknowledge that even if he used his full powers, he wouldn't be able to accomplish the things that William had done in the past. Ian couldn't possibly defeat a ruler of the forest which was said to be, at the very least, in the middle tier of the grade B threat rankings. I will do my best. Ian gritted his teeth and answered. Est shook his head and faced the students of the Magic Division. It is now our turn to issue a challenge. Who among you wants to fight? I will fight. A girl with long blonde hair that reached down to her waist walked forward. She was one of the most beautiful girls among the first years in the Magic Division. Priscilla might be called as the warrior princess in the Martial Division class, but this beautiful blonde girl also held a title in the Magic Division. She was the Steel Princess that was said to be impregnable. I will secure victory for our division, the beautiful girl stated. Est nodded his head. Do your best, Wendy. Don't worry, head prefect. Leave everything to me, Wendy declared, but everyone could see that her cheeks had flushed a beet red while she talked to Est. In order to prevent anyone from seeing her expression, she hurriedly walked towards the center of the Colosseum as she steadied her breathing. When she arrived at her destination, she had already regained her calm. Her eyes landed on the handsome boy in the martial class who was also staring back at her. Big brother, come, Wendy said as she summoned a spear in her hand. Show me how much you have improved after you ran away from home. Looks like it's my turn to fight. William raised his chin in an arrogant manner as he took a step forward to fight the beauty that was waiting at the center of the Colosseum. However, he was only able to take 5 steps when a hand grabbed the back of his robe and pulled him back. That is my little sister, Spencer commented. I am her twin and she is calling out to me. Not you, head prefect. What? You are that beautiful girl's big brother. William eyed Spencer from head to toe. You don't look alike. Several students of the martial class also nodded their heads in agreement to William's words. Although Spencer was cool-looking, the girl's beauty was at least 2 levels above him. I've been hearing that all my life, Spencer sighed as he stepped forward. Head prefect, I apologize in advance. William nodded his head in understanding. Don't worry. Do what you have to do. Thank you. Introduce me to your little sister later. No. Spencer stared at the face of his twin, whom he hadn't seen for half a year. It had been that long since he ran away from home because he wasn't able to tolerate the ridicule from his relatives. Since he couldn't fight them due to his father's position, he chose to run away in order to prevent both sides from having a confrontation. Have you been well, Wendy? Spencer asked. No, Wendy answered. You shouldn't have run away, big brother. It only made Uncle and Auntie more arrogant. Let them be arrogant. Spencer closed his eyes as if to push the negative thoughts to the back of his mind. That is the only thing they can do. They wouldn't dare to escalate things, or else they would not be able to handle the consequences. Even so, they still irritate me. Wendy gnashed her teeth in anger. The hands that were holding her spear were trembling due to the rage she was feeling in her heart. Since you already called me out, let's just fight. Spencer opened his eyes and summoned his own spear. Come. Show me if you have gotten stronger since the last time I saw you. Wendy's blue eyes turned light red as she circulated the magic power inside her body. The blade of her spear enlarged. Instead of a spear, Wendy seemed to be holding a giant curved dagger in her hands. Big brother, I will fight seriously. You'd better not hold back. Enough talk. Let's fight. Spencer spun the spear in his hand as he took a fighting stance. Both combatants stared at each other as they waited for Layla to declare the start of their battle. Are both of you ready? Layla asked. Yes. Ready. Layla nodded and raised her hand. Battle start. When Layla announced the start of the battle, the first thing that Spencer did was to take a few steps backwards. The students of the martial class didn't understand why he acted this way. However, they soon found out the reason for their representative's actions. Several 2-meter-tall steel spikes protruded in a straight line from the place where Spencer stood a while ago. "Slaughter domain!" Wendy shouted as she stabbed her spear towards the ground. Her magical power exploded and hundreds of steel spikes appeared all over the Colosseum. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the entire battleground was similar to the back of a porcupine that had all its quills standing up. Spencer found himself inside a steel forest with no path to advance nor retreat. This was not the first time that Wendy had used this move against him. But, back then, she didn't intend to hurt him. Now it was different. Spencer could feel the pent-up anger in his twin sister's words earlier and knew that she wanted to vent her frustrations on him. Even though Spencer was quite a capable fighter, he really couldn't find it in his heart to hurt his little sister. The cool-looking boy channeled his strength into his spear and spun it around him, creating a whirling storm. The steel around him was sliced off like bamboo poles as he advanced towards his sister, who was looking at him from the center of the Colosseum. Wendy jabbed the spear in her hand in her big brother's direction, and the slaughter domain answered her call. The steel spikes shot out from the ground and rained down on Spencer like a hail of arrows. Spencer roared and spun his spear in front of him to deflect the incoming barrage. Tinkling sounds could be heard as Spencer's spear deflected the downpour of steel spikes that seemed to be unending. It was then that he heard a mighty roar as the steel that he had deflected flew up into the air to form a blade liger. "She's really going all out," Spencer thought as he gritted his teeth. The blade liger roared once more before charging towards him with a vengeance. It was over 4 meters tall, and each part of it was as deadly as Wendy's eyes, who were looking at him with the intention to kill. "Good thing I don't have a little sister," William gulped as he watched this scene unfold. "Mama, our little Eve is a good girl, right? She won't do these kinds of things to me when she grows up, right? Mia." "Phew. I better send her some candies in our next package headed for Lant. Mia." Spencer did his best to resist the attacks of the steel rain and the blade liger, but it was to no avail. Actually, it was not impossible to win the battle. However, he would have to force himself to kill his little sister. This was something that Spencer couldn't do even if there was an enchantment inside the Colosseum. Soon, the steel spears embedded themselves inside his body. Spencer did his best to protect his vitals as he fended off the persistent attack of the blade liger. William sighed as he closed his eyes. The cool-looking boy had already apologized to him. Spencer had no intention of winning the battle. His purpose in accepting the challenge was to endure his little sister's hatred and try to ease her heartache. "Me," Ella bleated softly as if to tell William that the battle was over. Spencer's body turned into particles of light and the members of the magic division cheered for their victory. "This leaves a bad aftertaste," Drake spat on the ground. Although he felt bitter, he had already seen the outcome of the battle when he saw Spencer's lonely back as he went to confront his little sister. That was the back of a man that had no intention of winning. It was not only him. Conrad and his lackeys had spent a lot of time with Spencer, Drake, and Priscilla during the past 2 weeks. Their relationship had grown a bit closer and, although they were still rivals, they had accepted each other as members of the martial class division. "Head Prefect, allow me to fight next," Drake said as he stepped forward. "Go." William waved his hand. "Show them the might of our martial class division." Drake grunted in affirmation as he took center stage. His eyes then locked on Est, who was standing in front of the magic class division. He wanted to challenge him, but he was afraid that William wanted to fight Est as well. As if sensing his hesitation, William called out from behind him. "Challenge anyone you like," William ordered. "Don't worry. Even if you lose, I am more than enough to secure our win." Drake silently thanked William inside his heart as he pointed his greatsword towards Est. "I, Drake Vicraig, challenge the head prefect of the magic class division," Drake shouted. "Do you dare to accept my challenge?" Est glanced at William, and the latter only gave him the thumbs-up sign. Seeing that William had no intention of interfering in the challenge, Est nodded his head and walked forward to meet the one who challenged him. "Go ahead, Prefect." Beat that ugly boy and show them the power of mages. Show them our superior might. The students of the magic class division cheered for their handsome head prefect. Although they didn't know who Drake was, they were sure that their head prefect wouldn't lose to a muscle-brained barbarian boy. Est gave Drake a brief nod of acknowledgement as he unsheathed Rhapsody, the sword that was given to him by the goddess Astrid. The sword rang the moment its body had been fully exposed, as if announcing its presence to the world. Est took a pose holding Rhapsody in his right hand, while holding the sheath in the other. With a glance, one could tell that he planned to fight using both of them at the same time. Dual wielding? Not bad. William grinned. I guess the battle against the Cyclops made you realize your shortcomings. This is gonna be good. William focused his attention on the battle that was about to take place. It had been 4 years since he last saw Est fight, and he was hoping that his first friend outside of Lant had grown stronger. There were only a few people that he could trust inside the academy, and Est was one of them. Battle start. As Layla said those words, Drake charged forwards like a raging bull freed from its pen. The great sword in his hand glistened in the sunlight as he closed the gap between him and his opponent. Est, on the other hand, didn't retreat. Instead, he also charged forward, which made the students of the Magic Division class cry out in alarm. The clash of steel reverberated inside the Colosseum as both sides collided. Est felt his hand go numb due to his opponent's superior strength. He knew that he would be at a disadvantage if he exchanged blows with Drake. But he didn't back down. His left hand, which was holding the sheath, slashed towards the side of Drake's body, forcing him to take a step back. After regaining his footing, Drake held his greatsword with both hands as he counterattacked with the intention to cleave Est apart. William raised an eyebrow when he noticed that Est was planning to trade blows with Drake in close combat. A humming sound reached everyone's ears as the sword in Est's hand started to glow. Est's unwavering gaze never left his opponent as the sword in his hand buzzed in anticipation. Rhapsody met Drake's full-powered strike, and the resounding clash created a shockwave that pushed both combatants away from each other. As soon as Est regained his footing, he lunged forward with his sheath right in front of him. Drake took a while to recover from the clash. A part of him couldn't accept that his full-powered attack was brushed off so easily, but he knew that he was fighting against a magic swordsman, so this was not surprising. I guess I have to get serious, Drake thought as he gripped the greatsword in his hand. Gathering his strength, a burst of red light exploded from his body. He then pressed a hand on the back of his sword before cleaving the space in front of him. Est's sixth sense screamed of danger as he hurriedly jumped to the side to dodge whatever invisible attack was headed his way. The ground beside him exploded, sending soil and grass flying in every direction. When the dust cleared up, a 6-meter crater appeared where Est stood a while ago. Est didn't bother to look at the scale of Drake's attack for an extended time, because his opponent was not finished yet. Drake waved the greatsword in his hands like a fly swatter. Est had to concentrate in order to avoid Drake's powerful attacks. He can't do this forever, Est thought as he used his superior speed and flexibility to avoid another invisible strike from the boy, who seemed to be using all the strength in his body to maintain his barrage. Wow, what a scary kid, Layla praised as she eyed Drake with a smile. How old is he? How is he able to use the initial stages of sword aura and sword intent at such a young age? He's 16 this year, Grant answered. I believe that his master trained him in the mountains for 2 years, so he was late in enrolling at the academy. He didn't use this when fighting against Priscilla, William thought as he looked at the older boy who was hell-bent on winning against DST. I guess this is one of his trump cards. It seems that Spencer's loss angered him, and he's now going all out. Drake wasn't just attacking randomly. He was carefully observing Est's reactions as he continued his barrage of attacks. His sword aura only lasted for 3 minutes, so he was preparing to unleash his true strike at the perfect moment. Est gritted his teeth as he was forced to jump into the air to avoid Drake's latest strike, since it gave him no room to maneuver. Seeing his opponent jump into the air, Drake prepared to unleash the coup de grace that would end their battle. Sky-shattering strike. Drake roared as he unleashed every bit of his strength into this final move. An image of a 5-meter red lion appeared in front of him and roared. It then changed into a ray of crimson light that shot towards Est, who was still in midair. Ironically, Est was also thinking of the same thing. When he jumped into the air, he was already in the process of unleashing one of his strongest blade skills. A golden aura surrounded Est's sword as he, too, used his sword aura. Rhapsody buzzed in his hand as if telling its owner that it was ready any time. "Your future rests on the orders of the divine," Est said firmly as the sword aura surrounding Rhapsody grew brighter. "Lay down your life to these hands of mine." "Divine burst," Est shouted as he thrust his sword forward. Rhapsody unleashed a blast of golden light that shot out from its tip. The sky-shattering strike and the divine burst collided in midair. Both sword energies started to push against each other in a battle of supremacy between sword intents. Drake's feet skidded on the ground as he roared to empower his attack. Est, too, roared as his hair fluttered in the wind. William watched the battle with his arms crossed over his chest. He could tell that Est was very different from the boy he had met in the past. The red-headed boy understood the message that Est was trying to convey to him in this battle. For years ago, Est could only watch helplessly as William fought against the mountain troll. During the battle against the Cyclops, it was also William who made the ultimate sacrifice in order to help him clear the trial. Even though it didn't show in his face, deep down in his heart, Est hated himself for being weak. He hated himself for always being the one to be protected, while others suffered in his place. During the years that he hadn't seen William, he never stopped training. He did this so that the next time he met William, he wouldn't have to depend on him to fight his battles. Est wanted to fight his own battles and use his own two hands to overcome any challenges that come his way. "Break through it. Divine burst," Est shouted, and the golden beam of light intensified. The sound of something breaking reverberated in the Colosseum as the sky-shattering strike shattered into particles of light. Est's divine burst swallowed Drake's body and obliterated it completely. A mighty roar came from the Magic Division class as they looked at their head prefect with starstruck gazes. Est landed safely on the ground and used his sword and sheath to support his body. The cheers of the Magic Division reached his ears, but he didn't react to it. Instead, his gaze sought out the red-headed boy on the opposite side of the stadium. Happiness bubbled up in his chest when he saw William clapping his hands together while mouthing something. Est smiled. He was able to read William's lips, and it made him feel that all of his hard work had paid off. Following their head prefect, the students of the martial classes gave a round of applause to both fighters. Seeing the other side's reaction, the Magic Division decided to follow suit. They also applauded Drake's and Est's impressive performance. Even Grant, Layla, and Andy were clapping their hands together. Drake had already materialized beside William, and the 16-year-old warrior sat on the grass with a dejected expression. "Can't you hear it?" William asked as he patted Drake's shoulder. "Everyone is applauding you for your performance. Why are you feeling down?" Drake didn't raise his head and simply answered, "Because I lost." "Yes, you lost," William answered. "Is this the first time that you've lost?" "No." "Then why are you acting like it's your first time?" William crossed his arms over his chest as he looked at the Magic Division class. "I've lost many times as well. However, that didn't stop me from moving forward. As long as you are alive, you will have plenty of opportunities to lose. You will have plenty of opportunities to learn from those losses. Did you know? The boy you fought earlier has also suffered losses in the past. However, despite those losses, he didn't stop moving forward." William started to walk towards the center of the arena. However, he stopped as if he had forgotten to tell his class something important. He then faced the students of the martial class who were looking at him with a serious expression. "No matter how strong the enemy is, a hero can't choose their opponent," William said in a firm manner. "This is why they are called heroes." Est, who was standing in front of the Magic Class Division, smiled when he heard William's words. He had said the same thing to him 4 years ago when they were facing off against the Cyclops in the Trial of Courage. The students of the martial class gazed at their head prefect who had resumed walking towards the center of the Colosseum with complicated expressions. Ella hesitated for a while before running towards her baby. William grinned when his mama appeared beside him. "You want to fight with me, Mama?" "Me." "Okay," William said as he rested his hand on his mama's back. "Let's show them the power of Lant." "Me." "I am the head prefect of the martial class division," William announced. "I would like to fight a 2-on-2 battle with the magic class division. Is there anyone who wants to accept my challenge?" S turned his head to look at his two retainers. Ian and Isaac averted their gaze and pretended to look at the sky. The twins were not afraid to fight against William. What they were afraid of was fighting against Ella. They had seen her true form, and both knew that none of them could fight her even if they gave everything they got. They were Est's left and right-hand men, and they didn't want to lose in a bad manner in front of the Magic Division class. Est understood their concern. He also didn't want Ian and Isaac to fight against William because he felt that there was no chance of winning. The handsome brown-haired boy looked at the other members of the Magic Division who were raring to fight William and sighed inside his heart. Ignorance is truly bliss, Est thought. I wonder who I should send? While Estate was deep in thought, two towering students stepped forward from the back of the Magic Division. They were the tallest and oldest members of the first years, and none of the students dared to provoke them. "Head Prefect, allow us the honor of winning this battle for our division," a sturdy teenager who was almost 2 meters tall said, with a confident smile plastered on his face. "This will be a piece of cake. Isn't that right, bro?" "More like a piece of pie," a teenager replied with a smirk. "It's not every day we get to step on a head prefect's head. I'm sure that this will make the two of us famous." Ha ha ha. Est used all his willpower not to roll his eyes at the two teenage twins, who thought that they could easily beat William. The names of the twins were Brutus and Bruno. Both of them were 18 years old and only passed the enrollment test of the Royal Academy after failing repeatedly for 3 years. The minimum age to gain entry to the Academy was 14 years old. Anyone who reached this age would be eligible to partake in the trials for enrollment. However, among the thousands of enrollees, only a few managed to pass through the gates of the Royal Academy each year. Those who failed their tests would come back again next year in order to try their luck. The Academy had seen many such students, but they didn't care as long as they didn't exceed the maximum age limit of 18 years old. Priscilla and Spencer were 15, while Drake was 16. There were also a few 18-year-olds among the martial classes, so Brutus and Bruno's circumstances were not really that rare in the Academy. Although they were older compared to their peers, the fact that they had managed to enroll at the Academy proved that they had potential, even if they had to attempt to enroll consecutive times before succeeding. "Go. However, be careful," Est replied. "The head prefect of the martial class is not a pushover." "Don't worry, head prefect," Brutus smiled. "My brother and I are very experienced in group battles. Have more faith in us." "That's right." Bruno nodded his head. "When this battle is over, the martial class won't be able to raise their heads in front of us again." The towering twins walked towards the center of the battlefield with arrogant expressions. What they didn't know was that Est, Ian, and Isaac had already lit incense for their corpses deep inside their hearts. Brutus and Bruno stopped walking when they were only 50 meters away from William. They then summoned their staves and declared their names. "I am Brutus Mac Kaiser. I am Bruno Mac Kaiser. Together we are the twin towers of Kaiser." Although the two of them only had average faces, they were by no means ugly. Their short gray hair and sharp features made them look charming in their own way. Both of them released a powerful presence that was quite common among mercenary groups. William clapped his hands in amusement as he looked at the two cannon fodders who were about to meet his mama's hoof and horns. "Amazing! The two of you look so powerful," William praised. "Are you perhaps the strongest in the Magic Division class?" Brutus grinned and looked at the red-headed boy who was pleasing to his eyes. "Well, I wouldn't say that we are the strongest, but we are definitely in the top 10. Bruno finished his brother's sentence. He too grinned and eyed William. "Boy, since we are older than you, allow me to give you some advice. "What does the senior brother want to teach this humble shepherd?" William inquired. He looked so refined, elegant, and charismatic that even the arrogant twin brothers didn't want to humiliate him too much in front of the crowd. "Admitting defeat at an earlier time is better than suffering from a beating," Bruno said with the "I am a good person" look on his face. "I hope that Mr. Head Prefect will remember this during our battle." "I thank Senior Brother Bruno for his advice," William nodded in acknowledgement. "I will admit defeat when I think that there is no chance of winning." "That is good," Brutus smirked. "Let's have a friendly fight." "Yes, let's," William agreed. The three people smiled at each other as if they were lifelong friends who were about to have a friendly spar. Ella, who was watching this banter from the side, felt her hoof itch. She was itching to kick the two teenage boys to Kingdom Come. "Are all of you ready?" Layla asked. She was quite amused by the pleasantries that both sides shared before starting their battle. "Yes." "Mia." "Very well." Layla raised her hand. "Battle start. Multiple stone bullets. Multiple firebolts." Although they acted carefree and arrogant, Brutus and Bruno never underestimated William. The position of head prefect could not be bought by money or influence. It was a position that could only be obtained through a competition. Since William was the head prefect of the martial class, it meant that he had the ability to back it up. The twins didn't know his capabilities, so they decided to overwhelm him by using the magic combination that they had perfected over the years. William started to run towards his right to evade the unbelievable display of magic and control from the twins whom he labeled as cannon fodders. If William still had his magic power, he would have been able to counter this attack. However, since it was sealed, he was forced to distance himself from the combined attack of his opponents. It was right at that moment when Ella made her move. Her hooves and horns glowed in a bluish hue as she charged towards Brutus like an arrow in flight. The twins had been paying attention to both William and Ella, so the moment she made her move, Brutus immediately constructed consecutive layers of earth walls to stop her advance. He thought that this was enough to block a little goat. It was the biggest mistake he made in his life. Ella broke each earth wall as if it was made of paper and continued her wild charge. Although she looked like a harmless goat right now, her stats were the same as her war ibex form. Even if she couldn't use her massive horns to inflict serious damage, her current horns were more than enough to demolish everything that the twins could throw at her. The jaws of the students of the martial class and the magic class dropped down in disbelief. Some of them even rubbed their eyes in an attempt to see if they were hallucinating. "Me!" When Ella tore down the last earth wall, Brutus immediately stabbed his staff forward. Boulder crash. A 2-meter-tall boulder appeared in front of Brutus and flew in Ella's direction. Ella stomped her front hooves on the ground and delivered a back kick towards the boulder. Just like a volleyball ball that was hit by a powerful spike, the boulder flew back to where it came from. Gwa! Brutus didn't expect this sudden reversal and was hit squarely in the chest by the boulder he summoned. He flew a few meters backwards, but he didn't die from the impact. However, he wished that he had died because the excruciating pain in his chest was driving him mad. Several of his ribs had been broken, and it was very painful to breathe. Bruno roared and hurled several fire lances at the goat, who was only a few meters away from him. Ella nimbly dodged this attack and charged in Bruno's direction. Due to desperation, Bruno spun his staff in front of him, which created a firestorm that engulfed the goat in searing flames. This was his strongest attack, and he was saving this as his trump card. He never thought that he would be forced to use this against a little goat that he had treated as mere livestock. "Me!" Ella's mighty voice rang out within the firestorm. Bruno didn't know how it happened, but the moment he heard the goat's bleeding, his whole body was blown away from where he stood. The firestorm disappeared, and the image of a white and fluffy goat appeared in front of everyone. Looking at her coat, that was still as white as snow, made everyone realize that the firestorm practically did nothing to her. While everyone was looking at her in disbelief, Ella opened her mouth and shot a ball of light, the size of a basketball ball, towards Bruno, who had fallen on the ground. This was Ella's range skill, benevolent shot. This was the move she had used earlier in order to counter the firestorm that was headed in her direction. Due to its holy properties, it prevented the flames from advancing towards Ella. The energy ball hit Bruno and immediately turned him into particles of light. Ella shot another benevolent shot, this time it was aimed at Brutus. Just like what happened to his twin, Brutus turned into particles of light, which meant that the victors of this battle were none other than William and Ella. "What a hard battle," William declared as he casually walked towards his mama Ella. "Fortunately, my mama is very strong." "Good job, mama." "Mia." William caressed his mama's neck as the latter closed her eyes in satisfaction. The members of the magic class and martial class didn't know how to react to the battle that just ended. The one who disposed of both combatants was Ella, while William only ran around to avoid getting hit. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that William didn't even lift a finger to help win the battle. "Well then, who's next?" William asked with an innocent smile. "The battle ended before I was able to unleash my ultimate move. I feel unsatisfied with this result. Does anyone want to battle us again?" Est, Ian, and Isaac's faces became stiff when they heard the shameless boy's provocation. They knew that Ella alone was sufficient to end the battle, so they didn't even bother to fight against her. However, William was forcing the students of the Magic Division into a second round. This was something that Est wouldn't allow because it would just lower his team's morale. "Since the battle has ended, it is best to let the other students participate," Est replied. "The head prefect of the martial class shouldn't hog the spotlight." "That's right," Ian agreed. "The head prefect should let his other members fight. It is bad to keep all the good stuff to yourself." William scratched his cheek because Est and Ian were adamant about preventing him from securing another easy win. "Mia." "Okay, Mama. I'll listen to you." "Mia." Ella had told William not to bully the kids, so William finally relented. The two walked back towards the martial class with calm expressions, as if the battle they had undertaken was not a big deal to them. This motivated the members of the martial class and made them perform their best against the magic class division. Although the martial class division suffered more losses during the next several matches, none of them took this loss to heart. William had already told them that he would personally train them the very next day in order to become stronger. Faced with this kind of promise, they were able to fight without any worries and even gave their opponents a headache. Out of the 30 battles that took place on that day, the martial class only won 10. Even so, the magic division didn't look down on them. They had experienced firsthand how difficult it was to fight against martial experts, and had learned a lot from the experience. Some of the girls from the magic division even snuck glances at William during the break between each battle. The shepherd smiled and waved at his admirers, which made the girls blush while giggling at each other. Overall, the battle had been an eye-opener for both sides. Due to this, Grant and Layla decided to hold more of these interdivision battles in order to let their students gain some fighting experience. The instructors hoped that these valuable lessons would help these students survive in the outside world after they left the protective walls of the Hellon Royal Academy. "That exchange taught me a lot of things," S said as he ate the sandwich that Ian and Isaac had prepared earlier. "It taught me a lot as well," William commented as he picked up another sandwich from the basket that was in front of him. After the battle, Est invited William to join them for lunch. The shepherd happily accepted because free food was always a good thing. Est chose to have a picnic at one of the most scenic areas near the Magic Division, and William had to admit that the place Est chose was a good spot to have a picnic. Isaac and Ian were also eating by the side, but they only listened to the conversation. Surprisingly, Kenneth was there as well because William had dragged his roommate with him. Est didn't mind because the talk that they were going to have was about the dungeon exploration they would undertake tomorrow afternoon. Since Kenneth was one of the party members, Est thought that having him around would also be a good thing. "Have you decided which dungeon to explore first?" Kenneth asked. Est didn't reply. Instead, he looked at William as if telling Kenneth that the one calling the shots on the exploration would be him. Kenneth glanced at the red-headed boy who was happily eating the sandwich in his hand. Feeling his gaze, William decided to tell them where they would go in their first dungeon exploration. I want to go to the Goblin Crypt first, William said with a serious expression. Goblin Crypt? Est asked. Is there any particular reason why you want to go there? No, just simple curiosity. William lied. Based on the information that I read yesterday, the Goblin Crypt is a Grade B dungeon. It has 30 floors, and some say that it is one of the hardest dungeons for beginners. William was surprised when he saw the information on the Goblin Crypt that he found inside the Academy's archives. The Goblin Crypt that he could access from his Ring of Conquest only consisted of 20 floors and was a Grade C dungeon. Obviously, there was some discrepancy between the two dungeons, and William was very curious if the Goblin Crypt that he had been exploring all these years had a relationship with the one inside the Academy. According to the rumors I gathered, most first years can't get past the 14th floor, Est commented. It is said that many hobgoblin shamans who specialize in dark magic can be found on that floor. It is best that we only go as far as the 13th floor just to be safe. William nodded his head in understanding. His first fight against the hobgoblin shaman almost wiped out his entire herd. If not for James and Owen's timely assistance, William and his herd might have died on that fateful night. Good. Our goal for this exploration is to safely reach the 13th floor, William said with a serious expression. We will not challenge the hobgoblin shaman. Although that monster is in the lower tier of Grade C, it is still a tricky monster to fight, especially if you don't have any resistance to curses and dark magic. After finalizing their strategy, William and Kenneth returned to the martial class division. The fight against the magic division classes had made the students of the martial classes more motivated to train. This was good news for the instructors, and they happily opened the training ground to accommodate the feisty students. William was still a few meters away from the entrance of the training grounds, but he could already hear the clash of weapons against each other. It seems that the exchange of pointers woke them up from their daze, Kenneth commented. This is a good attitude to take, William replied. When William and Kenneth entered the training grounds, they saw all the students of the first-year martial class hard at work with their training. Grant was in a corner of the training ground, getting attacked by a dozen students. A big smile was plastered on his face as he calmly dodged and blocked the attacks that the children were raining down on him. William watched for a few minutes before nodding his head in appreciation. He then raised his voice to call everyone's attention. Rally to me, William shouted. The students immediately stopped what they were doing and fell in line in front of William. Priscilla walked behind William before facing the other students, befitting her rank as vice prefect. Your performance in the battle against the Magic Division class was good, William said as he looked at the students in front of him. How was it? Is the Magic Division class strong? Yes. Indeed they are strong. William nodded his head. However, that doesn't mean that they are undefeatable. The reason why the majority of you lost is because you have been lazy in your training. We need to fix this issue. That's why, starting tomorrow, all of you will wake up at 5 in the morning. William paused briefly in order to allow his words to sink in. I am going to train all of you from the ground up. Everyone is going to train. There will be no exceptions. I'll make sure that during the interclass battles, our martial division will reign supreme. Anyone who doesn't want to participate will not be given breakfast and lunch. I don't need slackers in the Solaris dormitory. Do I make myself clear? Yes, head prefect. Good. Carry on with your training and I'll see you all tomorrow. Sir, yes sir. While William was giving out his orders in the martial class division, Carter was inside the training room of the third-year magic class division. As you may already know, the most effective way to not get hit by a magic attack is to dodge it, Carter explained. Of course, if you have strong magic powers, creating a barrier is also a good option. However, not everyone can do this. Each and every one of you have different magic affinities. Those who have low-grade affinities will not be able to block strong magical attacks. That's why you have to train yourself on how to dodge properly. Carter summoned his silver staff and gave everyone a sweet smile. Today, we will start your defensive combat training. All of you will face me one by one. I will fire a single magic spell and it will be up to you whether to dodge it or block it. Those who perform well will receive a reward from me." The girls giggled as they looked at their handsome professor and readied themselves to give him a lasting impression. Just like Carter expected, not more than 30 people out of 300 students were capable of blocking his magic attack. Some of the foolhardy ones turned into particles of light after Carter's spell pierced through their defenses. Those with lower-grade magic affinities took his advice to heart and just focused on dodging. Carter praised these students as well, which made them quite happy. "I'm very impressed." Carter praised the entire class after the last student had returned to her position. "All of you have the makings of great mages." His flattery was happily accepted by everyone, which made the atmosphere very lively. Carter was someone who understood human nature and used the students' emotions to his advantage. "Now to give out the rewards I promised. To those that have performed well, I will give you 3 candies. Please line up and accept your rewards." The students made 2 lines, one for the boys and one for the girls. Carter personally handed his candies to everyone, which made him look like a fair and kind instructor. "Those who receive only 1 candy, don't feel bad about it," Carter announced. "Train harder and, in time, you will also receive more candy from me. However, a part of me wishes that all of you will not suddenly become experts on our next meeting." "Why?" "Because these candies are personally hand-made by me. Takes time to make them, and I will run out of stock if all of you suddenly become amazing mages. Please, have mercy on me." The students chuckled because Carter acted like he would suffer if all the candies he had on hand disappeared. After giving his final words of encouragement, Carter left the training grounds with a smile on his face. While it was true that he had worked hard to prepare those candies, he was also looking forward to the fruits that he would harvest in the future. The more the students ate the candies that he had prepared, the more their consciousness would be open to his suggestions. While it may not be as powerful as a charm spell, being able to manipulate them to do things that seemed natural to them was scarier. For now, Carter was willing to plant his seeds and wait until they were ripe for the picking. When that time came, the plan that he had in mind would also become a reality. William opened his eyes and lightly rubbed his Mama Ella's stomach before propping himself up into a sitting position. He raised his arms to do a little bit of stretching, while the goat beside him also raised her head. "Good morning, Mama." "Mia." It was still dark outside, but William had already formed a habit of waking up early in order to do his morning training routine. However, this time it was different. As the head prefect of the martial class division, he would lead the students into a rigorous training exercise that would help them build their foundations. He planned to use the same training that his grandpa James and his mentors back in Lant had used with him. William went to his closet and selected the sleeveless black training uniform that he had prepared beforehand. This was the same uniform that he had used during his training in Lant, and it was made from the pelt of the thunder-horned wolf that he had defeated ages ago. After putting on his clothes, William walked towards the opposite bed where his delicate roommate was still sleeping. Due to his half-elven bloodline, William was able to see in the dark. He could see Kenneth's cute, peaceful face in the darkness as he continued to sleep. "Wake up, sleeping beauty," William said as he lightly poked Kenneth's cheek. "Our training is going to start soon." Seeing that his roommate was not showing any reaction, William continued to poke the delicate face which was as smooth as a girl's. He poked Kenneth's cheeks and nose until the sleeping boy opened his eyes in irritation. "Rise, my little sunshine," William teased. "Or do you need me to kiss you before you wake up completely?" "I'm not your sunshine and I don't need your kiss," Kenneth replied as he grabbed William's annoying finger and pushed it away. "Wait for me outside the dormitory. I'll wash my face first." "Okay." William smiled as he walked toward the door. Ella followed behind William as they left the room together. The entire dormitory was quiet, and it seemed that most of the students were still in their beds, dreaming of when they would stand at the peak of the mortal realm. William felt mischievous and placed his hand over the emblem pinned on the right side of his training uniform. Immediately, blaring sounds erupted throughout the Solaris dormitory. The noise instantly woke most of the sleeping students. Some of them came out of their rooms to see what was happening, with their weapons ready. "Wake up!" Sleeping beauties. The time to train has arrived. William's domineering voice reverberated inside the Solaris dormitory. Of course, if you want to stay as beautiful princesses, you can ignore this announcement. Those who want to become strong and increase their ranks, I'll meet you at the gates of the Solaris dormitory. I'll give all of you 10 minutes to prepare. See you outside. After making his announcement, William made his way towards the dormitory gates. He didn't know how many people were planning to participate in the morning training, but he hoped that more than half of the first years would come. 10 minutes later, a bunch of annoyed, drowsy, and excited students could be seen lining up behind William. The guards, who were manning the gates, looked at this scene with interest. This was the first time they saw such a scene, and they were wondering what was going on. "Okay, all of you follow my movements," William shouted. "We will be doing basic stretching exercises first. After that, all of us will run towards that golden flag fluttering in the distance." Some of the students groaned when they saw what William was pointing at. The huge flag fluttering in the distance was the flag that marked the boundary of the Martial Class Division. According to their estimate, it was at least 5 to 6 miles away from the gates of the Solaris dormitory. Only those who had been training for a long time didn't make any unnecessary comments and began to follow William as he did his stretching routine. After 5 minutes of stretching, William faced all the students and smiled. "The first one to reach the flag will become a temporary officer. If that person continues to follow my training regimen until this month is over, he will become a permanent officer of the Martial Class Division. Cheating is not allowed. You are only allowed to use your own physical powers. Using artifacts, weapons, or accessories to boost your body's performance is not allowed. Anyone caught doing this will not be tolerated and will be forever banned from getting an official post. If you want to become an officer, use your own 2 hands and feet to seize it." William's words broke everyone out of their daze. Those who were still half asleep suddenly became awake, while those who were grumbling earlier looked at the flag in the distance as if they wanted to eat it whole. The red-headed boy chuckled internally as he saw their serious expressions. The carrot and stick approach is really effective. William stood straight in front of everyone and raised his chin. "Are all of you ready?" "Yes." "Very well. On my mark," William said as he raised his hand. "Ready, get set, go." The first years started to run earnestly. They didn't hinder each other's path and ran at their own pace. William ran behind the group to ensure that no one would slack off. Although running 5 to 6 miles may seem like a long journey, for martial warriors, it could easily be accomplished in less than an hour. All the first years that had passed the entrance test of the Royal Academy were all talented individuals. Although they may not be as strong as Priscilla, Spencer, Drake, and Conrad, they were not far behind when it came to martial prowess. Just like William expected, the entire student body reached the border area in less than an hour. While all of them were panting for breath, and their sweat oozed out of their bodies, they looked at him with determined expressions. Surprisingly, the first one to reach the goal was a chubby boy with dark brown hair. William had ordered the system to memorize the faces and names of everyone that he had met. After a little bit of digging, William was finally able to recognize the boy who was looking at him with anticipation and excitement. "Dave Cornwell, step forward," William ordered. "Sir," Dave replied as he stood in front of William. "You did well." William patted the boy's shoulder. "From now on, you will be our temporary logistic officer. You will be in charge of gathering the things that we will need for our daily exercise routines, as well as the supplies needed for the missions that our class will undertake." William smiled as he personally pinned a silver emblem on Dave's uniform. "I will allow you to pick 6 people to help you accomplish this important task for our Martial Class Division. Do not let me down." "Thank you, Head Prefect," Dave replied with a teary expression. "I will do my best." "I know." William once again patted Dave's shoulder before facing the rest of the students who were looking at Dave with envious faces. "Our training is not yet over," William said with a smirk. He then pointed at the boxes that were piled up beside the tree where the flag was enshrined. "Open the boxes and pick 4 metallic bracelets each. Wear them on your wrists and on your ankles. Starting today, You are not allowed to remove them. Each bracelet weighed 22 pounds each, 10 kilos. The martial students were familiar with this training method, so none of them complained. What they didn't know, however, was that these were enchanted bracelets. The bracelets would automatically increase their weight, depending on the one who wore them. If they were worn by someone like Drake, instead of 22 pounds, they would weigh 44 pounds. That would mean that the boy would be carrying that much weight on both his wrist and ankles. William had pestered Grant and Andy to have these bracelets prepared so they could be part of the first year's training. The two instructors happily accepted William's request and went to the Martial Division storage to personally handle this undertaking. Training bracelets were very common in the Royal Academy. Even mages used them in order to build their physical foundations. William wouldn't wear any of the bracelets that were prepared by the Academy. He was already wearing his own that were personally forged by the blacksmith of Lant, Barbados, to help with his training. The blacksmith's best friend, Seraphi, the jeweler of Lant, helped inscribe the runes on William's bracelet, doubling their effectiveness. In the 4 years that William had trained in Lant, the black bracelets on his wrists and ankles had already passed 100 pounds each, 40 kilos. As William got stronger, the weight of his bracelets also increased. When he started, William had a hard time adjusting to the weight, but as time went on, he got used to it and treated the bracelets as accessories instead of shackles that limited his movement. Of course, William's bracelets were not ordinary bracelets. They had a special enchantment that allowed them to transform into bracers, arm guard, giving added protection to William's body. William eyed everyone with a serious expression. When all of them had secured the bracelets around their wrists and ankles, the red-headed boy gave the order to jog back to the Solaris dormitory. He wanted their training to be a gradual strengthening instead of an intensive one that would leave the students paralyzed and unable to go to their respective classes. William wanted to increase their stamina first. Once he deemed that everyone was ready, he would increase the intensity of their training accordingly. He was confident that the students of the martial classes would be able to surprise the other two divisions in the interdivision class battles in 3 months' time. Since William was planning to head to the Goblin Crypt within the Royal Academy, he ordered Priscilla and Dave to take charge of the morning training routine. For now, William wanted everyone to build their stamina, so running in the morning was the most effective way to do it. As for their physical training, that would be taken care of by Grant and Andy during their martial training lessons. After relaying his orders, William, along with Kenneth, went to the meeting spot where Est, Ian, and Isaac were waiting. The Goblin Crypt and the other dungeons were not located inside the Academy. They were actually located in different parts of the Hellon Kingdom. In order to get to their destination, they would have to use the Academy's exclusive teleport gates that were powered by magic crystals. Each trip cost 5 gold coins per person. Naturally, the farther the place was, the more expensive it would be. This was why most commoner students preferred to take commissions from the Academy instead of going to the dungeons to hunt monsters for their cores and materials. Only the children of nobility or well-off merchants were able to use these teleport gates at their leisure. "Are both of you ready to depart?" Est asked as soon as William and Kenneth arrived at their meeting place. "I'm as ready as I'll ever be," William replied. "Mia." Kenneth just nodded his head to say that he was ready to go any time. "Good," Est smiled. "Let's go. I've already asked around and found the teleport gate that we will be using." Est led the way and the rest followed behind him. Less than 5 minutes later, they arrived at a gate where over a dozen students stood in place. William saw a few familiar faces among the group of people who also wanted to challenge the Goblin Crypt. Spencer, along with his twin sister, Wendy, were there. The 2 boys whom William and Ella had faced in the battle were there as well. "Fancy meeting you here," Brutus greeted with a smile. "This must be fate at work." Bruno stretched out his hand for a handshake. "Nice to see you again, William." William happily shook Bruno's hand and returned the greeting. "Senior, are you going to the Goblin Crypt as well?" Although William defeated the 2 of them, the twin brothers didn't take it to heart. They were even quite impressed by the harmless-looking goat that always stayed by William's side. Never in their wildest dreams did they think that they would be defeated by an Angorian goat that could be seen anywhere in the Hellon Kingdom. Yes, Bruno replied. Little Wendy asked us to accompany her in the dungeon exploration. The Siscon decided to tag along because he doesn't trust the two of us to protect his sister. William gave a sidelong glance at the Siscon, who was standing beside Wendy. Spencer snorted at William's inquiring gaze, but didn't say anything. Up to what floor are you guys planning to explore? William inquired. I heard that the 14th floor is a dangerous place because it is the floor where the goblin shaman spawns. Bruno grinned and used his thumb to point at Wendy. It seemed that the blonde beauty was the leader of the group, and the decision-making lay in her hands. We're planning to challenge the 14th floor, Wendy admitted. However, we will immediately run away if it gets too dangerous. William frowned, but he didn't say anything. It was not up to him to tell them what to do because they were not part of his division. Even so, he still kindly reminded Wendy and her party to be extra careful when dealing with the hobgoblin shaman. I hope they can handle it, William thought. While William was reminiscing about his first battle with the hobgoblin shaman, the teleport gate glowed and several students appeared in the area around it. They were the students that had finished their dungeon exploration. Some of them had smiles on their faces, while others had pale expressions. It seemed that not everyone was able to leave unscathed from their dungeon expedition. After the last student had left the teleport area, the one managing the gates raised his hand. Those who are traveling to the town of Hartlepool, please, stand beside the teleport gates, the staff announced. We will be sending you to your destination in 5 minutes. Williams and Wendy's group, along with others, stood beside the gate and waited for their turn. Hartlepool was the small town that was built around the Goblin Crypt. In most cases, dungeons were discovered by humans by accident. When a dungeon was found, they would either keep it for themselves or report their discovery to the kingdom. Both held advantages and disadvantages. Those who didn't report the dungeons they had discovered would gain a monopoly of monster materials, beast cores, and other items that could be found inside the dungeon like chests and treasures. When seen from an angle, this was a very lucrative business, at least for the short term. However, once this dungeon was discovered by others, fighting would usually ensue between the different parties. The worst-case scenario was when the noble who had jurisdiction over the territory discovered the location of the dungeon, they would immediately send a message to the ruling family in order to give them the rights to manage the dungeon in their domain. Of course, once this happened, all the benefits that the discoverers had gained for the short term would disappear completely. If they were the ones who reported the dungeon to the kingdom, they would be given an honorary title and the deed of the land surrounding the dungeon. This means that they would become the rightful owner of the area and the ruling noble couldn't do anything about it. This was to ensure that newly discovered dungeons would immediately fall under the kingdom's jurisdiction and be developed accordingly. Everyone get ready, the staff announced. We will be activating the teleport gate. William felt lightheaded as his vision turned completely white. This feeling only lasted for a brief moment before he found himself in an enclosed area surrounded by a tall wall. Several soldiers could be seen on top of the ramparts, and a big steel gate served as the only point of entry and exit towards the teleport gate. As William scanned his surroundings, a tall man wearing armor with the Royal Academy's insignia on it greeted them. Welcome to Hartlepool, the guard captain, who was guarding the teleport gate, said with a brief nod. As students of the Royal Academy, I expect that all of you will follow the rules of Hartlepool and not get into fights with the locals. With that said, any crimes that you commit during your stay will be written in the Academy records. I wish all of you the best on your dungeon exploration. After finishing his speech, the guard captain made a gesture and the steel gate opened. The students made a beeline towards the exit and a bustling town appeared in their sight. Should we reserve a room at an inn or do you want to just jump to exploring the dungeon? Est asked. Let's just go to the dungeon, William replied. We didn't come here to sightsee, so let's get down to business. William looked calm on the surface, but he was actually really itching to go to the Goblin Crypt as soon as possible. He wanted to see if it was the same dungeon that he could access with his Ring of Conquest. Surprisingly, Wendy shared his opinion and proposed that they all go to the dungeon together. This is our first time arriving in this town. It will be best if we all stick together, Wendy said with a smile. Head Prefect Estate and Head Prefect William look so dreamy. If possible, I want to form a closer connection with the two of them. Spencer frowned because he could vaguely sense what his sister was thinking. He was the overprotective type. If possible, he didn't want anyone to approach his sister during her stay at the Royal Academy. Sounds like a good idea, William answered. What do you think, Est? I don't mind. Est nodded. Wendy's smile widened when her two idols gave a positive reply. She even took the initiative to grab hold of William's and Est's hands and slightly pulled them to leave the gate together. William was amused by Wendy's actions and played along. Est, however, didn't expect this move from Wendy. He wanted to pull away, but decided to just go with the flow for now. It wouldn't hurt to get along with Wendy since she's part of the magic division, Est thought as he gave William a sidelong glance. The shepherd returned his gaze and even teasingly winked back at him. Clearly, he enjoyed seeing Spencer's irritated expression as the latter's twin pulled him through the town of Hartlepool. Ella walked beside William, while Kenneth, Ian and Isaac followed behind them. Brutus and Bruno shrugged their shoulders as they followed the group, leaving the frowning Spencer behind them. Wendy has lived a sheltered life and this is her first time interacting with people outside our duchy, Spencer thought. Although William seems like a good person, I still don't want him to act chummy with my little sister. I better keep an eye on him to ensure that he won't have any weird thoughts about Wendy. The Siscon felt that it was only right and proper to protect his little sister from shady characters like William. As for Est, although Spencer didn't know who he was, he had a more favorable opinion to Est compared to the red-headed boy who was shrouded in mystery. So this is the Goblin Crypt? William muttered as he looked at the entrance of a big cave. He also noticed the sign hanging near the entrance that had the information of the dungeon. Dungeon name, Goblin Crypt. Grade level B. Number of floors, 30. Overall assessment. A dungeon where only goblin-type monster spawns. It is highly recommended to explore it with a party of 6 starting from the 14th floor onwards. They even highlighted the 14th floor. How considerate, S said as he read the information near the entrance of the cave. Will, are you sure you don't want to challenge the 14th floor? If possible, I don't want to challenge it, William replied as he gazed at Wendy. Hobgoblin shamans shouldn't be underestimated. I hope you reconsider your plan to challenge them. It's fine, Wendy stuttered. I have my big brother, as well as Senior Brutus and Senior Bruno with me. I am also strong, so I think we can handle it. William nodded his head in understanding. Even so, he sighed internally. He was just like her in the past, naive, and thought that everything would go his way because his mama Ella was strong. System. Place a tracker on Spencer and Wendy. 4 God points will be consumed. Are you sure of your decision? Yes, please. Understood. Trackers had been successfully placed. Spencer Armstrong's and Wendy Armstrong's location and health conditions will be monitored for 48 hours. Thank you. The tracker tool of the system allowed William to put a special mark on anyone. This allowed him to know their general location as well as their current health condition. The maximum number of trackers that William could deploy at any given time was 10, and it consumed 2 God points per beast or person. It was one of the special functions of the system that was unlocked when William had acquired the Cavalier job class. It was a function meant to mark wild monsters that could be hunted down and tamed to become a mount for the Cavalier class. Ironically, the system made the mark universal and allowed William to use it on people as well. I guess this is where we part ways, Est commented. Wendy, Brutus, Bruno, take care. Remember, your lives are important. Don't take unnecessary risks. Yes, Head Prefect. The 3 replied in unison. William patted Spencer's shoulder. Keep your sister safe. If she gets hurt, I will give you a punishment. I'll do that even if you don't tell me to, Head Prefect, Spencer replied grumpily. You should worry about yourself. I've heard that there are certain adventurers who go out of their way to harass new faces that they see in the dungeon. Spencer glanced at William's slave collar and put on a serious expression. Everyone should be careful. There are instances where adventurers are captured and sold as slaves. Although the Goblin Crypt is under the jurisdiction of the Hellon Kingdom, there are still scumbags that are always on the lookout for pretty girls and boys that will fetch a high price in the black market. That's very good advice, William smiled. So, make sure to protect your sister as well. William unconsciously caressed the slave collar on his neck while staring at the entrance of the dungeon. Wendy's, Brutus, and Bruno's expressions changed when they realized that the collar on William's neck was a slave collar. They initially thought that it was just an accessory, but Spencer's words made them give it a second look. Feeling their gazes, William smiled wryly. I can guarantee that being a slave is not a fun experience. That is why all of you should be more careful, especially you, Wendy. Someone as beautiful as you will definitely be sold for a high price. I'd like to see them try, Wendy said in a tone laced with anger. Head prefect, if you want, I can buy your freedom for you. Wendy looked at William with genuine concern, which made William feel warm inside. You don't have to worry about me, William replied. He decided to change the topic by pointing at a store that was not far away from the entrance of the cave. Let's buy some maps first. It will be a good idea to have a general outline of the dungeon that you are going to explore. William didn't wait for any kind of reply and walked towards the store at a steady pace. He wanted to tell them that he had already regained his freedom, but decided not to say anything. The reason why William kept the collar on his neck was to remind himself that slavery existed in this world. Also, the collar doubled as a means of protection. Since he was already wearing a collar, it meant that he had an owner. Human traffickers would no longer attempt to enslave him because a slave collar could only be removed by their owners. Unless the owner of the slave died, the enslavement spell would remain in effect. There were powerful slave traders that are on par with the experts of Lant. William had no chance of winning against them if he met them on his journey, so having the collar on his neck added a layer of protection. Aside from elves and beastkin, half-elves were always high in demand in the auctions on the black market. With William's looks, he would be a very attractive target for the slave traders who were looking for some new goods to sell. When William arrived at the store, he immediately bought all the floor maps that were available. This cost William 10 gold coins, but he didn't care. He was more curious about the differences between the maps in his hands and the maps that were recorded in his system. System. Scan the maps and tell me your initial findings. Understood. Scanning the floor maps of the Goblin Crypt. Scanning successful. Host, the floor map of the Goblin Crypt that can be accessed through the Ring of Conquest is slightly different from the map that we have just recently obtained. Slightly different? Yes, I will show you the difference between the two dungeons. Two maps of the first floor appeared inside William's status screen. On the left side was the Goblin Crypt that he could access from the Ring of Conquest. On the right was the map that William had just bought from the store. Wait! This is... Yes, the floor layout of the first floor of this dungeon is bigger than the one that we can access from the Ring of Conquest. To put it simply, it's like an expansion. Although there are similarities between the two maps, some changes were made and the Goblin Crypt in this area is 2 times bigger than the one we can access with the ring. Tell me your thoughts about the matter. Host. Perhaps our version of the Goblin Crypt is the version of the dungeon when it was still young. According to the data that I have gathered from this world, all dungeons can grow and expand. It is very possible that the Goblin Crypt that we have is a recorded copy when it was newly discovered. William stood in a daze as he looked at the map inside his status screen. His group had already arrived by his side and taken a peek at the maps that were in his hands. They thought that the red-headed boy was just taking a close inspection of the map before they entered the dungeon. William, is there a problem with the maps? Est inquired. William had been staring at the map for too long that he thought it was strange. No, there is no problem, William answered as he gave the maps to St. Carry it with you. I have already memorized it, so I don't need it anymore. Then I will gladly accept your generosity. Est inspected the maps one by one and tried to memorize them. Spencer didn't want to waste any more time and decided to buy maps for their own party as well. Wendy could see the impatience on her big brother's face, so she decided to reluctantly bid her goodbyes to her two idols. William watched Wendy's retreating back as she entered the cave along with her party. "She is a good girl," William said as he crossed his arms over his chest. "Yes, she is a good girl, so stay away from her." Ian scoffed. "What's wrong? Are you jealous?" William gave Ian a teasing glance. "I'm just worried that Wendy will bite off more than she can chew." "You don't need to worry about her," Kenneth commented from the side. "Spencer, Brutus, and Bruno are strong. She'll be safe as long as she doesn't go to the lower floors or meet some strong adventurers along the way. Besides, she's wearing the uniform of the Hellon Royal Academy. Even if the bad guys had guts, they would still need to think twice before making a move on her." After Kenneth finished his explanation, Est looked up and cleared his throat. "I've memorized the maps from floor 1 up to floor 14. Since we are only planning to go as far as floor 13, I think this is enough for the time being." William nodded his head in agreement. "Lead the way, party leader." "Okay." Est smiled as he walked towards the entrance of the cave. William had passed the leadership role to Est because his only intention was to see the differences between his version of the Goblin Crypt and the dungeon in front of him. After walking deeper into the cave, William and his party met many parties who were busy killing goblins on the first floor. The goblins here are more numerous compared to my version of this dungeon, William thought as he scanned his surroundings. The system is right, this place is indeed bigger. As they walked towards the second floor, William noticed a single goblin standing in the distance. He immediately summoned his bow and quiver before pulling an arrow out from behind his back and taking aim. The goblin wasn't even able to cry out in pain as its body fell to the ground. A few seconds later, it turned into particles of light, leaving a single ear on the place where it died. William's eyes widened when he saw the notification that appeared on his status screen after killing the goblin. XP gained. 12. That was a good shot, Est praised. Why do you look so happy? Because it is more than 10, William, as the smile on his face widened. More than 10? What do you mean? You won't understand. How could he possibly tell his friends that over the past 4 years the highest experience points he gained from killing a monster was 10? Those 10 points could only be achieved by killing a goblin shaman, which was ranked between D and C. Depending on the skills it had learned, a goblin shaman could be at the peak of the D tier, or in the initial stages of rank C. Ella in her War Ibex form could be classified as a level C low threat. The goblin shaman's threat level started at level D high and ended at level C mid, meaning it was a threat that could potentially kill people who are unaware of its true strength. Since William, Ella, and the goats had trained to resist curses and dark magic, a goblin shaman was something that they could handle. Even so, after killing this dangerous creature, the amount of experience points that William gained would not surpass the number 10. That's why he became very emotional when an ordinary goblin gave him 12 experience points. System, did you notice? Yes, the experience points gained inside this dungeon and the one we can access through the Ring of Conquest have almost the same value. Although the experience here is a little lower, the difference is not that far apart. William agreed with the system's observation. Right now, there were 6 members in their party. William, Ella, Est, Kenneth, Ian, and Isaac. The experience points were split among the group, so the red-headed boy only received 12 experience points after killing 1 goblin. System, set the EXP allocation to the Shepherd job class, William ordered. It would be best if we max it out as soon as possible. Understood. Experience points allocation is successfully transferred to the Shepherd job class. Thank you. William sighed. He had long wanted to max out his main job class, but circumstances had prevented him from doing so. Shepherd LVL 28. Current job EXP 42,400/91,207. Are you really okay? Kenneth inquired. Should we return when you're feeling better? I'm fine, William said as he wiped away the last tear stain on his face. Sorry, you saw a weird side of me just now. Let's continue our exploration. Est was still worried about William, but since the latter had said that he was fine, then he decided to continue their dungeon expedition. "Our goal is to get to the 10th floor as soon as possible," Est explained. "We will only kill the goblins along the way. Be wary of human parties that look suspicious. If any of you feel that something is wrong, feel free to give a warning." Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Just like Spencer said, inside dungeons, it was not only the monsters that you needed to worry about. You also needed to protect your backs against humans. The progress of their group was quite smooth. They didn't meet that many goblins, and the parties they met along the way steered clear of them. After 3 hours inside the dungeon, they finally arrived at a bronze gate that marked the end of the 10th floor. According to the map, the first boss of this dungeon is the Hobgoblin leader, Est said with a serious expression. Its threat level is D-mid. It also summons 2 Hobgoblin warriors and 2 Hobgoblin archers. Their threat level is D-low. William, Kenneth, I will let you deal with the archers. Ian, Isaac, you will deal with the Hobgoblin warriors. I will handle the leader. Understood. Me. The moment William's entire party entered the door, the bronze gate closed behind them. William had experienced this many times before, so he wasn't worried. Est, Ian, and Isaac, on the other hand, were looking around anxiously. Just like in William's memories, the boss room was similar to a coliseum. Torches lit up the sides, casting their eerie glow on the challengers. Suddenly, a mighty shout sounded at the far end of the coliseum, and a hobgoblin jumped down from who knows where and landed in the middle of the battleground. William raised an eyebrow, because the hobgoblin leader that appeared was very different from the one he had battled inside his version of the goblin crypt. The hobgoblin leader that was standing in front of them was 2 meters tall. It held a sword in each hand. It was also wearing lightweight metal armor on its body, and the presence it revealed was that of a veteran fighter. 4 hobgoblins appeared beside it. 2 archers and 2 warriors. Their threat level was leagues apart when compared to the boss fight that William had fought inside his version of the Goblin Crypt many years ago. System, it seems that your guess was right. Yes, the monsters inside this dungeon are stronger compared to the ones that are available in our version of the Goblin Crypt. Dungeon growth, William mused before using his appraisal skill. Hobgoblin leader. Goblin race. Threat level, D high. Cannot be added to the herd. After countless evolutions, the goblin race has finally given birth to a leader. The hobgoblin is born from the goblin race's desire to grow stronger. A hobgoblin leader is born to lead the hobgoblins to battle. If the hobgoblin leader is already this strong, then it is safe to assume that the goblin shaman is already at rank C. William frowned. The system had kindly reminded William that the threat level of the hobgoblin shaman would always be a level higher than the hobgoblin leader. Not only that, since the dungeon's monster composition had changed, it was very possible that on the 14th floor, the hobgoblin leader and hobgoblin shaman might be in the same group. If this was true, then they would really be fighting a strong team of monsters once they stepped onto the 14th floor. I'm worried about Wendy. How about Spencer, Brutus, and Bruno? Are you not worried about them? They're boys. Why should I worry about them? Ooh. William stood in place holding his bow and arrow. Est, Ian, Isaac, Kenneth, and Ella had charged towards their respective foes and engaged them in combat. William didn't intend to participate in this battle. His mama Ella was more than enough to dispatch the hobgoblin archer with ease. He was paying close attention to his friends' battles and would help them if needed. Kenneth's quick movements allowed him to close the gap between himself and the hobgoblin archer in order to engage it in close combat. Surprisingly, the hobgoblin archer used a short sword to parry Kenneth's attack. Ian and Isaac were battling hard against the 2 hobgoblin warriors who were equipped with both swords and round shields. The hobgoblin's threat level was D-mid, just a level lower than the hobgoblin leader, and they were fighting against Ian and Isaac evenly. It seems that the twins weren't being serious in the battle because they didn't use their magic powers. They were only using their sword techniques as if they were using the hobgoblins as training partners. Est was fighting a dual-wield battle with the hobgoblin leader and, just like his retainers, he wasn't using his magic powers either. The only problem was, Est was getting pushed back by his enemy. Even so, Est didn't back down and continued to engage the hobgoblin leader in close combat. The sound of weapons clashing reverberated inside the boss room as both parties fought for supremacy. 5 minutes later, the twins felt that they had endured enough and used their magic powers to make a comeback. Ian's sword extended and lashed out at his opponent like a whip. The blade turned into a whip made up of water and sent the hobgoblin skidding away a few meters. Whip sword. Wow! William praised the snot-nosed pansy behind his back. That looked so cool. Isaac, on the other hand, summoned a round shield made up of hard rock that was 1.5 meters tall. He then charged against his foe using the shield to ram the hobgoblin's body. A miserable shriek escaped the hobgoblin warrior's lips as it was sent flying. William winced upon seeing this scene and wondered how he would fare if he got hit in the face by Isaac's shield. The thought of it made him shiver, so he immediately looked in another direction. Est gritted his teeth and Rhapsody glowed brighter. Divine Burst! Est unleashed a special move at point-blank shot which caught the hobgoblin leader by surprise. With a shout of unwillingness, the hobgoblin leader tried to use its swords to block Est's attack, but it was futile. The power of the divine burst overwhelmed the defenses of the hobgoblin leader and tore through its body. Est looked at the gaping hole that appeared in his opponent's chest before it lifelessly fell to the ground. Soon, its subordinates followed its demise as they were finished off by William's party. Ella had long defeated her opponent, and simply watched the children as they fought against their respective opponents. She understood that they were training themselves with real combat, so she didn't help them after her fight had ended. The hobgoblin leader and his lackeys disappeared into particles of light, marking the end of the boss fight. EXP gained 5,000. Shepherd LVL 28. Current job EXP 47,400/91,207. William grinned when he saw the influx of experience points that he had received. It had been a while since he saw over 1,000 experience points, and it made him giddy with happiness. Good job, everyone. William clapped his hands in approval. That was an impressive battle. Es smiled and nodded his head. For some reason, he liked getting praised by William. It was at that moment when a treasure chest appeared in the center of the room. William crossed his hands over his chest. He had no intention of taking the spoils of this battle. Est and the rest understood his stance as they crowded in front of the treasure chest with curiosity. "Open it, young master," Ian urged. "I want to see what is inside." "Okay," Est nodded. He, too, was quite curious about what he was going to see inside the chest. The handsome boy lifted the lid of the chest and saw a pair of boots. William's smile stiffened as Est took out the pair of boots from the chest. He didn't need to use his appraisal skill to identify them, for they were the same boots he received when he won against the hobgoblin leader in the past. Windborn boots. Wear light on your feet. Go strong in your life. Agility +3. Perhaps it was by coincidence, but Est's gaze landed on William's boots. He then looked at the boots in his hand and saw that the two pairs of boots were identical. William whistled and looked at the ceiling of the Colosseum. For some reason, the stalactites that were hanging on the ceiling looked very interesting to him right now. Est cleared his throat as he showed the pair of boots to the rest. "Who wants these boots?" "I don't need them," Kenneth politely declined Est's offer. "I don't need them as well, young master," Isaac replied. "Wait, these boots look oddly familiar." Ian frowned as he inspected the boots in Est's hand. He then looked at the boots of the annoying boy that was looking up at the ceiling and realized something. For a brief moment, Ian wanted to ask Est if he could have the boots for himself. However, when he saw Est's expression, he realized that his young master was giving him the "I dare you to ask for these boots" smiling face. Ian gave an awkward cough as he reluctantly took a step back to compromise. "My boots are already good, young master," Ian said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Please, take the boots and use them well." Est's expression softened as he nodded his head in approval. "Since none of you want them, then I'll gladly use them as a memento of our first boss fight." Est stored the Windborn boots inside his storage ring for the time being. As much as he wanted to wear the Windborn boots, now was not the time to do so. He then made a gesture for everyone to follow him, as he stepped into the glowing portal that would take them to the 11th floor of the dungeon. Meanwhile, on the 11th floor of the Goblin Crypt, Wendy's team was fighting against 3 hobgoblin warriors. They had cleared the boss room half an hour earlier than William's party. Compared to the boss fight, the 3 hobgoblin warriors didn't stand a chance against the 4 powerful students of the Hellon Royal Academy. After cutting down the last hobgoblin, Spencer looked at his sister, who was panting for breath. This was the first time she had gone inside a dungeon, and she was not as experienced as him in conserving her strength. Brutus and Bruno, on the other hand, were in the same boat as Spencer. Aside from being older than the twins by 3 years, they had plenty of experience when it came to raiding dungeons. Although this was their first time visiting the Goblin Crypt, they were more proficient in conserving their physical and magical strength. The 3 boys silently agreed that they wouldn't interfere with Wendy's battle style. They were doing this in order to help her to understand that even if you were strong, you should know how to maximize your abilities by only using sufficient strength to end the battle. Going all out in each encounter would only exhaust you, and this was a fatal mistake when it came to any kind of dungeon exploration. As they waited for their leader to catch her breath, a party of adventurers also appeared at their location. The leader of the 6-man party was a brown-haired man who seemed to be in his mid-20s. He had average and sharp features that were quite common among mercenaries. "Is this your group's first time coming here to the Goblin Crypt?" the brown-haired man inquired. "I've been here for a few years, and this is the first time I've seen you guys. Are you perhaps students from the Royal Academy?" "Yes," Wendy replied before Spencer could stop her. "We are from the Royal Academy." The brown-haired man smiled at the little beauty in front of him. "We are planning to head to the 14th floor. Do you guys want to come along?" "No." Spencer walked between the brown-haired man and his sister. "We plan to explore the dungeon at our own pace. Thank you for your offer." The brown-haired man gave a nod of understanding. "My name is Kent. If you run into trouble on the 14th floor, come and find us in the eastern part of the dungeon. That is where we usually hunt during our stay here in the Goblin Crypt." "Understood," Spencer replied before taking his sister's hand and pulling her in the opposite direction. Brutus and Bruno gave Kent a sidelong glance before following the brother and sister pair. They could tell that the brown-haired guy was trouble and didn't want to form any connection with him. Kent watched them go with a smile on his face. He then made a gesture to his men to continue their journey towards the lower floors. Whether Wendy's team went to the 14th floor or not, they didn't really care. The 14th floor where the goblin shaman spawned was their old haunt. They knew the floor like the back of their hands, and they specialized in making traps to catch suitable prey that would reap them great rewards during their dungeon expedition. "Wendy, next time, don't casually give information to people you've just met," Spencer advised. "There are a lot of bad people in the world who will ask you for a mile if you give them an inch. It is best not to associate ourselves with people like Kent." "He's right, Bruno backed Spencer. Wendy was a good child, and they didn't want her to experience something terrible while they were together. Some people look harmless, but when you turn your back to them, they are scheming things behind your back. Just a glance and I can already tell that the brown-haired guy is bad news." Brutus nodded. "If we meet them again, it will be best if you leave the talking to us." "You understood," Wendy stuttered. Although she was inexperienced and naive, she could tell that her big brother and her seniors meant well. If they said that Kent was not a good person, then they must have a reason for their stance. "One more thing." Spencer looked at his little sister with a serious expression. "Conserve your strength and don't use any fancy moves when you battle. You will only exhaust yourself if you continue your pace. It's possible that we might get into a fight with something other than monsters." Wendy could feel the tension in her brother's voice, so she nodded her head in acknowledgement. "I understand," Wendy said after careful consideration. "But, if possible, I want to go to the 14th floor. I want to see if the hobgoblin shaman is as powerful as the rumors." Spencer looked at the 2 brothers in askance. He wanted to know if they had any encounters with the hobgoblin shaman in the past. Both brothers shook their heads in unison. After that, Brutus scratched his hair and voiced his opinion. "We can take a look first," Brutus said. It will not be too late to retreat if the situation gets dangerous. To be honest, I also want to see how powerful that hobgoblin shaman is, Bruno commented. I've never faced a dark mage before. This might be a good opportunity to learn from experience. Spencer also agreed that this was indeed a good chance to understand how strong dark mages were. The Hellon Kingdom had banned the use of dark magic, and anyone caught using the art would either be imprisoned or sentenced to exile. If they had committed atrocious acts, then they would be sent to the gallows to be executed. Okay, we will speed up and head towards the 14th floor, Spencer stated. We will conserve our strength and only fight when necessary until we reach our destination. Everyone nodded their heads and proceeded to follow Spencer's suggestion. EXP gained 30. EXP gained 30. EXP gained 30. I never expected hobgoblins to be this strong, Est muttered after Kenneth, Ian, and Isaac disposed of the 3 hobgoblin fighters who blocked their path. It seems that the groupings on this floor are 3 hobgoblins per party, Kenneth said while picking up the hobgoblin ears that dropped on the ground. They were the monster drops from the hobgoblins and could be exchanged at the Adventurers Guild or the Alchemist Guild for a few coins. This is interesting, William thought. The hobgoblins don't drop anything inside my version of the Goblin Crypt. They are there purely for experience points. William had long thought that the purpose of the Ring of Conquest was for training purposes. Perhaps it was even meant for leveling purposes. This realization brought a couple of questions in his mind. Just who was the one who made the Ring of Conquest and for what purpose? William had a hunch, but this hunch only brought more questions that he couldn't answer at the moment. Perhaps I'll only know the answer once I have a proper talk with Gramps. William sighed internally. Now that it had come to this, he wanted to know how his father, Maxwell, got his hands on the ring. William was also curious to know how his father used the ring to his advantage. He had only heard that his father had single-handedly prevented the demon race from invading the Silvermoon continent. As to how he did it, perhaps only his grandpa James and his mother, Arwen, could answer the mystery that had plagued him since childhood. The group continued to head deeper inside the Goblin Crypt. Just like Wendy's party, he wanted to know just how strong the hobgoblin shaman of this dungeon was. Little did he know that the monster who almost ended his life 4 years ago was far scarier than he could ever imagine. Why? Why did it come to this? Spencer gazed at his twin sister who was being stripped of her clothing by one of the hobgoblin warriors. Wendy was unconscious and was not aware of the fate that was about to befall her. Wendy! Spencer tried to move his body to save his little sister. However, a foot pushed him back down. The young boy raised his head, only to find a gnarled staff pointed at his forehead. The hobgoblin shaman said a word, and Spencer instantly felt drowsy. The strong urge to sleep corroded his willpower, and before long, his body gave way as his consciousness sank into darkness. However, before he lost his consciousness entirely, he managed to activate the emblem on his uniform, and prayed that someone would be able to come and save his little sister from harm. As Spencer laid on the ground, unmoving, the other hobgoblin warriors had gathered around the unconscious girl. Lust could be seen in their eyes as they looked at the young and slender lady who would soon become their new broodmare. When the hobgoblins were about to do the deed, 2 whips of dark magic lashed out at them from the shadows. The hobgoblin warriors cried out in pain as they were all sent flying into the wall of the dungeon. A hobgoblin shaman who was a meter taller than the other hobgoblins appeared in the passageway. It carried a jeweled bronze staff in its hand, and its light green eyes glowed with power. This hobgoblin shaman was vastly different from the other shamans that could be found on the 14th floor. If William was here, he would definitely tell his party to run away and not engage it. For it was a creature that was just as strong as the guardian deer Spire that lived inside the enchanted forest. The tall hobgoblin shaman spoke a few words to the hobgoblin shaman who had already knelt on the floor. The vast difference in power made it submit itself willingly without resistance. The tall hobgoblin shaman ordered the other hobgoblins to carry the children and send them to where the other captives were being held. It also explicitly ordered the hobgoblins not to touch Wendy, for its master had already set his eyes on her. Although the hobgoblin warriors were reluctant, they didn't dare defy the shaman's orders. Spencer, Brutus, and Bruno were carried like a sack of goods on the hobgoblin warriors' shoulders. The tall hobgoblin shaman personally picked up Wendy in a princess carry as it took her to the place where its master had gathered the other captives. When they arrived at the location, the shaman covered Wendy's body with a robe before placing her inside a cage. Spencer and the rest were also locked up in different cages. After seeing that everything was in order, the hobgoblin shaman cast a deep slumber spell on all the captives, so that they would continue to sleep. Its master had already made his own arrangements, and it only needed to play its role for its master's sake. Suddenly, it received a new order from its master to leave the 14th floor and head towards the 15th floor as soon as possible. Its master added that it should continue to travel to the 19th floor and stay there until further notice. Although the hobgoblin shaman was confused by this new order, it still followed it without fail. Clearly, its master didn't want anyone to know of its existence. It was a creature that roamed between the 14th and 19th floors of the dungeon to do its master's bidding. The reason for its existence was to provide its master with new slaves that its subordinates had captured inside the dungeon. That was the role it played, and it was more than happy to do its master's bidding. "Let's hurry," William urged his party as they ran across the 14th floor of the dungeon. Along the way, students of the academy that were also on the same floor followed behind them. They had received a distress call coming from a student, and it was standard procedure to come to their aid. This was a strict rule that was implemented in the Hellon Royal Academy when a batch of students were exploring a dungeon. They were duty-bound to rescue their schoolmates once the distress signal had been activated. Right now, more than 20 students of the Royal Academy, ranging from first years up to third years, were heading to the spot where the signal had been sent. Kent had noticed their movements and a slight frown appeared on his face. He and his group followed behind the students and asked them what was happening. The student he asked briefly mentioned the situation. Kent listened patiently and nodded his head in understanding. His group's expressions suddenly became serious, but Kent gave them all a stare that shut them up. Kent placed his hand inside his pocket and touched a red jewel the size of a quail's egg. A minute later, he removed his hand from the pocket and continued to follow the students who were making their way to the western part of the dungeon. A third-year martial student was in the lead as he held his sword in his hand. He spotted 2 hobgoblin shamans ahead as well as 6 hobgoblin warriors. He immediately gave his party the order to attack and ensure that they would be finished off as quickly as possible. These third years were a regular party that explored the Goblin Crypt. They could be called veterans when fighting against hobgoblin shamans, and they took the lead in rescuing their fellow students. The hobgoblin shamans fired their curses, but they were easily intercepted by the magic of the clerics who were among the group of students. The numerical advantage played in their favor as they disposed of all the monsters that blocked their way. The group stopped at an intersection where the path was divided into 3. They didn't randomly choose a direction. Instead, they asked the red-headed boy where they needed to go. "Where should we go next?" The third-year martial student Harrison asked William, who seemed to be aware of the missing student's location. "The left one," William replied. "My friends are only 200 meters away from our location. We're almost there." Harrison nodded and led the way. 5 minutes later, they found several hobgoblin warriors who seemed to be guarding a man-made enclosure. There was no need to say anything, and a fight broke out immediately. William and his party joined the clash. All of them were feeling anxious because they knew the identities of the missing students. Surprisingly, there were no hobgoblin shamans present in the enclosure. The dozen hobgoblin warriors were easily dealt with, and Harrison and the other students destroyed the cages where several people lay unconscious. "Wendy, wake up!" Est held the unconscious girl's shoulder as he shook her awake. "Wake up!" He was very careful in shaking her, for the girl had only a robe draped over her body. Est's senses had told him that aside from being completely naked, Wendy was still a pure maiden. The hobgoblins weren't able to taint her, which made William and the others sigh in relief. "Please stand aside." A third-year student, who seemed to be a cleric, tapped Est's shoulder. She's under a powerful sleep spell. Normal means won't wake her up. The holy magic of clerics were powerful counters for dark magic and curses. Usually, when a group tried to fight against creatures who wielded dark magic, bringing a cleric would increase their chances of not getting wiped out in a battle. Est nodded his head in understanding and stepped away. The lady student pressed her hand over Wendy's forehead and chanted, "Dispel," the lady said as her hand glowed with magical power. When the glow receded, Wendy's eyelids fluttered. She then opened her eyes and looked around in a daze. "Wendy, can you remember what happened?" Est asked immediately after Wendy opened her eyes. "Head, prefect." Wendy was still half awake and couldn't process the current situation. The lady cleric sighed and gave Est the "I'll leave this to you" look. She then stood up and went to check the other captives for injuries. Est took out a blanket from his storage ring and wrapped it firmly around the young lady who was still in a daze. Kenneth, Ian, and Isaac made a protective perimeter around them to prevent anyone from sneaking glances at Wendy. While Estate was trying to get answers from Wendy, William was interrogating Spencer, who had woken up a minute earlier than his twin sister. He had seen Wendy's state and almost made a commotion. Fortunately, William was there. The shepherd immediately delivered a punch to Spencer's stomach, which rendered him unable to move due to pain. While the boy was curled up like a shrimp, William told him that his sister was unharmed. Hearing William's explanation, Spencer finally calmed down and cooperated with William's interrogation. Two whips that seemed to be made from dark energy attacked you from your blind spots and allowed the goblin shaman to fire its curses at all of you? William frowned. Also, you saw hands materialized out of thin air that helped the goblin shaman rain down curses on your group? Are you sure this is what you saw? I'm sure of it, head prefect, Spencer answered firmly. I swear it to the gods. Calm down. William patted his shoulder. I'm not saying that I don't believe you. I'm just trying to understand how your party ended up in this manner. William didn't doubt Spencer's words, because he was very familiar with the sneak attack that rendered them unable to battle. The two skills Spencer mentioned were two of the high-end skills that belonged to the Dark Mage job class. Spectral Hand. 10 mana points. Summons a ghostly hand that moves as you desire, allowing you to deliver low-level, touch-range spells at a distance. The Spectral Hand is also able to use Dark Whip. Dark Whip. 10 mana points. Conjures a whip of dark energy. Can be used to attack, defend, or let the user maneuver over the terrain. No more than 2 dark whips can be created at a time. Damage dealt is equivalent to Intelligence x2. William had used these 2 skills when he fought against the Cyclops inside the Trial of Courage. He was well aware of how flexible these 2 attacks were. However, based on Spencer's story, the Hobgoblin Shaman they fought were not able to use these 2 abilities. That only meant one thing. There was a high-tier Hobgoblin Shaman that attacked them from the shadows. As William continued his interrogation, the clerics among the students had woken everyone from their slumber. Aside from Spencer, Wendy, Brutus, and Bruno, there were 12 other people who had become captives of the Hobgoblin warriors. These people were locals of Hartlepool and had only come to the 14th floor to try their luck in getting better monster drops. Harrison scanned the surroundings with a grim expression. As someone who was familiar with the hobgoblins of the Goblin Crypt, he found the hobgoblins' actions very unnatural. Goblins were well known to only capture female adventurers and dispose of the men. They used these women in order to breed and increase their numbers, so capturing the girls was understandable. What he didn't understand was why the goblins spared the men. Aside from superficial injuries, most of them were unscathed. Also, the cages where the captives were locked up were well made. It was impossible for hobgoblins to create such cages, which only led to one thing. They were created by humans. Both of you are head prefects, correct? Harrison asked Est and William, who were tending to their friends. Yes, Est answered. William nodded his head. Immediately notify the school and ask them to send a team to investigate. Harrison. Tell them that there's a possibility of foul play inside the dungeon. Foul play was the code word that someone was capturing adventurers to be sold as slaves. This was a common thing in most dungeon towns and cities, and that meant that the officials managing the dungeon were in cahoots with the slave traders. When this violation was proven true by the officers of the king, all violators would be sent to the kingdom's mining areas where they would spend the rest of their lives mining for ores. A brief flash of killing intent flashed across Kent's eyes, but disappeared the next moment. He was regretting the fact that he had targeted the students of the Royal Academy. I need to ensure that I leave no traces behind, Kent thought as he gestured for his men to leave the area. I have to keep a low profile for the time being. Kent activated the teleport crystal in his hand, which would send him back to the entrance of the dungeon. He needed to leave the town as soon as possible and tell his accomplices to cease all operations until things cooled down. This will make it hard for me to reach the quota for the next few months. Kent sighed as he calculated his losses. I got too greedy. Kent knew that the students in the Royal Academy were considered to be very talented individuals. When he saw Wendy, he knew that the pretty young lady would fetch a very high price in the black market. Frankly, Kent had no thoughts of selling her. He was more interested in turning her into his personal slave. Kent had seen a glimpse of Wendy's fighting ability through the eyes of his slave. He could tell that she was a rough gem waiting to be polished. If he could make Wendy his slave, he was confident that after a week or two, he would be able to train her into a loyal servant who would happily open her legs and allow him to ravage her as he wished. Sadly, the opportunity had been lost, and it also brought a lot of problems in its wake. Kent knew that an investigation would be held and the guards manning the dungeon would be replaced. The town mayor might also lose his position if he couldn't convince the officers of the king that he had no part in the slave trading that was being done inside his own town. Kent was not optimistic that his old pal would be able to lie his way through this event. Half of the payment for the slaves went to Kent, while the other half went to the town mayor. Both of them had worked together for many years, and the latter would definitely be proven guilty by the officers of the kingdom. I really regret it, Kent sighed again as he rode in a carriage that was headed towards the town's gate. I have no choice but to return using a new identity and start from scratch again. While Kent was making his escape, William and his party escorted Spencer, Wendy, Brutus, and Bruno towards the guard captain of the academy who was stationed at the teleport gates. They needed to file a report so that the staff of the academy in Hartlepool could be made aware of the suspected foul play that had targeted the students of the Hellon Royal Academy. Thank you for saving me, Wendy said as she enclosed William's hand with her two hands. If not for head prefect William, I might have already been. William looked at her with a gentle gaze as he patted her shoulder. I'm not the only one who came to rescue you. Est and the other students of the academy were there to lend their help. Also, it was your big brother, Spencer, who activated the school's emblem to call for help. If you have to thank someone, you should thank him first. Wendy nodded her head. I will thank Big Brother later, but it was the head prefect who found our location. If there is anything I can do to repay you, please, tell me and I will do my best to meet your expectations. William wanted to tease the little girl and say, you can repay me with your body, but he immediately changed his mind when he felt 4 killing intense lock onto his back. William was sure that if he decided to go ahead with his plan to tease Wendy, Spencer's spear and a few other sharp weapons would pierce his back. The red-headed boy lightly coughed and put on a righteous expression. Wendy, you are a student of the Hellon Royal Academy. As fellow students, it is only right and proper that I extend my help. There is no need for a reward. However, if you really insist on giving me a reward, the one thing you can do for me is to keep yourself safe. Pains my heart to see someone as beautiful as you suffer. Please, take care of yourself for me, won't you? William thought that his award-winning performance was enough to pacify the people who had the intention of turning him into a human barbecue. What he didn't expect was that their killing intent only grew stronger as Wendy looked up at him with an infatuated gaze. I will keep myself safe and pure for head prefect, Wendy stuttered as her face turned beet red. Wendy is willing to wait until the head prefect comes of age. When that time comes, I will. Wendy said something, but it was too soft and low for William to hear and understand. Even so, William thought that the young lady was only saying her gratitude to him. Yes. Please keep yourself safe and pure for me. William smiled. I like Wendy. So I hope that you will grow up to be a strong and beautiful lady that will protect the weak from those who try to oppress them. Like? Head prefect likes me? You bet. I really like Wendy a lot. I like you too, head prefect. The feeling is mutual then. William chuckled. Suddenly, William's sixth sense screamed of danger as all the hairs at the back of his neck stood on end. The shepherd immediately jumped to the side as he evaded the spear that was thrust at his back by mere centimeters. Big brother, what are you doing? Wendy raised her voice in anger. How dare you get in the way of my intimate moment with head prefect William? Tisk! Spencer clicked his tongue because he missed his target. I'm sorry, head prefect. My spear suddenly moved on its own. I apologize if I scared you. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. I'm not hurt. Just be careful next time. William nodded his head in understanding. Fool. What do you mean your spear suddenly moved on its own? Do you think I'm stupid? HMP. Wait till we return to the academy. I'll make sure to straighten you up. William was about to say something else when he felt someone pinch the side of his waist. He almost screamed like a little girl due to the pain. Fortunately, he was able to close his lips in time as he endured the sudden pain that came out of nowhere. When the pain subsided, the red-headed boy glared at Ian, who was standing right next to him. What's your problem? William asked with a hateful glare. Sorry, my hand moved on its own, Ian said with a smile. Are you hurt, head prefect? William's lips twitched in anger when he heard the snot-nosed pansy's reply. Why are you acting like a jealous girlfriend? Are you jealous because I'm more handsome than you? Do you want me to give you some beauty tips? The two bickering buddies were about to have a go at each other, like usual, so Est immediately separated the two of them and stood in the middle. All right, settle down, Est said as he pushed both boys away from each other. The teleport gate will activate in 10 minutes. Don't make a scene or we might get punished when we return to the academy. HMP. HMP. William and Ian snorted at the same time. Est looked at the two of them with a fed-up expression, as if he had already given up trying to convince the two boys to get along with each other. Everyone thought that the situation had finally calmed down. But that thought instantly vanished when the infatuated girl, Wendy, appeared beside William and held his hand like it was a very normal thing for her to do. Head prefect, I forgot to ask. How were you able to find us? Wendy asked with upturned eyes. Her eyes were so clear and bright that William could see his face reflected in them. It's good that nothing really happened to you, William thought. That was his genuine feelings in regards to Wendy. William felt that it would really be tragic if someone as kind and caring as Wendy were to lose the brilliance in her eyes because of this incident. I'm glad we made it in time, William muttered his thoughts out loud. Head prefect. Wendy tilted her head in a cute manner which gave William a strong urge to pinch her cheeks. Remembering the girl's question, William cleared his throat to give the excuse he had prepared beforehand. The one who found your location was Mama Ella, William answered. Mia. The Angorian goat tilted her head in confusion. You see, Mama Ella has a very sensitive nose. She can easily find me, even if we are miles apart. Me. Ella nodded her head in acknowledgement. Although William was spouting nonsense about the sensitivity of her nose, it was true that she could find William even if they were miles apart. I see. Thank you, Mama Ella. Wendy bowed her head towards William's mother. From now on, can I also call you Mama? Mia. I was just joking. Me. Wendy hugged Ella with a big smile on her face as she thanked the goat for helping to save her. I guess I need to take things slowly. Ella is much smarter than I thought. William looked at this touching scene while scratching his cheeks. He felt bad about lying to Wendy, but he couldn't possibly tell her that he had placed a tracker on her and Spencer. He didn't want others to think that he was a stalker. While the shepherd was thinking of these mundane thoughts, Est, Ian, and Spencer looked at him as if they were looking at a dead person. Inside their minds, they had already butchered him countless times already. Only the delicate-looking Kenneth looked at this scene with a smile on his face. When William and the rest returned to the academy, they were immediately summoned by the dean and hurriedly brought to his office. This was the first time that William had entered the dean's office since he enrolled at the Royal Academy. The room was less extravagant than he initially thought it would be. He could even say that it is quite plain. Nothing stood out enough to make it look like the room of the most powerful person inside the academy. However, although the room had nothing to offer, the person sitting in the chair facing William and the others was a different matter. Such a strong presence, William thought. Although the dean was only sitting on his chair, William felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his shoulders. He knew that the dean wasn't doing this on purpose, but it was similar to the presence held by his master, Celine, and his grandpa, James, when they were planning to do something serious. "Thank you for coming. The dean of the academy, Simon Otis Beasley, said with a smile. Please, sit down and tell me everything that happened from start to finish." Everyone sat down and Spencer started to narrate their tale. While Wendy's twin brother was telling his version of the story, William observed the dean of the academy. Simon had long blonde hair tied in a ponytail behind his back. His light green eyes were clear and bright. His pointy ears, that revealed his identity as an elf, listened seriously to Spencer's accounts of what happened. From all looks and angles, he looked like a man in his late 20s. However, since he was an elf, it made his age very hard to determine. William's master, Celine, was 28 years old, however. She looked like a young lady who had just turned 20. The red-headed boy had a feeling that even if 100 years were to pass, Celine would still look as she did now. "Thank you for sharing your story," Simon commented. "We will investigate this matter." Simon then scanned the students inside his office and gave another announcement. "Starting today, the Goblin Crypt will be inaccessible to the Academy for the duration of the investigation. I know that this incident has caused everyone some inconveniences, so I've decided to award each and every one of you 5,000 Academy points." Simon waved his hand and 5 white coins hovered in front of each student. "The Academy will not turn a blind eye on everyone's heroic efforts. I pray that in the future, you will continue to protect the safety of the students of the Royal Academy and uphold our dignity." The eyes of the third years widened when they saw the 5 white coins floating in front of them. Each white coin was equivalent to 1,000 Academy points. Usually, you could only earn 1,000 points once you finished 4 to 5 missions on the Academy's bulletin board. Aside from the first years, who didn't know how lucky they were, the rest of the students were feeling giddy because a meat pie had fallen from the sky. With this, they would be able to exchange for rare skills, weapons, armors, accessories, and many more items that were only exclusive in the exchange office of the Royal Academy. Before I forget, Simon cleared his throat. This matter will be confidential. Don't tell anyone what happened inside the dungeon. We don't want the perpetrators to get wind of our investigation, so all of you must act accordingly. Do I make myself clear? Yes, sir. Good. Simon nodded his head. All of you may leave, except for Mr. Ainsworth. I still have a few questions to ask you. Est and the others gave William a glance before leaving the room. When the door of the office closed, only 2 people and 1 goat remained inside Simon's office. William didn't know why the dean asked him to stay. The latter busied himself in preparing tea, leaving William to ponder Simon's intention. 10 minutes later, Simon poured 2 cups of tea and placed one of them in front of William. The red-headed boy said his thanks before drinking the cup that was specially prepared just for him. The moment the tea entered William's mouth, he felt a refreshing taste that he had never felt before. It washed away the exhaustion and anxiety that he was currently feeling from the events that had happened inside the Goblin Crypt. Simon smiled as he observed William. He picked up his own cup of tea and drank it. A few minutes of peace passed before Simon finally decided to break the ice. "How is Celine?" Simon asked. "Is she doing well in Lant?" William returned the teacup on top of the table and looked at Simon with caution. Seeing the young boy's guarded expression, Simon chuckled and raised both of his hands in surrender. "I meant no harm to you or your master," Simon said. "Master? I don't have any master," William commented. "What are you talking about, sir?" William knew that the Hellon Kingdom had banned the use of dark magic. He was not gullible enough to expose his master's condition nor whereabouts to a stranger, even if that person was the Dean of the Royal Academy. Simon had an amused expression as he eyed the handsome half-elf in front of him. He was quite satisfied with William's reply because he didn't acknowledge anything that might compromise his master. She found a good disciple, Simon thought as his eyes landed on the mithril collar on William's neck. So this is the child of Arwen and Maxwell. Lady Fate is truly a fickle lady. William noticed that the Academy Dean was looking at his collar with a gentle gaze. Even so, he was firm in his decision to protect his master's whereabouts and identity. "Did you know? I was one of the makers of that collar hanging on your neck," Simon stated. The collar of Wisteria, a special collar that was crafted to enslave a young elf named Celine because of the power of darkness that ran through her veins. William's eyes narrowed as he unconsciously clenched his fists that were lying on top of his lap. This collar was used to enslave Master? William felt his heart shudder. These bastards! William wanted to ask questions, but he resisted the urge and pressed his lips firmly together. He was afraid that he would start to hurl curses at the Academy's dean due to the anger that was rising inside his chest. Simon noticed the change in William's expression, but he didn't say anything about it. Instead, he continued his tale as if he was reminiscing out loud. "I can still remember her lifeless expression when she wore that same collar on her neck. Back then, everyone in the elf village disdained and scorned her for being impure. She was also subjected to very harsh training. Yes, she was subjected to torture using dark magic." Simon drank the remaining tea in his cup to wet his throat. When he was done, he returned it to the table and spoke once more. "I don't know how an 8-year-old was able to take that kind of training," Simon continued. "There were times when she would return home and her dress would be dyed with her own blood. That is not something that any 8-year-old should experience. It was inhumane." William's fist was starting to shake, for he knew just how terrible and painful it was to be subjected to such torture using black magic. Simon sighed before looking up at the ceiling. When her training ended, she thought that everyone in the village would be able to accept her, but she was wrong. The elves are a proud race. They disdain anything that isn't pure. Although they tolerate half-elves in their territories, they also make them feel that they weren't welcome. Ha, such narrow-minded fools. On Celine's 12th birthday, she was exiled from the village and sent to the Dark Elves to continue her training. There, she suffered untold horrors. Horrors that any teenage girl would never dream to experience. This lasted until she turned 20 years old. Her grandfather, Darwin, personally went to bring her back from the northern continent. The Celine that came back with him was no longer the child that hoped for acceptance and love. Since the Silvermoon continent wouldn't accept her existence, Darwin decided to take her to the southern continent where his old friend lived. There, he hoped that Celine would regain the things that she had lost during her childhood. When she arrived at Lant, that was also the day when the collar on her neck was finally removed. Simon's gaze shifted and locked onto the collar on William's neck. "The collar you wear on your neck right now was dyed with her own tears, blood, and suffering. Do you know? That collar is the most precious and hateful thing in her possession. A collar she had to wear in order to tell others that she had no intention of hurting them or anyone else. A collar that she was forced to wear so that others will feel safe in her presence. That is the history of the collar of Wisteria. A legacy of how the proud elven race chained up a young girl because they were afraid of some stupid prophecy. A prophecy that would bring them to their knees." Simon sneered. Didn't it even occur to them that if they showed her love and compassion, she would repay them in full? Perhaps they did, but they are a proud race. Elves are such a stupid race. A very stupid race. Simon ridiculed and mocked the elves as if he didn't belong to their race. The dean of the academy sighed one more time, before waving his hand. "You may go," Simon ordered. "The next time you see your master, know that your own suffering wasn't even a tenth of what she experienced in her lifetime. Make sure to treasure her well." William walked out of the dean's office in a daze, followed by his mama Ella. He didn't even know how he managed to return to his own room. Simon's tale was still circulating inside his head, and it made him feel angry and ashamed at the same time. Angry because of how much suffering his master had gone through and shame for cursing his master, Celine, in his heart during the first few weeks of his own suffering. William sighed for the umpteenth time as he gazed out the window of his dormitory room. Kenneth, who was seated on top of his bed, frowned as he observed the sighing boy, who seemed to be feeling downhearted. Just what happened inside the dean's office? Kenneth thought. Does it have something to do with what happened inside the dungeon? Kenneth was very curious, but he also respected William's privacy. In the end, he decided to remind the sighing boy that it was almost time for dinner. "Will, let's have dinner," Kenneth said as he patted William's shoulder. William simply nodded his head and stood up from his chair. Ella decided to stay inside the room because she had already eaten. As the two made their way towards the dining hall, William felt a prickling gaze aimed in his direction. When William turned his head to see who it was, he noticed Spencer glaring at him from behind his back. If William hadn't heard Celine's tale, he might have already thought of a plan on how to make Spencer suffer. However, right now he wasn't in the mood to deal with him. He unconsciously touched the collar on his neck and flinched. The collar you wear on your neck right now was dyed with her own tears, blood, and suffering. Simon's voice echoed inside William's head. As William continued to walk to their destination, another image appeared inside his head. It was the time when Celine was about to place the collar on his neck and William was lying on the floor, paralyzed. Still, isn't this unfair? William tried to use reason. Since when did life become fair? Celine asked. Her expression gradually became cold as she looked down at the boy on the floor. Little Will, you have no idea what fairness is. Life has never been fair. There are people who have to beg in order to live, and there are those that were born with a silver spoon on their mouth. Both are people, but their circumstances are like heaven and earth. William, the only one who gets to decide what is fair or not, is the one with the bigger fist. Celine's soft and delicate hand caressed William's cheek. Right now, I have the bigger fist. Because I am stronger than you, I can bully you. This is the law of the strong. Celeste. William muttered the name of Celine's twin, the one who was favored by the elven race, and showered by their love and affection. Both of them were people, but their circumstances were like heaven and earth. William finally understood Celine's hate-filled ramblings that day. She was looking at William, as if she was looking at her 8-year-old self. Because the elven race was stronger than her, they could bully her. That was the law of the strong. The red-headed boy sighed and thought about the days of his training. This continued until he and Kenneth passed through the doors of the dining hall. William sat on his usual dining table and started to eat. However, for some reason, the food that used to taste delicious became plain and almost tasteless. Even so, William forced himself to eat, for he knew that he wouldn't be able to think straight with a hungry stomach. He chewed the food properly and ate 2 servings of vegetables. When he felt that he was half full, he excused himself and left the dining hall to take a stroll outside the premises of the Marshall Division. William walked without any destination in mind. His mind was preoccupied with many things, and his feet moved as they pleased. As he wandered around aimlessly, a pair of soft hands suddenly covered his eyes from behind. "Make a guess," a teasing voice whispered in his ears. "The most beautiful girl in the Royal Academy," William replied. "Since you already know who I am, there's no need for me to do this," the girl stuttered as she removed the hands that covered William's eyes. The red-headed boy wasn't able to stop himself from grinning when he heard the familiar stuttering voice behind him. He then turned his head to look at the pretty young lady who was only half a head shorter than him. "Sir William, what are you doing here inside the Magic Division?" Wendy inquired. William blinked and scanned his surroundings. He found himself in an unfamiliar place. If what Wendy said was true, then he had somehow gotten past through the guards that were guarding the gates of the Magic Division. What William didn't know was that Est had specifically ordered the guards to allow William and Kenneth to enter the premises of the Magic Division class. When the guards saw William walking towards the Magic Division class, they thought that he had an appointment with Est, so they didn't bar his entry. Wendy observed the confused half-elf and a mischievous smile appeared on her lips. "Did Sir William come to check on how I'm faring?" Wendy asked. She was hoping that this was the reason for his visit. "Don't worry, I'm perfectly healthy. The clerics in the infirmary have already healed the minor bruises that I received from the dungeon." I see," William said with a stiff smile. "I'm glad that you're doing well." Wendy lowered her gaze as a blush crept up on her face. The two didn't notice that a few people were gathering around them. They recognized who William was because they had seen his performance during the exchange of pointers in the Colosseum. Some girls even took the initiative to greet him, which made the atmosphere very lively. "Head Prefect, did you come here to visit me?" "Duh. Why would he visit you?" "Head Prefect William came here to visit me." "Isn't that right, Sir William?" The two girls were looking at William with starstruck gazes, which made Wendy feel irritated. "Actually, I came here to visit Wendy," William said as he held Wendy's hand. "The two of us planned to exchange pointers and learn from each other. Isn't that right, Wendy?" "Why, yes," Wendy stuttered. "Sir William wanted to give me private lessons and train my body. Teach me some techniques in order to fine-tune my magic power." "Unfair." "That's unfair, Sir William. Please train us too. We can do it in my room if you like." "Sorry, but my hands are already full with Wendy." William apologized while trying to pry his hand away from the two girls who had grabbed his arm. "Oh! If you ever get tired of teaching Wendy, feel free to find us." Before William and the girls could interact more, Wendy decided to drag the popular half-elf away from the scene. She didn't understand why she felt uncomfortable when the two pretty girls were trying to cling to William. William, on the other hand, was very thankful for Wendy's actions. He didn't know that he had already trespassed on another division's premises and wanted to get away from the crowd. Wendy brought William to the back garden of the Magic Division. Not many people came here at night, so they were safe from the prying eyes of the public. The young lady took William to her secret place in the garden. It was a place that could be accessed by moving the hand of the statue that was blocking its entrance. The two walked for a few minutes after they entered the secret passage. William didn't know where Wendy was taking him, but he could tell that the young lady didn't have any malicious intentions. Not long after, the two emerged from the passage. The red-headed boy's eyes widened when he saw the scene in front of him. William saw an amazing sight. Instead of a sea of flowers, he saw a still lake where an aurora borealis floated above its surface. Several crystal butterflies fluttered above the lake's surface, as their wings reflected the different colors that passed through the transparent water. If William were to describe this place in one word, it would definitely be the word surreal. A sweet smile appeared on Wendy's face when she saw William's reaction. She had discovered this place by accident, and no one else knew about this secret. William was the first person she had brought to this place, and seeing his amazed expression made her maiden heart skip a beat. The sloshing of water could be heard as William swam in the lake. The water was so clear and clean that William could see the colorful glowing crystals lying at its bottom. Although the water was slightly cold, William didn't mind it. He needed to cool down because the thoughts whirling inside his head were giving him a headache. After swimming freely for 15 minutes, he relaxed his body and allowed himself to float on the water's surface. This was the first time he had felt so relaxed and at peace after he entered the Hellon Royal Academy. The red-headed boy felt so comfortable that he fell asleep while floating on the water. Wendy, who was looking at him from the lake shore, didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this development. She brought William to her secret place so that she could spend quality time with him. However, the boy was more interested in swimming in the water than talking to a pretty girl, such as herself. "This is the first time I've seen someone sleep while floating on a lake," Wendy muttered in disbelief. "Oh no. He might accidentally drown if I don't do something." Wendy was torn. On one hand, she didn't want to disturb William's sleep. On the other, she was worried that her idol might drown if she let things continue as they were. In the end, she gritted her teeth and decided to use her second ability. Wendy lightly waved her hand, and the water around William rippled. Soon, the half-elf was slowly, but surely, being dragged to shore. Wendy was a dual affinity magician. Her strongest forte was the manipulation of metal, and the other was the control over wind. Ironically, her wind affinity only allowed her to use magic up to the first circle. The most she could do was create wind blades and manipulate the wind to do simple tasks, like bringing a handsome half-elf, who was half-naked, back to the shore. William's body was quite lean and toned for his age. He didn't have any ripped muscles, but his body excluded strength and power. One could even see the outline of his abs as he floated a meter away from Wendy. Fortunately, the boy was still wearing pants, or else Wendy might have fainted due to embarrassment. Seeing that her idol was out of harm's way, Wendy decided to place a blanket where she sat and waited for William to wake up from his slumber. An hour passed, and soon William finally opened his eyes. The first thing he noticed was a slight ache on his left shoulder. When he turned his head to the side to see what was causing the discomfort, the first thing he saw was a patch of blonde hair. He was still half asleep, so it took him some time to realize what it was. Wendy laid beside him, and her hands were clinging onto his arm. She was sleeping soundly, and a smile hung on her sleeping face. William's body immediately stiffened when he saw this scene. All his drowsiness was swept away by dread as he hurriedly inspected his body. "My pants are still on," William thought as he looked at his body. He then looked at Wendy. She still has her clothes on, which means that nothing has happened. The red-headed boy patted his chest with his right hand in relief. The last thing he remembered was swimming on the lake and feeling comfortable and at peace. He also remembered that he felt drowsy while he was floating on the water. The shepherd didn't remember anything past that point, so he assumed that Wendy decided to bring him back to shore for his own safety. "I was careless," William thought as he looked at the defenseless lady by his side. Wendy was only 15 years old, and yet, her body was developing in the right places. If not for the fact that William had been around his beautiful master, Celine, for 4 years, he might have already ogled the sleeping beauty beside him. William sighed as he nagged at Wendy inside his heart. The girl was so trusting of other people that he worried about her safety. If it were other boys instead of William, Wendy might have already suffered losses due to her carelessness. "I better remind her not to be so trusting of people, especially those of the opposite sex," William thought as he shook his head helplessly. He then gently pried the soft hands that were holding his arm away, so that he could wear some appropriate clothes. Wendy frowned the moment she lost contact with William's arm, but her eyes remained closed and her breathing steady. Right at the moment when William finished putting on his clothes, Wendy started to stir. The pretty blonde girl raised her head and looked around her in a daze. William smiled and crouched down to look her in the eye. "Good morning, sleeping beauty." "Good morning, Sir William." Wendy yawned, then raised her hands to do some light stretches. She was in the middle of stretching when she realized something important. "Head prefect." Wendy stuttered as she hurried to stand up. Due to her actions, her legs gave way and it made her fall backwards. Fortunately, William was a step faster and supported her body to keep it from falling. "Sorry, my bad." William apologized. "Did I scare you?" "And no. I was just surprised, Sir William," Wendy replied as she placed a hand over her chest in an attempt to calm the heart that was beating wildly within her body. "Can you stand?" William inquired. "And no," Wendy answered. "My legs still feel weak and shaky. It can't be helped. Let's sit down first." "Okay." When both of them were properly seated, William properly thanked Wendy for bringing him back to shore. He also admitted that he did something stupid and praised her for being quick-witted. Wendy listened to William's gratitude and praise with a smile on her face. She had managed to calm down and decided to use this opportunity to get to know this mysterious half-elf who made her heart skip a beat. "Sir William, can you tell me more about yourself?" Wendy asked. "Are you really a shepherd? What is the name of your hometown? Do you have brothers and sisters? Do you already have a lover?" Wendy asked a barrage of questions. She even added the question that she was most curious about at the end. William organized his thoughts, as he prepared his answers to Wendy's inquiry. He had already noticed that Wendy was quite different from her big brother, Spencer. Spencer was someone who was calm and collected, and most of his thoughts lay buried inside his chest. He would often show a face of calmness and only react when he was dealing with Drake or anything related to his twin sister. Wendy, on the other hand, was a very straightforward person. She wore her emotions on her face, and it was very easy to read what she was thinking. Even so, William didn't dislike this kind of person. He looked at her bright blue eyes that were filled with anticipation and a tinge of anxiety. Instead of answering her question, William began to tell her about his hometown, Lant. I grew up in the town of Lant, which is located at the farthest edge of the western part of the Hellon Kingdom, William said with a smile. The life there is crude, which is very typical for those who live in the countryside. Even so, it is a place that is very dear in my heart. William paused as he looked at the aurora that was dancing on top of the lake. Throughout my childhood, I was always under the care of my Mama Ella, Aunt Anna, Uncle Mordred, Grandpa James, and Auntie Helen. My father is, well, it's complicated, and my mother is in a faraway place. William didn't know why he was telling Wendy these things. It was as if he was venting and letting the feelings that had been bottling inside his chest rise up to the surface. When I was a year old, my Grandpa James wrote a letter to his friend and decided to play matchmaker, William said in a helpless tone. Surprisingly, his friend agreed to his proposal and betrothed his granddaughter, who is a year older, to me. Wendy felt a sudden ache in her chest as her hands unconsciously clenched into fists. William didn't see this because he didn't need to see it. The young lady sitting beside him was a straightforward person who wore her feelings on her face. William was a hopeless romantic in his past life. He didn't take any chances, and had the courage to pursue his love until it was too late. Because of this, he was sensitive to the feelings of others to a certain extent when it came to love. It was quite easy for him to notice that the young girl seemed to have developed a crush on him, but William was someone who had lived 2 lifetimes. He still hadn't gotten over his first love, Belle, and the feelings of guilt towards his master were preventing him from taking Wendy's feelings for him seriously. Time passed by, as I lived the life of a shepherd. Although I'm very fond of sheep, I prefer the company of goats. William continued his tale. Of course, this is due to the fact that I was raised by one, so I'm more biased towards goats compared to the other animals that we cared for. Then it happened. When I was 10 years old, my fiancée, along with her mother and master, visited Lant to see me. My fiancée is very cute. She was like a little fairy who had come out of a picture book in order to spread happiness to the world. Sadly, her visit was not a joyous one. William snorted as he picked up a pebble beside him and threw it at the lake. The surface of the lake rippled as the pebble sank to its bottom. Soon, the lake became still again as if nothing had happened. Seeing that William was lost in his thoughts, Wendy decided to wait for him to continue his tale. She wanted to know more about William's fiancée. She wanted to know who she was. She wanted to know it so badly. Only 2 minutes passed, but for Wendy, it felt like eternity. William ended his silence with a sigh and continued his tale. The reason for their visit was to see me and also to break the engagement, William said casually. Personally, I didn't really care about the marriage agreement because I know that these kinds of agreements usually have a bad ending. In fact, I was ready to cancel it any time if my partner wished to do so. However, my fiancé's mother couldn't wait to do it and decided to take matters into her own hands. And that was the day when my fiancé, the so-called genius, who is only seen every 200 years, appeared in my life. Her name is Rebecca Fay Griffith, the only daughter of the current Duke of Griffith. Rebecca? Wendy gasped. Your fiancée is Rebecca? Do you know her? William asked. She's a good friend of mine, Wendy answered with a downcast expression. Our lands border each other's and our families have a very good relationship. Wendy felt depressed. Rebecca was her good friend, and the two treated each other like sisters. Knowing that William was her friend's fiancé, Wendy felt that her world had lost all its colors. If William had been engaged to a different girl, then Wendy wouldn't think much about it. However, Rebecca was different. Wendy had looked up to her because Rebecca was beautiful and talented. If the two of them were to stand side by side, Rebecca would be like the sun, and Wendy would only be the moon in the background, forever overshadowed by her friend's radiance and not being able to contest Rebecca's might. As Wendy was feeling helpless, William continued his tale whether she was listening or not. Our meeting should have been a happy one, but like I said, it wasn't a joyous occasion, William stated. The reason for their visit was to cancel the marriage agreement. Huh? Wendy raised her head and looked at William in disbelief. They wanted to cancel the agreement? Yes. William nodded his head. Apparently, Rebecca's mother, Lady Agatha, and her master, an elder of the Misty sect, Lady Eleanor, didn't want Rebecca to marry a poor and dirty shepherd. William closed his eyes as he remembered the scene that happened many years ago. In the end, I decided to agree to the cancellation of the marriage. Like I said, I'm not really fond of arranged marriages, and my fiancée seemed to not have any interest in me as well. I even think that it was for the best that both of us parted ways. Although now, she is only my fiancée in name, I don't want her to suffer her whole life just because of a forced marriage. William then gazed at Wendy with an arrogant look. Tell me, do I look like someone who will find it hard to find a wife? Wendy shook her head. Someone as amazing as Sir William will definitely not have any problem finding a wife. I even think that it would not be impossible for Sir William to have many wives. William smiled and nodded his head. This is the truth. Someone as handsome and awesome as me will not find it hard to find a wife. Since that is the case, why should I allow myself to be bound by an arranged marriage? Also, I am too good and too handsome to become Rebecca's husband. If I marry her, the one losing out would be me. William said it in a very dignified manner that Wendy found it very funny. She wasn't able to stop herself from giggling when she saw William's dignified expression. And so our marriage agreement came to an end. Or so I thought. It didn't end there. Well, it's a bit complicated. William frowned as he explained. After the nobles and the army repelled the monster tide that ravaged the western part of the kingdom, Rebecca's grandfather, Lawrence Fox Griffith, visited Launt dragging his granddaughter, Lady Agatha, Lady Eleanor, and a group of disciples from the Misty sect along. His aim was to fix the misunderstanding that had happened and to convince Rebecca and I to push through with the marriage agreement. Oh no! Wendy voiced her thoughts out loud. When she realized what she did, she hurriedly covered her mouth with both hands. William chuckled when he saw the pretty girl act this way and found it very cute. Right, it was an "oh no" moment. Wendy pouted and pounded William's chest to hide her embarrassment. William only smiled as he caught her hands and shook his head with a smile. He then resumed his tale while feeling lighthearted. Although I can't say it for certain, during that time, Rebecca and I unanimously agreed to end the marriage agreement that was made when we were still practically babies. For the two of us, it was an unfair deal. However, we still needed to give both of our grandparents some face, so we decided to be more civil during the meeting. In the end, the old fox, Sir Lawrence, decided to compromise and gave us a condition. He said that Rebecca and I were going to have a duel in 7 years, and the winner can demand anything from the loser. The battle will take place at the peak of the Misty sect. William shook his head helplessly. Perhaps the old fox didn't want Rebecca to be used as a political tool by her parents while she was still young. So he decided to use me and the duel to give her time to become strong enough to make her own decisions. I, on the other hand, wanted to give my Gramps some face, since he was the one who made the proposal to make Rebecca my fiancée. If I remember correctly, the Misty sect here in the Hellon Kingdom is only a branch sect. The main sect is located in the central continent. That means that in 3 more years, I will need to fight Rebecca on her home turf. Wendy felt conflicted as she looked at William's expression. Will you go? I need to go. I must personally end the thing that my grandfather started. You said that the winner can order the loser to do anything, right? Wendy inquired. If you win, what kind of order will you give to Rebecca? I haven't really thought that far, William admitted. Because there are still 3 years before our fateful battle. I'll just cross that bridge once I get there. Do you plan to make her your wife? No. William answered firmly and resolutely. What's the point in making her my wife if she is unwilling? Also, I don't want to force anyone to become my wife. This goes against my principles. A carefree smile appeared on the shepherd's face which proved that he wasn't lying. Does this mean I still have a chance? Wendy asked. William's smile stiffened. He didn't know that Wendy was this determined to pursue him. This was the first time that someone confessed to him in both his lifetimes, and it made him feel complicated. On one hand, Wendy was a very pretty girl. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Rebecca, she wasn't that far off. Also, her personality was something that William couldn't hate. Straightforward and true to her feelings. William could feel the girl's determination as she gazed straight into his eyes. How about we start as friends first? William felt that he wasn't really ready to accept her feelings. He didn't want to be irresponsible and say yes when he still had lingering attachments to Belle. William felt that it would be unfair to Wendy if he went about their relationship half-heartedly. I'm sorry, William said inside his heart. I don't want to hurt you due to my indecisiveness. He hoped that Wendy would give up on him, but he really had underestimated the girl's resolve. Wendy smiled and nodded her head. I think that starting as friends is good too. William said as he stretched out his hand for a handshake. Just call me Will. If you want me to be your friend, stop calling me Sir William. Or, do you really not want me to be your friend? Please stop teasing me, sir. I mean Will. That's better. Ironically, both of them giggled at the same time. They felt that what they were doing was quite childish, and yet, both of them felt relief. It was as if a stone had dropped down from their hearts and they could finally breathe normally again. William was about to say something. However, he heard the familiar sound of the system's notification. Immediately he checked his status page and almost spat blood when he read the contents of the message. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired a special title. Title name: Friendzoned. Friendzoned. I saw. Got friendzoned. Increase vitality +5. Increase the attack power of your friends by 20%. When you equip this title, all the ladies within 100 meters of you will treat you as a friend. This title has no effect on men. William cursed internally and hurriedly called out the system for an explanation. System, what is the meaning of this? Host, I don't understand your question. Can you please clarify? I'm talking about this new title I acquired. William's face darkened as he talked to the system. What's the meaning of this friend-zoned? Host, do you not understand something as simple as this? You just got friend-zoned. William cursed at the system. Excuse me? I didn't get friend-zoned. I was the one confessed to and the one who told her to become friends. Are you blind? Then host, tell me, what is your relationship with Wendy right now? We're friends. See? You just got friend-zoned. What kind of logic is this? William roared. Hello? I demand a title revision. Change the title. At least change it to something more fitting. Sorry. I am unable to process the host's request. It is not within my authority to bypass the awarding of special titles. To then who should I talk to? I can't accept this. Just give it up, host. A special title is not easy to acquire. You should be happy to acquire such a rare and powerful title. If you equip this title, the power of friendship will multiply. FCKU and the power of friendship. William's body was shaking out of anger and shame. Wendy thought that she had said something wrong because William was acting strangely. She then became teary-eyed thinking that it was her fault. Host, hold your temper. You are scaring the young lady. I'll deal with you later. You'd better wash your neck. William took a few deep breaths in order to calm himself. When he regained his calm, he looked at Wendy apologetically. I'm sorry, I have an ailment that appears from time to time, William explained as he coaxed the teary-eyed girl. It's not your fault. It is something that has followed me since I was born. A congenital illness? Yes, something like that. I'm sorry. Did I scare you? A little bit. Wendy wasn't the type to lie, so she said her feelings up front. Then how about I make it up to you? William smiled. You can order me to do one thing. However, this order mustn't harm anyone physically, emotionally, and spiritually. As long as it is within my ability, I will do it. Really? I can give you any order. Yes, as long as you don't command me to hurt other people, and it is within my ability, I will do it. Okay, Wendy smiled. Tea tomorrow, let's have lunch together. Deal. William nodded his head. Then, I'll wait for you at the gates of the Magic Division class. Don't worry, I'll be there. Ah, can I also bring Mama Ella with me? Of course, Wendy agreed. The two left the secret place holding hand in hand because Wendy didn't want to let go of William's hand. As the two walked towards the gate of the Magic Division, 3 figures appeared to block their way. It seems that Head Prefect William likes to sneak around the Magic Division, S said with a smile. However, his eyes were locked on Wendy's hand that was holding onto William's. Seeing S's gaze, Wendy immediately let go of William's hand in embarrassment. A blush appeared on her face as she hid behind William like a child that had done something wrong. Ho, what's this? Ian asked. Is Head Prefect William planning to poach the talents of our Magic Division? You sure have guts. William lightly coughed as he looked at Est and Ian, who seemed like they wanted to eat him alive. About this I can explain, William replied. I was randomly walking without a destination in mind and suddenly found myself inside the Magic Division. Wendy saw me and she decided to take me for a stroll inside the Magic Division. I see, a stroll. Est nodded his head. Then where did the two of you go? I was immediately notified when you came to the Magic Division. But when I came to find you, you were nowhere to be found. Ian wasn't willing to let the matter drop either, so he fanned the flames while sneering at William. We asked around, but none of the students had seen you and Wendy. Where did the two of you go? Are you perhaps doing something inappropriate inside our Magic Division? William frowned. He could tell that Est and Ian were upset, and he assumed that it was due to the fact that they didn't find him when they came out to look for him. The red-headed boy knew that he couldn't tell them about Wendy's secret place, so he decided to speak half-truths. Wendy and I went to the garden to talk, William explained. I told her about Lant and the things that happened during my childhood. Is that so? Est narrowed his eyes. Then why were the two of you holding hands? Can't friends hold hands? William chuckled as he moved forward and held Est's hand. See, if you want, I can hold your hand any time you want. Est looked at the boy's hand, holding his own, and his anger subsided a bit. Even so, he felt that something wasn't right, so he didn't let him go completely. He gave an eye signal to Ian, and the latter nodded his head in understanding. Wendy, as officers of the Magic Division, it is our duty to ensure the safety of our members, Ian stated. Although Head Prefect William is our friend, he is still from the Martial Class Division. Can you tell us what the two of you talked about? Did he perhaps inquire about the secrets of our Magic Division class? No. Will didn't ask me anything related to the Magic Division class, Wendy answered. It was me who asked him questions and not the other way around. Will? Ian gave William a sidelong glance. Since when did the two of you get close? Ian wasn't stupid. He clearly remembered that Wendy referred to William as Head Prefect William or Sir William. The sudden intimacy between the two alarmed him. Est also frowned when he heard Wendy's words. He looked at William as if he was looking at his husband, whom he personally caught cheating on him. William sighed as he scratched his head. What's wrong with that? Didn't I also ask you guys to call me Will? Even though I already told you to call me by that name, you still call me William. This makes me very sad. William was getting confused because Est and Ian were really acting quite strangely. He didn't want to make things difficult for Wendy, so he decided to leave before things escalated any further. I'll be going now, William announced. Wendy, I'm looking forward to having lunch with you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Will. Wendy waved her hand. See you tomorrow. William waved back and left the Magic Division in haste. He felt that if he stayed a minute longer, something terrible would happen. After William disappeared from their sights, Est and Ian decided to have a friendly talk with Wendy and make her spill the beans. "Where did you go?" Kenneth asked the moment William entered their dormitory room. He then sniffed the air and gave William a weird look. "Did you meet up with a girl?" "Yes," William replied as he sat down on his bed and hugged his mama Ella. "I somehow ended up in the magic division and met Wendy." "I see." Kenneth didn't inquire any further and lay on the bed to sleep. "Good night." "Good night." William kissed the side of Ella's face before laying down on the bed. The Angorian goat also laid down beside William and closed her eyes to sleep. She didn't need to question her baby where he went or who he met. For her it wasn't important. What was important was that William was safe and he was by her side. It didn't take long for William to fall asleep. His heart-to-heart talk with Wendy had helped him get over the haze that had clouded his mind. Although he was still feeling guilty in regards to his master, Celine, this was a matter that he couldn't do anything about at this point in time. William had vowed to have a heart-to-heart talk with Celine and apologize for the ill feelings that he had kept inside his heart during the first weeks of his training. He was not a saint. He felt betrayed when Celine forced him to become her slave without his consent. Even though it worked out in the end, the lingering negative feelings had buried themselves deep within his heart. Although William had buried these feelings until the time came that he could pay her back, these feelings had resurfaced to connect to the new feelings he felt when he heard Celine's tale from Simon. He knew that he and Celine needed to sit down and have a talk. As master and disciple, some things must be made clear with each other. William firmly believed this, and he hoped that he and his master, Celine, would be able to form a true master and disciple relationship that would stand the test of time. That night, in different places in the Hellon Kingdom, several groups of men infiltrated many low to high-grade dungeons. They purposefully chose the dungeons that were close to villages and towns. No one knew their motive, nor what organization they belonged to. They used the darkness to hide their tracks and slipped away under the light of starlight. When William arrived at the meeting place with his mama Ella, he was surprised to find Est, Ian, and Isaac waiting for him along with Wendy. The red-headed boy didn't think much about it because all that were present were his friends, except the snot-nosed pansy Ian. "Well then, shall we go?" Wendy smiled and grabbed hold of William's hand. She then led the way to the picnic area with a smile on her face. Est and Ian frowned, but they didn't say anything and followed behind the pair who were chatting happily in front of them. When they arrived at the location, Wendy summoned a blanket and laid it on the ground. The spot she had chosen was a clearing beside a river where one could admire the natural beauty around them. William sighed and thought that the magic division had so many good things, compared to his own martial division. Isaac set down the basket he was carrying and took out the sandwiches that he had prepared for their lunch picnic. Wendy had also been holding a basket, and inside it was roasted chicken, sandwiches, fruits, salads, and ham that she had taken from the dining kitchen. It was a pretty unusual combination of foods, but William wasn't a picky eater. He happily ate a little bit of everything, even the roasted chicken and ham. After the meal, Est decided to ask William if he had any plans for the rest of the week. "My plans?" William crossed his arms over his chest as he pondered for a while. "I don't have any particular plans this week, aside from training the first years." "Why? Do you need me to accompany you somewhere?" "Actually, I plan to ask you about our next dungeon expedition," Est said with a serious expression. "Since the Goblin Crypt is currently under investigation, it would be best to find a different dungeon to go to. Do you have any recommendations?" "No. I'll leave the decision in your hands." "Are you sure?" "Yes." William nodded his head. The only reason why he chose the Goblin Crypt was to investigate the differences between his version and the real one. Although he wasn't able to make a full comparison, the circumstances couldn't be helped. "Okay, I'll pick a good dungeon to Risu." Est wasn't able to finish his sentence because the emblem on his uniform started to send out an alarm. The emblem pinned on William's uniform did the same, and the two head prefects exchanged a glance with a serious expression. "Let's put off our talk for now," William said as he stood up. "The dean of the academy is calling for us." Est and I have to go. Ian, Isaac, help Wendy tidy up this place and wait for me in our dormitory room, Est ordered. Will, let's go. William nodded his head and sprinted with Est towards the Academy's conference room. This was the place where matters of great importance were discussed by the dean and the student body of the Academy. When Estate and William arrived at their destination, the other head prefects along with their vice prefects were already waiting outside the conference room. Priscilla had arrived earlier and was only waiting for William to appear. She immediately walked towards William and stood behind him, as per her rank as vice prefect. Naturally, the vice prefect of the first-year magic division, Edward, who lost to Priscilla in their duel, was also there and stood behind Est. When the last officers of each grade arrived, the door to the conference room finally opened. Inside, the dean and the instructors of the academy were all seated in their designated places. Simon had a serious expression on his face, which meant that something big had happened. The dean asked the students to take their seats in order to start the meeting. Thank you everyone for coming on such short notice, Simon said. What I am about to tell you is of grave importance, and the sooner the student body mobilizes, the sooner we can assist the kingdom in facing a threat that has caught us unprepared. Simon waved his hand and a projection of the territory of the Hellon Kingdom floated in the center of the conference room. There were red dots blinking on the map and there were more than 20 of them. William came from the countryside, so he wasn't familiar with the places where the red dots were blinking. However, those who did recognize them kept their mouth shut and waited for Simon to continue his explanation. For some unknown reason, all of these dungeons have shown signs of being corrupted. Miasma is leaking out of their entrances, which means that a drastic change is happening inside the dungeons. According to the kingdom's investigators, and our own investigators, the level of miasma that is being released from the dungeon is a sign that a dungeon outbreak is about to happen. A dungeon outbreak? System, do you know what a dungeon outbreak is? William inquired. To answer the host's question, a dungeon outbreak is when a dungeon reaches a point where it spawns monsters at an alarming rate. This makes it impossible for the dungeon to shelter these monsters, and forces them to go outside of the dungeon in order to find other places to live. So, it is similar to a beast tide? In essence, yes. However, there is a big difference between the two. Once a dungeon outbreak occurs, the dungeon won't stop reproducing monsters until the dungeon cores are destroyed. Unlike a beast tide where the number of monsters is finite, the monsters that the dungeon outbreak spawns are infinite. If left unchecked, an army of more than 1 million can easily be produced in less than 2 weeks. After William understood the severity of the dungeon outbreak, he focused his attention on listening to Simon's explanation. Currently, the kingdom is still recovering from the effects of the beast tide, Simon said with a grim expression. There is not enough manpower to handle the dungeons that are about to unleash a horde of dungeon monsters into the kingdom's populated areas. Because of this, the king has declared a state of emergency and ordered the various training institutions in the kingdom to send their students to help form a defensive line to help protect and evacuate the citizens. Also, if there is a chance, they can also help with subjugating the dungeon using force. Simon paused for a while before continuing his explanation. The king had already issued the kingdom's army to go to the various affected areas to perform the clearing and rescue operations. We have been tasked to handle the 4 dungeons that are within the range of our teleport gates and keep the populace safe from harm. Naturally, all the dungeons have different threat levels, so we are going to assign each grade to protect a territory according to its rank. Simon pointed at the map and one of the places where a red dot was blinking zoomed in. The first years will handle the Roaring Quarters, which is situated in Dawsbury. The second years will be going to the Tranquil Crypt that is found in Westwind, Simon stated. The third years will go to the Forsaken Catacombs at Rotherham. As for the fourth years, they will go to the lair of the Ancient Queen in Aberdeen. This is an emergency commission from the King of the Hellon Kingdom. All students that are currently inside the academy must participate. There are no exceptions. Don't worry. Your professors will also come with you to protect all of you to the best of their abilities. Simon scanned the room and looked at the faces of the children who were looking back at him with grim expressions. The dean of the academy sighed because he knew that this was the king's last resort in order to handle the latest threat that had fallen upon their kingdom. No matter what happens, you must prioritize your safety, Simon said in a firm manner. If the situation cannot be resolved, all of you must immediately make a tactical retreat. If possible, it is my hope that we will not suffer any casualties in this deployment, but our manpower is stretched thin. I can only ask all of you to do your best and return to the academy alive. Simon sat on his chair, feeling tired and exhausted, but he needed to issue his final orders in order to ensure that everyone understood the severity of the situation. Instructors, make sure to stockpile potions, healing salves, and elixirs. The warehouse of the academy will be opened for all of you. I hope that you will do your duties and lead the children to the best of your abilities. You may all go and prepare the necessary items that you will be needing to complete your mission. Make sure that all of you return alive. Yes, sir. William, along with Priscilla, immediately headed towards the Solaris dormitory to tell everyone about the emergency mission assigned to them. William had already faced 2 beast tides in his lifetime. Although he didn't have his powers right now, he was confident that he could retreat safely if need be. However, right now he was the head prefect of the first-year martial class. He couldn't run away and leave the students behind. William understood that the possibility of dying on this mission was very high. Fortunately, before the meeting ended, Simon said that if there were students who didn't want to participate in the mission, they could just stay inside the academy for their own safety. William vowed that he would do his best to ensure that none of his wards died in this battle. He remembered when his herd of 50 goats faced off against hundreds of dire wolves. Out of the 50 goats that he had raised with love, only 13 remained. Although many years had passed since that incident, William could still remember that day very clearly. He didn't want the same thing to happen to the students under his command, and for that, he needed to make his own preparations. After he had relayed the news to the others, he left the students under Priscilla's care and disappeared from the Solaris dormitory. When he reappeared in the Martial Division, it was morning and everyone was already waiting for him to lead them into the teleport gates bound for the Roaring Quarters, situated in the town called Dawsbury. This is terrible, one of the first years muttered as they looked at the devastation around them. The walls of the small town were barely standing and many of the local people were badly injured. The members of the Spirit and Magic divisions, who excelled in healing magic, went to attend the injured people. Those who specialized in earth magic hurriedly repaired and reinforced the town walls. The captain of the guards that were guarding Dawsbury was currently talking to Grant, Layla, and a woman with reddish-brown hair, who seemed to be the head instructor of the first-year Spirit division. According to the captain, they barely managed to repel the first wave of the dungeon outbreak. Only Class E and Class D monsters had emerged from the dungeon, but their numbers were staggering. Grant, Layla, and the woman with reddish-brown hair, Miranda, nodded their heads in understanding. This was a common phase during a dungeon outbreak and veterans already knew what to expect. Usually, during an outbreak, the people in the towns would immediately be evacuated, while the kingdom's army would be dispatched to subjugate the dungeon and destroy its core. However, the Hellon Kingdom was still recovering from the beast tide that happened 4 years ago. Many strong fighters had died to protect the kingdom, and 4 years was not enough to fill their ranks again. Although many new recruits had joined the kingdom's army after the beast tide, they were still lacking in battle experience. These new recruits were the same people that were dispatched to protect the town of Dawsbury from the dungeon outbreak. I estimate that the next wave will happen in 4 hours, perhaps even sooner, the captain reported. How do we proceed from here? The captain had already been briefed that reinforcements from the Royal Academy would be sent to assist them. However, he was disappointed when he saw that the ones who came to support them were only first-year students and their instructors. The 3 heads of the different divisions could easily read the captain's thoughts through his body language. But they pretended not to notice. This was not the time for internal conflict, and the most important matter was to decide on their next course of action. We will resist the second wave while using the town's defenses, Grant stated. After that, the instructors will head inside the dungeon in order to destroy the dungeon core. How many floors does this dungeon have? 20 floors, the guard captain replied. Most of the monsters inside it are a combination of dog and flying-type monsters. However, there is one big problem. The monsters we fought earlier have a bit of miasma inside them. I'm afraid that, in the next wave, the miasma inside their bodies will be more potent than the last wave. The expressions of the three instructors immediately became serious. Miasma was a poisonous mist that was usually found in the forbidden areas of the continent. According to the scholars, long exposure to miasma would create negative side effects in the body. Depending on its level of toxicity, miasma was known to corrupt the minds of people and bring out their powerful negative emotions. Once these emotions took hold of their body, they would enter a state similar to the berserk state where they wouldn't be able to differentiate between friend and foe. In this state, they would be more like feral beasts whose only purpose was to destroy until they breathed their last breath. Corruption from miasma could be treated in the early stages. However, if treatment was not administered in time, the will of the infected person or beast would corrode. This would continue until they lost their former selves and became mindless beasts. This is bad. The children may not be able to handle miasma poisoning. Layla frowned. What should we do? Spirit users are more resistant to miasma. However, long exposure to it will still corrode our minds, Miranda commented. Although I have students who can cure miasma poisoning, they won't be enough to tend to all the first years before they run out of spirit power. Grant crossed his arms over his chest as he pondered their next course of action. After an hour of brainstorming, a plan was finally formulated. All the children would stay inside the town and help resist the dungeon outbreak from the safety of its walls. The magicians, archers, and spirit users would use long-range attacks to whittle down their numbers. If any monsters managed to get past their bombardment, the martial classes would defend the walls and repel the advancing monsters. The magicians and spirit users would then play the role of support from behind. Those who were starting to feel faint from miasma poisoning would immediately be taken to the rear of the defenders where the healers would tend to the miasma that had invaded their bodies. All the students were briefed of the plan and immediately went to their designated positions. William, and the archers of the martial class, stood on the town's walls and looked in the direction where a black mist was rising up into the air. According to the captain, that was where the Roaring Quarters dungeon was located. S stood beside him along with the bulk of the Magic Division classes. A quarter of the Spirit Division was in the rear responsible for healing, and the rest were on top of the walls looking in the direction of the dungeon with bated breaths. The students numbered less than 1,000, and the professors that came along with them only numbered in the 30s. If you added the kingdom's army that had been dispatched to the scene, their combined forces amounted to less than 1,400 people. This is like the calm before the storm, S said as he looked in the distance. You told me in the past that Lant had experienced 2 beast tides. You were also present in both of them. Based on what you have experienced, what are our chances against a beast tide with our current forces? The other students who heard S' question were shocked when they heard that William participated in a battle against the beast tide. The majority of them didn't believe S' claim and looked at William in disdain. The beast tide happened 4 years ago, and William was only 14 years old. That meant that during the monster tide, he was only 10 years old. How could a 10-year-old possibly participate in a battle of that magnitude? William wasn't aware of their malicious looks filled with disdain because he was busy reminiscing about the past. He didn't know how strong the instructors were, but he liked to believe that the majority of them were capable of facing off against Class B and Class A beasts on their own. Because if they were unable to do that, then their chances of surviving this battle were close to 0. This force may be enough to contend against a beast tide, William replied after careful consideration. This was on the condition that the students were only going to fight against the small fries, and let the instructors fight against the stronger opponents. If the instructors were not strong enough to turn the tide of battle, then the endgame would result in their complete annihilation. However, we are not facing a beast tide, but a dungeon outbreak. William made sure that he made this point across. This is my first time participating in this kind of battle, so I can't compare the magnitude of the enemy's forces with what I have experienced in the past. Also, we are dealing with monsters infected with miasma. This will definitely not be an easy battle. Est nodded his head in understanding. To be honest, Est felt safer when he was standing beside William than standing beside any of the instructors. For some reason, he thought that everything would be fine if William was around. This kind of mentality had been born inside the Trial of Courage, where he fought side by side with the red-headed boy and defeated an enemy whom he had deemed impossible to kill. Most of the students were feeling anxious, but he was not. Est glanced at the young boy who had created a miracle for him, and prayed that he would be safe in the battle against the upcoming dungeon outbreak. "Me!" Ella bleated as her ears perked up. "Everyone get ready," William said as he knocked an arrow to his bow. "The monsters are on their way. Archers, load your arrows. Magicians, start chanting your spells," Est ordered. The archers under William followed their head prefect without a question, while the magicians reluctantly chanted their spells. The Spirit Division class didn't do anything because they couldn't see anything from their vantage point. The head prefect and vice prefect of the Spirit Division thought that William was only joking with them, so they decided to ignore his words and didn't instruct those under them to prepare their long-range spells. They were waiting for William to make a fool of himself and see the consequences of his stupidity. It was at that moment when they felt the ground tremble as if a minor earthquake was happening. From the mouth of the dungeon, a black tide burst forth en masse. Roars of beasts and the shrieks of flying beasts reverberated in the air as they charged towards the town of Dawsbury with the intention of trampling it to the ground. "Start chanting your long-range spells," the head prefect of the Spirit Division class cried out in panic. "Archers, take aim," William ordered as he pulled the string of his bow to the fullest. He watched and waited until the monsters reached their strike range. The moment the first wave had passed the mark, William immediately ordered them to attack. "Open fire!" William roared as his arrow flew straight and true towards the head of a 2-meter-tall dog-type monster. The sound of the wind whistling echoed above the town's wall as hundreds of arrows rained on the monsters. Not long after, the long-range magic attacks of the magicians joined the downpour and decimated all the creatures in their path. This was how the battle began, and no one knew what the ending would be. When the archers were almost out of arrows, and the magicians were almost out of magic power, William and Est immediately ordered for the next teams to take their place. The archers who had run out of arrows immediately went to the rear to restock on ammunition, while the magicians retreated in order to drink potions to replenish their magic power. William and Est made several teams to alternate between attack and retreat because they knew that they couldn't afford to exhaust all their manpower through continuous fighting. The only problem was the Spirit Division. The head prefect and the vice prefect were inexperienced in large-scale battles and pooled all of their fighting power together. They didn't think about forming teams to alternate between attack and recovery because they thought that they could wipe out the enemies with their superior firepower. Although their initial offensive barrage was impressive in the first few minutes, they ran out of juice just past the 10-minute mark. This sudden lull in the attack created a gap for the monsters to break through the bombardment of ranged attacks from the defenders. "Shift to close combat fighting," William ordered as he took away his bow and summoned his staff. The monsters had now reached the town walls, and some of them had already started to scale it. The archers backed down and allowed the experts in close combat to defend the town walls together with William. However, they didn't run away completely. Earlier, the earth element magicians had created watchtowers at the back of the town walls that the archers could use in the case that the town walls had been breached. William had assigned Priscilla to take full command of the archers once they initiated Plan B. The red-headed boy knew that his vice prefect wouldn't let him down, so he focused his attention on defending the walls from being overrun by the dungeon monsters. XP gained 1, XP gained 1, XP gained 1, XP gained 1, XP gained 1. A series of notifications flooded William's status screen as the battle raged on. The system had explained earlier the reason why he was getting very low experience points after killing a monster. It was all due to the miasma. In order to prevent the miasma from affecting William's body, the system decided to purify the experience points, which led to William being immune from the miasma even though he was killing the monsters at close quarters. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for the rest of the martial class. William had assigned the system to monitor the students within 200 meters of him. This was the maximum limit that the system could observe under such dire conditions. When signs of miasma poisoning were detected, William would immediately order that person to return to the rear to receive treatment from the clerics. The same could be said for the magicians. Since William was fighting side by side with Est, the red-headed boy would report to his friend the members of the magic division that were currently affected by miasma poisoning. The creatures that came out from the dungeon were a combination of Class E, D, and C monsters. William had used his appraisal skill earlier and identified the enemies that they were facing. Morn Teeth. Corrupted dungeon creature. Threat level E. Cannot be added to the herd. A black dog that has been thoroughly corrupted by miasma and only seeks to end the life of others. Ash Teeth. Corrupted dungeon creature. Threat level D. Cannot be added to the herd. This gray dog is the next form of Morn Teeth. It is very agile and capable of jumping as high as 6 meters in the air. Its fangs contain a paralyzing poison that would render its victim helpless once bitten. Jagged Hunter. Corrupted flying dungeon creature. Threat level D. Cannot be added to the herd. A bird of prey that has a wingspan of 1.5 meters, 4.9 feet, and is capable of performing complex aerial maneuvers when hunting for food. Its sharp talons and beak are its most deadly weapons. Spite Seeker. Corrupted flying dungeon creature. Threat level C. Cannot be added to the herd. A bird of prey that is capable of using wind magic to decimate its enemy from high above the ground. It has a wingspan of 3 meters, 9.8 feet, that is able to create gusts of wind to blow away the enemies that block its way. The instructors of the magic and spirit divisions were busy fighting against the flying creatures that were trying to scatter their formation from above. There were over 24 spite seekers that were circling above the skies of Dawsbury, and the instructors were making sure that none of their attacks landed on the children. The martial class instructors, on the other hand, were helping the students on the wall resist the monsters who were trying to climb up the walls in order to overwhelm the defenders. With every minute that passed, more and more students were forced to leave the walls in order to be treated for miasma poisoning. The clerics on the rear were working non-stop to remove the effect of the miasma that had seeped inside the bodies of the defenders. Those who had finished their treatment would immediately rejoin their comrades in order to resist the dungeon outbreak. Gah! A martial student cried out in pain as an ash teeth bit his arm and injected a paralyzing poison in his body. It was about to finish off the boy when an Angorian goat charged in and sent it flying off the walls with blood gushing out of its sides. Mia! Ella roared a war cry as it charged at 3 Mortheath, who had successfully jumped over the wall while using their comrades' bodies as leverage. 3 howls of pain followed as these 3 beasts were killed by Ella, one after another. William had ordered her to assist the students on the wall and help them if needed be. Although she was reluctant to leave her baby's side, she still followed his orders. The red-headed boy swung his wooden staff and smashed the heads of the 2 Mornteeth in front of him in rapid succession. William then stepped aside, to allow Est's sword to pierce through the skull of the monster that tried to attack him from the side. The 2 boys once again stood back to back as they defended their position on the wall, killing the beasts that had managed to bypass the defenses. Est, go back, William said in a serious tone. You have been soaking in miasma since the walls were breached. Go get treated now. Est slashed at another Mornteeth before giving his reply. If I leave, you will not be able to hold this position for long. Don't worry, I can manage until you return. William swung his staff at an Ashteeth, sending it flying outside the town wall. Go. Hurry. The more time you waste, the more dangerous your situation will be. Est gritted his teeth, but he still nodded his head in acknowledgement. He was starting to feel lightheaded, and he knew that it was a sign that his body was nearing its limit in resisting the miasma inside his body. Don't die until I return, Est shouted as he ran towards the rear of the town where the clerics and the injured students were located. I'm too young and too handsome to die, William replied without turning his head. I'll be here when you return. Hearing William's narcissistic reply, Est felt more assured in leaving him alone to defend their position. When Estate arrived at the makeshift infirmary, most of the clerics and spirit healers had pale faces. Most of them had reached their limits as they squeezed out every bit of their magic to tend to everyone's injuries. Some of the students received serious injuries because the flying birds of prey that flew above the town had sneak attacked them from the sky. Fortunately, they were yet to have any casualties on their side, which made Est feel a little better about their condition. He patiently waited to be treated while worrying about William, who was defending their position on his own. "Will, please, stay strong," Est prayed inside his heart. "I'll return as soon as I can." William gritted his teeth as he swung his wooden staff left and right. He didn't know how long he had been fighting, but his arms were already starting to get sore. As he gazed at the sea of monsters outside the town walls who seemed to have no end in sight, he finally realized how deadly a dungeon outbreak could be. A beautiful lady with purple hair sipped her coffee as she lazily gazed outside her window. Her gold-rimmed glasses were there to prevent others from getting charmed by her light purple eyes that would send any man to his knees to grovel at her feet. "Mistress, the organization had made their move," Oliver reported. "Is that so?" Celine's beautiful eyes looked at the scenery outside her window as if she didn't care for anything in the world. "I wonder, will our little will be dragged into this mess?" "According to the report I gathered, the Royal Academy was forced to send its students to help defend the towns near its territory," Oliver reported. "Ezio has also sent a notice that William was sent to take part in the defense of the town of Dawsbury." Celine hummed as she placed her coffee cup on top of the table. She then went to the couch and laid down in a lazy manner. "Oliver, what do you think of my disciple, William? I think he's too narcissistic for his age." Celine giggled when she heard the parrot monkey's reply. She then closed her eyes and the image of the handsome half-elf boy appeared inside her head. The beautiful sorceress had taken William as her disciple because of a bet. At first, she wasn't planning to teach him seriously, but she changed her mind after the battle with the golden-scaled crocodile. She intended to torture William to vent out her frustration for losing her rare ingredients, but the boy was more resilient than she imagined. Although the torture he received for the past 4 years was nothing compared to the suffering she had endured during her own training, she had grown fond of the boy. She really treated him as a slave. William cooked for her, cleaned the house for her, did the laundry for her, and catered to her every whim and need. Celine knew well that, in the deepest part of William's heart, he resented her. How could she not understand his feelings? She had suffered the same fate when she was younger, forced to wear the collar of enslavement, and forced to experience unimaginable pain and suffering. It was impossible not to feel resentful. Even now, Celine still resented the people who had tossed her aside, as if she was a dirty thing that they didn't even want to touch, nor see in their presence. "Someday I will return. When that day comes, all of you will kneel and beg for my forgiveness." Due to her strong desire to enact her revenge, Celine endured. She endured for years, until she met an organization that wanted to bring the world to ruin. At that time, the beautiful sorceress wanted the whole world to burn. So she secretly joined their ranks and even helped them out in achieving their goal. The ingredients she received were the payment for her services. Even now, she was still in contact with the organization. The members of the organization had made a binding oath that gave its members freedom to do what they wanted. They were free to share information, exchange resources, and collaborate with each other. However, the organization couldn't force their members to participate in something that they didn't want to do. This may sound absurd for an organization whose goal was to bring the world to ruin, but they really didn't care whether a member participated in their activities or not. In exchange for this freedom, the organization only asked for its members not to betray it. They were also not allowed to interfere with each other, nor attack each other. This non-aggression treaty was included in the oath that they had taken when they joined the organization. "It's really ironic," Celine sighed as she looked up at the ceiling. "The potions I made to propagate miasma are now being used to bring this kingdom to its knees. I wonder, if William knew this, would he feel disgusted with me? Would he be disappointed? What do you think, Oliver?" "Knowing William, he will definitely demand an explanation," Oliver replied. In addition, knowing how thick-skinned and shameless he is, he will also demand compensation. Celine chuckled because she could already imagine William's coy expression as he tried to convince her to give him hush money to hide this secret. Such a silly boy, Celine muttered. Well, I guess it is only fitting for a silly woman to have a silly disciple. Master, should I go there to help William? Oliver inquired. Although he acted calm on the surface, he was very worried about the boy. He was there when Celine created the potion that propagated miasma. The parrot monkey knew how sinister it was. However, what he didn't anticipate was that the organization would be bold enough to use it to corrupt dungeon cores to trigger dungeon outbreaks. Even Celine didn't expect that her potion would be used in such a manner. However, what was done was done. She had already received the payment for her potions, and the organization had paid her handsomely for her services. Frankly, Celine really didn't care if the Hellon Kingdom really fell to ruin. She had no attachment to the kingdom. However, she cared about the people of Lant. Perhaps, due to this, the organization didn't choose to corrupt a dungeon near her territory. Celine may not care for the kingdom, but she did care for William. After all, the handsome half-elf was her only disciple. Because of this, Celine felt conflicted. Oliver waited patiently for his mistress to give an order, but Celine kept her silence. 10 minutes later, a sigh escaped her beautiful lips as she turned her head to look at the loyal retainer who had stayed with her all these years. Oliver, flowers grown inside a greenhouse couldn't compare to those that were born in the wild, Celine said. I believe in William. He will survive this because he is strong. Although her words were firm, it was as if she was trying to convince herself that William would be fine even if she didn't send Oliver to help him. Oliver sighed internally, but he didn't say anything else. He only prayed in his heart that the gods would keep William safe. While the parrot monkey was deep in his thoughts, Celine stood up from the couch and opened the window. She then turned towards Oliver with a smile on her face. Oliver, you have been cooped up inside the house for a long time, Celine said with a sweet smile. That's no good. You should exercise your body from time to time. I order you to go sightseeing for a few days. Just make sure to return as soon as possible. Celine then started to walk towards the stairs. Before I forget, make sure to bring back some souvenirs. As you command, my lady. Oliver bowed and flapped his wings. He flew out of the window and soared towards the sky. His destination, a certain place where a certain narcissistic half-elf had been deployed. A smirk appeared on Oliver's monkey face as he increased his speed. Mistress, you look really cute when you act like a Kaderi, Oliver mused as he turned his head to look at the town of Lant that was gradually getting farther away. Don't worry, I'll keep your little prince safe. After all, I still need to ensure that he will pick you as his bride when he grows up. I won't hand him over to Celeste. With another flap of his wings, a sonic boom echoed in the air. Oliver's speed drastically increased as he traveled at the speed of sound. Half an hour later, the town of Dawsbury finally appeared on the horizon. Oliver arrived just in time to see the little half-elf get struck by a lightning bolt that sent him flying a few meters away from where he stood. Half an hour before Oliver arrived in the skies of Dawsbury. This is hopeless, William thought as he forced himself to swing the wooden staff in his hands to end the life of the monster in front of him. As the battle progressed, William felt that the staff in his hands were getting heavier. It was mostly due to his arms aching and reaching their limit. It was at that time when he barely avoided a sneak attack by one of the Class C beasts, Spiteseeker, from the sky. This lapse in his concentration allowed the dog-like creature in front of him to use that opportunity to tackle him and pin him down to the ground. Sharp fangs bared themselves as the ash teeth tried to bite William's neck. However, the shepherd was able to use his staff to block the dog's teeth and prevented himself from getting bitten. A battle of strength ensued as the ash teeth forced its jaw closer to William's face. The stench of rotting flesh assailed William's nose as he gritted his teeth to resist the wolf's assault. "Will!" A familiar voice shouted, and not long after, a steel spike embedded itself in the ash-teeth's forehead. William forcefully kicked the dead monster to the side as he propped himself to stand. A young lady with blonde hair and blue eyes ran in his direction and supported his body. "Are you all right?" Wendy asked. Her voice was laced with concern. "I'm fine," William replied. "But why are you here? What happened to the spot you were defending?" Wendy shook her head as he dragged William away from the town's wall. "The walls have been breached. It is no longer safe to defend it." As if waiting for that cue, a bugle horn sounded across the town which signaled the order to retreat to the second line of defense. The second line of defense was where the watchtowers were located. The majority of mages, who didn't specialize in close combat, had already retreated to the watchtowers and were firing spells to help the defenders on the town's wall to evacuate. William was still holding the staff in his hand, but he didn't have the strength to lift it. After the adrenaline had passed, he was left exhausted. Wendy took William's arm and placed it over her shoulder to better support his body while they made their escape. Several of the monsters ran after them, but they were shot down by Andy, who was standing on the roof of a house and paying close attention to the evacuating students. The martial class instructors held the front, which gave the students sufficient time to retreat. Those who had lost their strength were carried away by their comrades as they ran for their lives. Andy sighed in relief when he saw that William was safe and sound. He shot arrows one after the other. He needed to buy as much time as possible for his students to reach safety. When William and Wendy arrived at the second line of defense, a worried Ella immediately appeared by his side. The Angorian goat had been carrying the wounded students from the walls to the infirmary during the battle and had lost sight of how William was doing. Seeing that William was safe, the Angorian goat went back to his side in order to protect him from further harm. "Thank you," William said as Wendy supported him to sit on the ground. "You're welcome, Will," Wendy replied and sat down beside him. William sighed internally because his body was as heavy as lead. Since the battle started, he hadn't left the town wall and continued to defend his position for more than an hour. The loss of defenders due to miasma poisoning had placed him under great pressure. This in turn forced him to surpass his limits in fending off dozens of monsters at the same time. The red-headed boy was feeling drowsy as exhaustion washed over his body. He tried to fight it off, but his body was not cooperating with him. He nodded off several times, until he finally closed his eyes to sleep. When he was about to let himself be taken by sleep's embrace, something sweet and cold assaulted his tongue. He forcefully opened his eyes and saw Wendy gently feeding him a rejuvenation potion. He opened his mouth wider to allow more of the rich liquid in to help him recover. When the potion was all used up, William felt a quarter of his strength return to his body. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep him awake and function at this crucial time. "Thank you," William said with a smile. "Rejuvenation potions are expensive. How about I repay you by cooking for you for a week? My master said that I'm a very good cook." "Really?" Wendy asked with a hint of amusement. Just don't blame me if you get addicted to my cooking. My standards when it comes to food are really high. Let's see if Sir William can back his words with his cooking." The two stared at each other before chuckling at the same time. Both of them were trying to ease each other's tension. They knew that they didn't have long to rest before another round of battle would commence once the town wall had been breached completely. William was about to say something when a powerful explosion reverberated from the town's wall. The two children glanced at each other before hurrying to climb one of the watchtowers to see what was going on. What is that?" A mage shakily pointed at the center of the monster formation. A giant black dog that was at least 6 meters tall stared at them with glowing blue eyes. There were blue streaks of fur on its body that resembled lightning bolts as tendrils of electricity snaked around its body. In the air, a deafening cry was heard as a giant, black-winged serpent made its presence known. Its body was made up of dark scales, and its glowing blue eyes eerily gazed at the people who were defending Dawsbury, as if to mock their futile attempts to stop the inevitable. The wind started to pick up and dark clouds covered the horizon. A peal of thunder resounded in the heavens as flashes of lightning illuminated the black clouds that blocked the light of the sun. Soon the entire town of Dawsbury was enshrouded in darkness. And yet, the countless glowing eyes from the dungeon monsters, who were almost upon them, didn't fade in the slightest. William gulped as he used his appraisal skill to identify the two giant beasts that seemed to be the masterminds that commanded the monster horde. Just a glance was enough to tell him that both of them were pretty bad news. Xolotl. Underworld Dog. Corrupted Guardian. Threat level S low. Centennial Beast. Cannot be added to the herd. This mythical beast was said to wield the power of lightning, fire, and death. A cursed creature that was so diabolical that not many dared to fight against it. According to legend, Xolotl guarded the sun as it set into the underworld every night. Ironically, this creature is hailed both as a destroyer and a savior at the same time. He who fights this myth should be weary, for it places a curse on anyone that defies it. Quetzalcoatl. Winged Serpent. Corrupted Guardian. Threat level S low. Centennial Beast. Cannot be added to the herd. This mythical beast wields the power of wind and rain, sometimes hailed as the Lord of the Dawn. This creature can create powerful storms, hurricanes, and tornadoes that can destroy anything in their path. According to legend, this creature witnessed the creation of the world and even helped mankind during its time of need. William gritted his teeth as he stared at the two mythical beasts in front of him. He was about to shout and warn the instructors that they had to retreat at all costs when Xolotl roared and shot a lightning bolt that was as big as a bus towards William, Ella, and Wendy, who were standing at the center of the defensive formation. The red-headed boy immediately pushed Ella and Wendy out of the way as the lightning bolt engulfed him and dyed his vision white. "It hurts. Please help us. We can't hold out for much longer, please, save us." Two pleading voices echoed inside William's mind as the lightning bolt engulfed his entire body. His student uniform was made from a special material that could withstand magic attacks up to the first circle. However, against an attack from a centennial, it offered no form of resistance whatsoever and immediately turned to ashes. Time seemed to slow down as William entered a trance-like state. In that white world, William saw two orbs of light. One was yellow, the other red. The lights of these two orbs gradually dimmed as they pleaded for William to help them. When the world regained its color, the red-headed boy laid on the ground unmoving. His wooden staff lay on the ground a few meters away from him as tendrils of electricity snaked around his body. If not for the pants that his Auntie Helen made specially, that he wore under his uniform, he would have been completely naked the moment his student robe was destroyed. "Me!" Ella bleated as he hurried by William's side. She nudged the side of his face in an attempt to wake him up. While Ella was trying to awaken the fallen half-elf, the lightning currents that snaked around William's body gathered towards the black rose tattoo on William's chest and were absorbed completely. "Will!" Wendy shouted as she ran to his side. She then checked William's body for any injuries and was surprised that his body was still intact with only minor bruises. William raised his hand and caressed Ella's neck to assure her that he was fine. He then slowly opened his eyes to look at the side where Wendy was looking down on him with a worried expression. The watchtower where they had been standing had collapsed due to the intensity of the attack and several students received injuries. Some of them were seriously injured. William had taken the brunt of the damage and mitigated it to the best of his abilities, but it was still an attack from a centennial beast, so it was impossible to block completely. When the attack happened, the system made an arbitrary decision and forcefully changed William's subclass to Prince of Thunder. Because of this, the lightning bolt didn't cause much damage to his body and helped him resist the attack that could have easily claimed his life. The instructors were in the process of taking the injured students and transporting them to the infirmary. Andy appeared beside William and was about to carry him off when the shepherd shook his head in response. "Instructor, I'm fine," William said as he stood up from the ground. He even brushed off the dirt that had accumulated on his body to indicate that he was perfectly fine. Andy eyed the boy and made sure that he was indeed still capable of fighting before going to another student who had lost consciousness not far away from their location. Although he wanted to ask William questions, now was not the time for it. It was not only Andy, but several students and instructors, who had witnessed the event, looked at William in surprise. From every angle he looked fine and healthy. His lean and toned body radiated youthful strength, and his eyes were still bright and clear. Although he had some bruises here and there, they were only a minor concern for warriors in the battlefield. Aren't you going to wear anything?" Wendy asked as she looked at William's face. She was doing her best not to look down because William's body was visually attractive. Although they were in the midst of battle, Wendy couldn't keep herself from being charmed by her idol. "In a while," William said as he retrieved his wooden staff. Thunder roared in the heavens and lightning flashed like dragons in the sky as Xolotl manipulated the elements to follow its bidding. Quetzalcoatl wasn't being idle either and flapped its mighty wings, causing gusts of wind that blew the students off the ground. Wendy was almost blown away, but William firmly held her waist in place. The shepherd looked at these two creatures while thinking of his next plan of action. "Help us. Please, save us." Two words echoed inside his mind, and this time, he knew that they were real and not made up by his imagination. He could also tell that the voices were not coming from the two mythical beasts that were about to annihilate all of them. No, they came from the direction of the dungeon, and they were pleading for him to help them. William tapped the ground with his staff, as he summoned a helper to fight by his side. "Eternal guardian who guards the forest, help me in my time of need," William shouted. "Come forth, Spire." A white portal appeared behind William's back as the guardian of the white-tailed deer tribe walked out of it. Its majestic body glowed in radiant light and served as a beacon to illuminate the darkness. Right now, the Spire was only a Class B mid-beast. It was impossible for it to fight off against centennial beasts who were labeled as Class S threats. Even so, Spire looked at these two beasts fearlessly. It had regained a boost in its ranks after William gave it the rewards that he promised during the battle for the position of head prefect in the Enchanted Forest. The students who had watched the competition for the head prefect of the martial class were quite familiar with this noble creature. They just never expected that it would appear in this battle against the dungeon outbreak. Behind it, 40 long-horned enchanted deer emerged from the portal and stood in a row facing off against the dungeon monsters, who stopped their advance a few hundred meters away from the watchtowers. These long-horned enchanted deer were Class C, mid-beasts, and were more than capable of dealing with the small fries. Although reinforcements had arrived, no one believed that they would be able to win against the dungeon outbreak with their current numbers. "Please, honor your promise and help us this once," William pleaded. "Come forth, diabolical hell ape." Another portal appeared behind William's back, but this time, it was bigger than the one that Spire had come from. A giant ape with two protruding horns on its head came out of the portal. Its serpent tail hissed as it raised its head to look at the two mythical beasts in front of it. "Are you sure you want to waste this one favor in dealing with these small fries, boy?" the diabolical hell ape asked through telepathy. Everyone in the battlefield heard its voice inside their head. The dungeon monsters shuddered unconsciously because they felt a presence that was way beyond their league. Even the two mythical beasts were affected by the overpowering presence of the giant ape who was in a realm above theirs. The instructors of the academy were surprised because they recognized the towering beast that appeared on the battlefield. It was none other than the sovereign who ruled the forest just outside the Hellon Royal Academy, a creature that was at the peak of Class SS beasts. It was so powerful that even the dean of the academy had to be respectful to it. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that summoning the diabolical hell ape to fight against the dungeon outbreak was overkill. "Indeed, it is a waste for me to summon you to such a small-scale battlefield, is what I'd like to say. But this is only true in the eyes of creatures as powerful as yourself, Your Excellency," William replied in a respectful tone. "However, no matter how weak and short-lived humans are, every life is precious. If I can prevent even a single student of the Royal Academy from dying, then it is not a waste to ask for your help. I would not be able to sleep peacefully at night if I turned a blind eye and allowed the students to sacrifice their lives if it could be prevented. Although this favor is a one-time offer, I have no regrets." The Spire nodded its head in appreciation to William's words. It was a noble and righteous creature, and it liked how the red-headed boy denied that he wasted the favor given to him by the diabolical hell ape. The students and instructors who heard William felt conflicted. Some of them were quite thankful for William for calling the diabolical hell ape to help them in battle, while others felt ashamed that the shepherd had to resort to using his trump card, because all of them were too weak to fight against the monsters in front of them. "I will honor our agreement and help you once," the diabolical hell ape said as it stood in front of the defenders. It lived in a world where the law of the jungle was supreme. Although he understood William's words, he still felt that the young boy was pitiful for having no choice but to summon him. Several portals appeared behind him, as the rulers of the forest joined their sovereign to battle. Ironically, Soglav was also there, who gave William the middle finger before facing the dungeon monster army in front of it. With this, the incident of Soglav will no longer be brought up in the future as per our agreement. Do you understand? The diabolical hell ape glanced at the red-headed boy beside its feet. "Yes," William answered firmly. "We have no more debts between us." Soglav, who was listening to the conversation, only snorted, but didn't say anything else since he was in the presence of his sovereign. "As it should be." The diabolical hell ape nodded its head. "So, which one should I deal with? Please take care of the Zolitl." "Okay. It's too troublesome to fight against flying creatures. I'll handle this overgrown dog for you. But who will face off against that winged serpent?" "My second master will," William replied with a grin. "Second master, please take care of the Quetzalcoatl. It is way out of my league." The corner of Oliver's lips twitched as he heard William's shameless request from his hiding place. The parrot monkey had hidden himself within the dark clouds in the sky, while observing the situation on the ground, but somehow, William was still able to find him. What Oliver didn't know was that the system had already detected his presence when he entered the skies of the battlefield. It was very easy for it to locate his position since all the allies were highlighted on the map of the territory. "Fine," Oliver's voice echoed inside William's head. "You owe me one, little Will." "Thank you, second master," Will replied in his heart. Inside the dark clouds, Oliver looked at the giant winged serpent with a mischievous grin, as if it was looking at a new toy. A fake centennial beast that is forcefully upgraded by miasma can't compare to the real deal. Oliver chuckled. Mistress asked for a souvenir. This snake will do quite nicely. Oliver was just like a little puppy facing off against an elephant, but he didn't even see the Quetzalcoatl as a threat. For him, the oversized winged serpent was only a little snake that he could easily trample under his talons without breaking a sweat. "Wendy, stand at the rear," William said as he patted her head. "I will handle this." Wendy nodded her head and immediately retreated to a safe place. Although she was worried about William, she didn't want to get in the way of this battle. "Mama, let's go." "Mia." Ella transformed into an Angorian war ibex and allowed William to ride on her back. He then ordered the system to change his subclass to the Cavalier job class. He then equipped the golden-scaled light armor from the Ring of Conquest. This armor was made from the scales of the golden-scaled crocodile that Celine had defeated 4 years ago. It boasted great physical and magical defense, and was custom-made to change its size to fit William perfectly. When William donned his armor, he looked like a young prince that had come to save the princess from the evil dragon. He wasn't wearing a visor, but a winged circlet that highlighted his natural beauty. Instead of the wooden staff that he usually used to do battle, he summoned a spear that was made from the fangs of the thunderhorned wolf and the teeth of the golden-scaled crocodile. The spear was 2 meters long and its design was similar to the Stormcaller. The only difference was that it was made with barbed edges that would bring its victims a world of pain the moment it grazed them. Barbados was quite happy with his creation and named it Triumph, the executioner of giants. All the girls who saw him couldn't stop themselves from sighing in admiration. Wendy, who had retreated to a safe distance, also looked at William with a reddened face. She looked at her prince in shining armor as her heart beat wildly inside her chest. Est and Ian, who stood at the center of the defenders, wanted to roll their eyes in annoyance. "Show off." Stupid William. Even though the 2 boys resented William for taking the spotlight and stealing the heart of the ladies around them, they were still pinning their hopes on him. They believed that, as long as William was around, everything was going to be all right. This belief was deeply ingrained in their hearts, and would continue to believe them through the years to come. The two sides faced off against each other as everyone readied themselves for the decisive battle. It was at that very moment that the diabolical hell ape thumped its chest and issued a deafening roar. It then charged towards the Zolotl while coating its body in fire. "Wait for me. I will save the two of you soon," William said inside his heart, and hoped that the two voices that were calling out to the dungeon could hear him. He then pointed his spear forward and issued the order to attack. "Charge!" Ella bleated and issued a war cry to raise the stats of the deers who were accompanying them to battle. Spire, on the other hand, used its ability Call to Arms, which further enhanced everyone's stats by 50%. It then followed behind William along with the long-horned enchanted deer that flanked his sides. "Charge forward," Grant ordered, and the rest of the defenders followed his orders. "Show them the power of the Hellon Royal Academy." The students cheered in unison and joined the fray. William's show of strength had made their blood boil, and they were raring to fight by his side. They didn't want to admit it, but in their eyes, William became the flag of hope that fluttered in the darkness. A flag that was about to lead them to victory. This was how the second round of the battle began, and the land trembled in their wake. Growls, roars, and shouts reverberated throughout the battlefield as both sides clashed against each other. Due to the presence of the diabolical hell ape, a powerful pressure had descended upon the dungeon creatures, which made their movements and performance decrease significantly. William and Ella cut through the sea of monsters like a hot knife through butter. The spire, and the long-horned enchanted deer that flanked William's sides, bulldozed everything in their path. Due to the vast difference in strength, Zolotl was mercilessly pummeled by the diabolical hell ape. Although it was a mythical beast, the Zolotl was clearly not a match to the giant ape that was immune to fire. As a creature of the underworld, its resistance to miasma was very high. Even if it was surrounded by corrupted monsters, it moved unhindered and turned the lower-tiered monsters around it into ashes. The other rules of the forest under its command were all Class B beasts. They were more than enough to fight off the hordes of monsters coming their way. Soglav wielded a bastard sword in its hand as it sliced one monster after another. It was as if it was venting out its frustration on the low-tiered beast for being forced to participate in a battle that was due to its carelessness. While the hordes of corrupted dungeon monsters and the allied forces collided, the true powerhouses were duking it out on both the land and air. Zolotl relied on its lightning bolts and speed to deal with the giant ape, because it knew that it was no match against it in close combat. What it didn't know was that the giant ape Serpentail was an expert in medium-ranged combat as well. It would spray acid and poison that was strong enough to melt boulders, from time to cut off the Zolotl's path of retreat, and allow the diabolical hell ape to deliver a nasty blow that would send it flying. Since the magicians couldn't fire their spells towards the ground for fear of friendly fire, they focused their attention on the aerial monsters that hovered above their heads. Spells of different kinds flew in the air, which illuminated their surroundings like trails made by fireworks. The winged serpent wanted to help the Zolotl deal with the diabolical hell ape, but an annoying parrot monkey blocked its path. After their initial clash in the air, the winged serpent knew that it was no match against the weird-looking creature that had the head of a monkey and the body of a parrot. Its pitiful shrieks resounded across the sky as Oliver toyed with it to its heart's content. "He, help us. Sa, save us." William could sense that the voices calling out to him were gradually weakening. He had a feeling that the time the voices stopped calling out to him, something sinister would take place inside the dungeon. "Spire, I'll leave the clearing of the battlefield to you," William shouted. "I'm heading inside the dungeon." Spire eyed him for a brief moment before nodding its majestic head. "We will help to create a path for you. Be careful, young William." The diabolical hell ape heard their conversation, and the serpent tail immediately spat several fireballs the size of a car into the sea of monsters. The fireballs turned everything it hit into ashes, paving a road for the boy and his mama goat to traverse unchallenged. 20 long-horned enchanted deer took the lead and formed an arrow formation with William at its center. They used the path that the diabolical hell ape had created and ran in the direction of the dungeon. Spire ordered the remaining deer under its command to stay on the front line of the battlefield. The Eternal Guardian had a special cleansing ability that allowed it to purify the miasma in the bodies of the defenders. With its help, the humans were able to continue fighting without having to retreat to cure the miasma poisoning. 2 minutes later. "Thank you. This is as far as you can take me." William thanked the deer who had accompanied him. "Please, go back and help Spire protect the students." "Are you sure you can do it alone, little Will?" Oliver's voice sounded inside his head. "Do you need me to follow you?" Although Oliver was currently toying with the winged serpent, it would be very easy for him to subdue it if need be. The reason he came to Dawsbury was to ensure William's safety. A mere winged serpent was not as important as his mistress' future husband candidate. "It will be fine, second master," William replied. "I am never alone." "Ah, that is true," Oliver commented. "You are never alone." "Very well, I'll play here for a while longer. Just call me if anything happens." "Understood." "Good luck with whatever you plan to do." After reassuring Oliver, William and Ella entered the entrance of the dungeon. William was expecting to fight his way through a horde of monsters, but the dungeon was practically empty. Before William could even do anything, a gate suddenly appeared in front of him. It opened very slowly, and the voices he had heard earlier urged him to enter. Since his purpose for coming was to find out who was calling out to him, William entered the gate while raising his guard. The moment the shepherd passed through it, the gate disappeared completely, leaving nothing behind. In a wide and spacious land, where dark clouds covered the sky, William stared at 2 black orbs, the size of a car's wheel, floating in front of him. "Why, you're finally here. Please help us. Save us." William approached the 2 black orbs with caution. The miasma that the 2 orbs were releasing looked so sinister that the red-headed boy didn't know if it was a good idea to get closer. Suddenly, the dark cloud of miasma transformed into a giant 2-headed dog with a serpentine tail. The 2-headed dog bared its fangs at the intruders on its territory. However, it didn't make any moves to attack William. It stayed in its position and shielded the 2 black orbs behind its back. William narrowed his eyes as he used his appraisal skill to read the information of the monster in front of them. Orthus. Dog of Twilight. Corrupted Guardian. Threat level, B mid. Cannot be added to the herd. A 2-headed dog that guards the castles of the Abyss rulers in the underworld. Wields the power of darkness and specializes in mobility. For a short period in time, it can split itself into 2 giant dogs with 1 head each. The serpentine tail on its back contains a powerful paralyzing poison that can paralyze a human for hours. Although the Orthus was a Class B middle-tier monster, William felt that it was very different from the other Class B monsters that he had fought against. Soglav was a Class B monster, but the presence that it excluded was more powerful than the Orthus in front of William. Still, William didn't dare to underestimate his opponent and decided to go all out to defeat it. "Let's go, everyone!" William raised his spear and shouted. "Gate open!" A portal appeared behind the boy, and a herd of Angorian war ibexes stepped into the dungeon room. Chrono, Aslan, and the others looked at the monster dog in front of them with sparkling eyes. They were sick and tired of getting bullied by James and the other powerful experts in Lant during their training lessons. It had been so long since William had called for them, so they endured the beatings of these powerful fighters as they honed their fighting techniques to the peak. The corner of William's lips twitched when the goats that answered his summons began to discuss with each other. Aslan. Me. Can we bully that dog? Kronos. Mia. Let's bully it. Aslan. Me. I agree. All the goats. Mia. Let's go. They didn't even wait for William's command and charged at the 2-headed dog as a group. It was like a dozen school kids were flocking towards a little puppy that had been presented to them by a teacher. The Orthus roared mightily and faced off against the Angorian war ibexes. At least that was its original plan. However, it had underestimated how fast and how strong the war ibexes were. The dog yelped in pain as several horns collided with its body that sent it flying to the air. As it was falling, it noticed a single war ibex waiting for it where it would land. The war ibex had a mischievous look in its eyes as it turned around and lifted its hind legs to kick it. The poor dog became a volleyball ball that got passed around by the war ibexes that were venting out their frustration. In a desperate attempt to fight back, Orthix split its body into two. Unfortunately, its actions only made the goats more excited as they, too, split into two teams. Aslan's and Chrono's teams took one dog each and resumed their volleyball session. William didn't know whether he should laugh or cry at the pitiful guardian dog that was being bullied by the goats he had raised since they were kids. Since the immediate threat was already being taken care of, William approached the two black orbs and checked their condition with his appraisal skill. Corrupted dungeon core. A dungeon core that was corrupted by miasma. Corruption progress, 95%. System. How do we resolve this issue? William inquired. To answer the host's question, there is only one way to handle a corrupted dungeon core, and that is to destroy it. However, even if the host did nothing, these two cores will shatter automatically once the miasma has corrupted it completely. William frowned when he heard the system's explanation. He didn't come here to destroy anything. His reason for coming inside the dungeon was to save whoever had been calling to him and, from what he could gather, the ones calling for his help were these two dungeon cores who were almost completely corrupted by darkness. Help. Save. The voices were getting weaker like the light of a candle that was about to be snuffed out. William had no intention of destroying the two cores as he asked the system for a way to save them. According to the data that I have gathered in this world, there were several attempts in the past to save corrupted dungeon cores. However, none of them succeeded. Also, those who tried to purify them received the backlash of the miasma that had been absorbed by the cores and perished. Up to this date, no one had succeeded in purifying corrupted dungeon cores. Is there really no other way to save these two dungeon cores? William muttered in frustration. As if waiting for that cue, two black portals appeared in the sky above the dungeon cores. The Zolotl and the winged serpent fell from the portals and crashed into the dungeon floor, making it tremble. The two mythical beasts tried to move their bodies, but they were too injured to move. As the portals were about to close, Oliver, the parrot monkey, flew down from the sky. It looked at the Orthis who was being toyed with by the war ibexes, then at the two corrupted dungeon cores, before it finally turned to William. Oliver looked at the young boy with an amused expression on his face before he gracefully landed on William's shoulder. So, this is the reason why you came here alone, Oliver said. Are you thinking of saving these twin cores? Second Master, why are you here? William inquired. Why are the two mythical beasts here? What is happening outside? I just arrived and you're already bombarding me with questions? Oliver snorted. You don't have to worry about what is happening outside. That overgrown ape, along with the deer, are cleaning the mobs. The the humans are also helping with the cleanup. About these two beasts? They opened a portal in order to escape. I followed behind them to see where they were going. Luckily, they decided to return to the dungeon cores, so I am now here with you. William glanced at the two mythical beasts who seemed to have regained a bit of their reasoning. They were looking at him with pleading eyes. It was very obvious that they wanted William to save the twin cores who were the hearts and souls of the dungeon. Well then, let's get back to the topic. Do you plan to save these twin cores? Oliver inquired. Twin cores are actually very rare, you know. A dungeon being formed with twin cores is a 1 in 200,000 chance. Meaning, in every 200,000 dungeons, only one with twin cores will be formed. I want to save them, but I've been told that it is impossible. Yes, it is impossible if you try to save them as cores. Why don't you just absorb them? It will be a boon to your power if you absorb the power of a dungeon core. You know, there are even people who specifically conquer dungeons in order to harness the power of the dungeon cores. They are called dungeon conquerors. Oliver wanted to say more, but he felt that he would be overstepping his bounds if he tried to mention William's father, Maxwell, the person who single-handedly fended off the demon invasion towards the Silvermoon continent, the one and only dungeon conqueror on the southern continent. When the two mythical beasts heard the word absorb, they growled at the parrot monkey. But the latter paid them no mind. A parrot monkey doesn't lose sleep over the opinion of sheep, Oliver snorted. So what if Little Will wanted to absorb these twin cores? What can the two of you do about it? The two guardian beasts tried to stand, but they were too injured and too weak to do anything. The goats who were playing with the Orthus weren't paying attention to the discussion. The only thing in their mind was to bully their new toy before they returned to Lant and get bullied themselves. Second Master, is there really no other way? Why are you so keen on saving these twin cores? Is there something you're not telling me? William nodded his head. These two cores had been asking me to save them since the dungeon outbreak started. Oh! Oliver looked at the two cores with interest. Such a thing happened? Interesting. Host, the corruption has progressed to 97%. According to my estimate, it will take less than 10 minutes before these two cores are fully corrupted. Second Master. There is a way, but the way you are going to save them is different from what you have in mind. You see, once their bodies are corrupted, there is no turning back for them. This is why you should never bother trying to save the cores as they are. However, if you were to save the souls of these twin cores, then it is very possible to do that. Even so, there is a chance that you will be corrupted by the miasma. Are you sure you want to do this? William looked at the twin cores, then looked down on the ground. I want to save them, but I don't want to get corrupted. Gramps, and the rest of my family, will be sad if that were to happen to me. Why didn't you add Mistress to the list of people who will be sad if you get corrupted? Hello? It was the Mistress that sent me here to help you, Oliver nagged. Well, she didn't say it explicitly, but I'm sure that this was what she wanted me to do. Of course, Master will be sad too, that's why, Second Master, you need to think of a way that I can save the dungeon cores without becoming corrupted in the process. Why are all of you Ainsworths so greedy? It's either you play it big or not at all. Geez, fine, there is a way, but it will be very painful. Are you sure you still want to do it? Oliver felt that it was a pity that William didn't want to absorb the cores to boost his powers. But since he had become fond of the boy, he was willing to turn a blind eye and let him have his way. I won't get corrupted? You won't. Then let's do it. Fine, but you have to change your, what was that again? Job class. Oliver tilted his head to the side. Anyways, whatever you call it, you need to change it to Prince of Darkness. That is the only way for you to resist the miasma corruption. Host, the Prince of Darkness job class is currently disabled. It can't be used at this point in time because you didn't meet the necessary requirements to open this prestige class in the first place. Last time, it was forcefully activated due to the collar of Wisteria. What are the necessary requirements for it? The host must surrender to the darkness first and allow your soul to be corrupted by the god of darkness. Are you serious? William couldn't believe what the system had told him. The job class that he had used in the battle against the Cyclops could only be unlocked if his soul was corrupted by the god of darkness. Host, the job class Prince and Princess of Darkness is a prestige class that belongs to the devout follower of the god of darkness. To be honest, it is impossible for you to unlock it. It was only possible because you used the collar of Wisteria as a medium to sacrifice 5 years of your magic power to use the job class for a short period of time. How can this be? William was starting to feel helpless. What am I supposed to do? Oliver noticed the change in William's expression and frowned. What are you dilly-dallying for? Have you switched that job class or whatever to Prince of Darkness? Hurry, we don't have much time. Second Master, the Prince of Darkness is not available, William replied. I can't use it. Is that so? Oliver knew that William wouldn't lie to him at this crucial moment, so he had no choice but to believe him. Okay, just switch to the Dark Mage. I just hope that your soul will be able to endure the corruption and the pain. Don't worry, I will assist you. With the two of us together, it will work. Probably. Host, the core's corruption has progressed to 98%. William took 2 deep breaths in order to calm himself. He knew that he was taking a big risk in attempting what he was about to do, but he had to do it. Something inside him was compelling him to do it. What William didn't know was that, Deep within his sea of consciousness, the chess piece of the king started to vibrate. The time for it to awaken was still not at hand, but it had sensed William's desire and decided to lend its strength. Issei, who was napping in the temple of the 10,000 gods, felt his divinity start to move and immediately investigated the cause. The only person whom he had given his divinity to was William. Since the chess piece was moving, it meant that his sworn brother had encountered something very troublesome. It's still too early, Issei frowned as he observed William's projection from inside his palace. Still, nothing ventured, nothing gained. The greater the challenge, the greater the gains. Good luck, little brother. After changing his job class to the Dark Mage, William prepared himself to touch the two cores with his hands at the same time. Listen to me. Whatever happens, do not lose yourself, Oliver said with a serious expression as he hovered above William's head. The moment you touch those two cores, the miasma will slam on your sea of consciousness like a tidal wave. You must resist and keep your consciousness at all costs. If you fail, then your body will be corrupted by miasma. Are you sure you're not going to change your mind? No. William shook his head. I am ready. Good. Oliver nodded and spread his wings wide. Let's start. William gritted his teeth and touched both cores at the same time. Immediately, the miasma traveled through his hands and up to his arms, instantly turning it black. William felt something slam into the core of his very being as his soul shuddered from the impact. This was the second time he'd felt something like this. The first time was when the truck appeared in the cycle of reincarnation and sent him flying to be born in this world. The impact had been so strong that it damaged William's soul. It caused him to be unable to regain consciousness for more than a month after he was born. Fortunately, due to the incident with Truckkuin, William's soul had been strengthened after it had recovered. It was further strengthened by Celine's hell training inside his sea of consciousness. Although he wanted to faint from the pain, Oliver's encouragement and his mama Ella's bleating had reached his ears. He endured the corruption of the miasma as his body was slowly being stained black. Some time later, a patch of bright light, the size of a gold coin, appeared in the center of the two dungeon cores. Oliver hurriedly used his powers to pull the souls of the twin cores out from the bodies that were on the verge of collapse. It was a painstaking process as Oliver divided his attention between supplying William some of his strength and extracting the souls from the two cores. The two guardian beasts knew that this was the turning point, so they channeled the remaining power in their bodies into William. They were also doing their best to help the person who decided to save their masters from complete destruction. The goats had stopped playing with the Orthus because the guardian beast had also regained some of its sanity. It joined its seniors in helping William resist the corruption as its way of atonement. Right now, William's whole body had been stained black. Even his hair and eyes hadn't escaped the miasma's corruption. Although it was very painful, the years he had spent being trained by Celine and Oliver ironically helped him endure the torturous ordeal he was currently experiencing. Inside his sea of consciousness, William's soul floated above blue waters that were also slowly being stained with the black miasma. In time, the sea had turned completely black. Suddenly a single strand of darkness, as thin as a thread, rose up from the corrupted waters and pierced William's chest. It wormed its way inside William's soul and successfully infiltrated his core. After that single strand had been absorbed, more strands flew into the air and attempted to pierce William's chest once again. However, a powerful divinity blocked them. The chess piece hovered above William's body and shielded his soul from further harm. It had waited for that single strand of darkness to pierce William's chest before it made its move. The young boy was not able to resist the single strand of darkness that attacked him because he had already lost consciousness at that point in time. The chess piece could have prevented the incident from happening, but it chose to wait. It had waited for that opportunity because it believed that its host would need that power in the future. It also understood that William was not strong enough to consume more than one strand, so it didn't allow him to absorb more. An hour passed, as Oliver almost crashed to the ground due to exhaustion. The two souls of the dungeon cores floated above William's body and danced like little children. The guardians looked at this scene in happiness as their bodies slowly disappeared into particles of light. They had completed their duty, and it was now time for them to disappear from the world. Once the dungeon cores had been destroyed, the dungeon monsters that they had birthed would also cease to exist. The only proof that the guardian beasts had existed were the 2 centennial-grade cores, and 1 high-grade core that laid on the ground, waiting for their new owner to pick them up. 2 hours later, William felt something wet hitting the side of his face. He tried to open his eyes, but they refused to obey his commands. Using all the willpower that he could muster, he forced his eyes open, only to find Ella licking the side of his face in an attempt to wake him up. "Me." William wanted to reply, but just opening his eyes was already a monumental task for him. He stared at his mama to tell her that he was fine, so she wouldn't have to worry about him. Ella understood what he wanted to convey to her and nodded her head in acknowledgement. "Oh, you're finally awake?" Oliver's monkey head suddenly appeared in his vision. "Well, it seems that your soul has received significant damage. I'm guessing that right now you are unable to move your body. But don't worry. It will only take 2 to 3 days at most before you regain control of your body. If you can understand my words, blink twice." William blinked twice to show Oliver that he had understood him. The parrot monkey nodded its head and continued to talk to William. "I still need to discuss a few things with you, but that will have to wait until you get better. I just wanted to tell you that we succeeded. Don't think about anything. Don't worry about anything. Just rest. That is all you need to do. Leave the rest to me and your mama Ella." "Mia." Ella bleated in agreement. William blinked twice before closing his eyes. He was really at his limit, and sleep pulled him into her embrace. When Ella and Oliver heard William's deep breathing, both of them sighed in relief. The other goats had already returned to Lant, and only the 2 of them remained inside the dungeon protecting William. Soon, the sounds of running footsteps could be heard in the distance. "Mia." "I know, Miss Ella. For now, I'll hide inside William's shadow and guard him from there." "Mia." Oliver's body sank into William's shadow using his shadow bind ability. He knew that William would be unable to protect himself at this crucial time, so he decided to become his bodyguard just in case there were malicious people around that would attempt to harm him. A minute after Oliver merged with William's shadow, Est, Ian, Isaac, Kenneth, Wendy, along with Grant, Andy, and a cleric, appeared in the dungeon room. When they saw William lying on the ground, Wendy immediately panicked and ran to his side in a hurry. She was about to lift William's body off the ground when Est hurriedly stopped her. "Don't move his body," Est shouted. "He might be injured somewhere. Let the cleric have a look at him first." Wendy nodded her head, but she didn't move away from William's body. Instead, she held his hand and looked at the half-elf's pale face with an anxious expression. Est and Ian didn't say anything about Wendy's actions because they too were worried about William's condition. They waited patiently for the cleric to run a diagnostic spell on William's body so they could see his current situation. "How is he?" Grant asked. "He's suffered from minor internal injuries and is seriously weakened," the cleric replied. "While his life isn't in immediate danger, he will need a few rejuvenation potions, an elixir, and plenty of rest to fully recover." Grant and Andy sighed in relief as they exchanged a glance with each other. Although the rejuvenation potions and elixir cost a lot, the Academy would shoulder the expenses. It was a small price to pay for the sacrifices that the boy had made in order to ensure that no life was lost during this mission to subjugate the dungeon of Roaring Quarters. "Are you feeling thirsty, Will?" Will blinked twice. "Here you go," Wendy said as she gently assisted William to drink a glass of water. After his thirst was quenched, the young lady carefully supported his head and laid it back on the soft pillow. The corner of Est's and Ian's lips started to twitch when they saw this scene, but they didn't do anything about it. They just cursed William for being shameless in using his current condition to take advantage of Wendy's kindness. "How about I give you a foot massage?" Ian asked. "They say that it helps the body recover faster because the foot is connected to many internal organs of the body." Ian didn't wait for William's approval and started to knead the half-elf's foot with a smile on his face. "Does it feel good?" Ian inquired. "It does? Then I'm going to continue." If William had been able to speak then, he would have already hurled a long string of expletives at Ian for applying so much pressure to his foot that it felt that it was tearing apart. If he could have moved his foot, then he would have already kicked the snot-nosed pansy and sent him flying out of the window. Since he couldn't move and couldn't speak, William could only curse his mortal enemy while shedding tears of pain and sadness. Wendy, who saw this scene, felt that something was off, but Ian merely told her that William was only shedding tears of joy because his massage was so good. Est couldn't bear to see William hurting so much, so he cleared his throat and made eye contact with Ian to not bully the defenseless boy. Ian clicked his tongue as he reluctantly eased the pressure that he was applying to William's foot. He then gave the red-headed boy a proper massage which made the latter feel so good that he fell asleep. It was at that moment when the door of the room opened and Kenneth came in carrying a bucket of warm water. "He's still asleep?" Kenneth asked as he carried the bucket near William's bed. "Well, I guess it won't make a difference whether he is asleep or awake." Kenneth then proceeded to unbutton William's pajamas. Seeing his actions, Wendy immediately blushed and asked the delicate-looking silver-haired boy what he was planning to do. "What am I about to do?" Kenneth looked at Wendy with a mischievous smile. "Of course, I plan to help clean William's body by washing it. He's the type that likes to bathe every day. Do you want to do it in my place?" "And no," Wendy stuttered. "I am just asking." "I see." Kenneth nodded, but the smile on his face didn't disappear. What a shame. After taking William's shirt off, Kenneth started to clean his body using a wet hand towel, then drying it immediately using another towel. His movements were so precise that those who were watching him felt that Kenneth was used to doing such things. Feeling their gazes on him, Kenneth decided to talk as he cleaned William's upper body. 2 years ago, my brother fell ill and suffered a similar condition to William. Kenneth began his explanation. He was unable to move, so it was up to me to help him eat, drink, and clean his body. Seeing William like this reminded me of home, so I decided to help him clean his body since he likes taking baths every day. Still, my little brother's body can't compare to William's. Seeing this strong and lean body, I am feeling envious. William was a martial expert, so his body was very fit. If you added the aesthetics of a half-elf, then you would get a good-looking guy with a very attractive physique. After cleaning the upper part of William's body, Kenneth was about to remove the sleeping boy's pants when Wendy immediately retreated to the corner of the room. Seeing her reaction, Kenneth gave an understanding smile as he lowered William's pants. "Est," and Ian turned around to look at Wendy, who was sneakily peeking through the gaps in her fingers. After noticing that Est and Ian were looking at her, Wendy immediately closed the gap in her fingers and turned around to face the wall. It took Kenneth less than 5 minutes to clean William's lower body. He then went to the shepherd's closet to pick out a new set of clothes for him to wear. When the red-headed boy was properly clothed, Kenneth left the room to handle the daily affairs of the martial class along with Priscilla. Before they went to fight against the dungeon outbreak, William appointed Kenneth to be the secretary of the first-year martial division. Since their head prefect was not around, it fell to the officers to ensure that the rest of the students were behaving properly. The second, third, and fourth years still hadn't returned from their missions. The dungeon outbreaks that were happening in other places in the Hellon Kingdom were getting more and more intense, causing the Hellon army to feel more of the pressure. Because of this, the king was forced to send messengers all across the kingdom, hiring mercenaries and other armed groups to help resist the dungeon outbreak. This was also why the first year's success created a big impact on the defenders of the other towns. They didn't expect that the outbreak in Dawsbury would be settled in less than a day. Of course, this was due to William calling for reinforcements to assist them in battle. If not for Spire and his herd, the diabolical Hell Ape, and William's mysterious second master, the outbreak of the Roaring Quarters wouldn't have been that easy to subjugate. At the Forsaken Catacombs, where the third years of the Hellon Royal Academy were stationed, an intense battle was currently taking place. Carter fired several empowered fireballs at the skeletal legionnaire that was rampaging across the battlefield. The skeletal monster, that was over 2 meters in height, was carrying a giant war axe, which it brandished left and right to reap the lives of the soldiers who were trying to fend it off. "Thank you, Professor," one of the soldiers shouted as the skeletal legionnaire burst into flames. "We are not out of the woods yet. Focus on your surroundings," Carter ordered as he fired a few more fireballs at the skeletal army that was slowly advancing towards them. The professor was very irritated because the sudden dungeon outbreaks forced him to put his plan on hold for an indefinite period of time. Because of the sudden incident, he hadn't had time to make more candies to strengthen his hold on the talented students of the third-year magic division class. Of course, that was only half of the reason why Carter was feeling irritated. His superior had also tasked him to investigate the reason for these dungeon outbreaks that were happening in the Hellon Kingdom. The reason for this was because a similar thing had happened in the Demon Continent 4 months ago. Carter's superior believed that this was done by an unknown group or organization that was hiding in the shadows. Without knowing this group's motive, or to whom their loyalty was given, the higher demon thought that it would be quite dangerous to leave them at large. The demon race had suffered big losses during the dungeon outbreaks that had happened in their territory. They feared that the perpetrators were only conducting further tests in the human lands before they returned to the northern continent and used the higher-ranked dungeons to start another dungeon outbreak. If that were to happen, then a calamity would befall their race. This was something that they couldn't allow to happen. Since this mission took precedence, Carter had no choice but to obey and get to the bottom of this incident. Just what are they after? Carter thought as he continued his onslaught on the battlefield. Are they anti-humans or anti-demons? How big is their organization? Carter knew that the answers to his question would not be answered soon. So he focused his attention on pushing back the skeletal army and joined the experts when they proceeded to head towards the dungeon core. Perhaps he would find the answers he was looking for after he had seen the source of the problem with his own eyes. "Oh, this is quite interesting," James chuckled as he read Ezio's report. "William managed to accomplish something amazing, as expected of my grandson." James was all smiles as he read the report in his hand. His smile didn't last for long as he read the current situation on Matthew's end on the battlefield. His grandson Matthew and his fiancée Leah had gone missing while carrying out a mission inside the lair of the ancient queen, which was located within the Duchy of Aberdeen. According to Ezio's report, Leah had suffered a serious injury when she tried to save Matthew from the attack of a Lamia queen. Leah then used a special ability that made both of them disappear from the clutches of Lamia queen that was hellbent on ending their lives. This was witnessed by one of the survivors who managed to escape from the dungeon. He immediately reported the mission's failure to the officers defending the front line, and this piece of information found its way into Ezio's hands. James knew that now was not the time to brag about William's accomplishment and immediately held a conference in Lant. He decided to bring an elite team to Aberdeen and help rescue his grandson inside the dungeon. For James, every member of the Ainsworth family was precious. There were only a handful of them in the world, and losing even one of them would be a tragedy. After a discussion with his subordinates, it was decided that James, Mordred, John, and Jekyll would provide reinforcements for Matthew in Aberdeen. This group of 4 would be able to travel faster by riding on the giant hawk, Blitz, who was John's animal companion. The rest of the experts would stay in Lant to handle unforeseen events, like the dark-scaled crocodile incident that almost destroyed their hometown. As always, Owen had been assigned to be the temporary leader of Lant while Mordred was away. This was the best course of action that James could make after taking everything into consideration. "Leah, you don't have to force yourself, you just recovered from your injury." Matthew tried to persuade his lover to stay in their hiding place until she was fully recovered. "No," Leah shook her head. "If I stay here, I'll go crazy worrying about you." They were currently hiding inside a cave within the lair of the ancient queen. They were part of the group that was tasked to break the dungeon core and end the threat of the monster outbreak. The dungeon had 50 floors, and their team of 100 people managed to reach the 40th floor before they were stopped by a monster army that seemed to have waited for their arrival. 3 Class S corrupted Lamia queens, along with a horde of Class C Lamias, ambushed their group from different directions. The battle was intense, but they managed to defeat 2 of the 3 Lamia queens while fighting with everything they had. During the battle, several soldiers were charmed by the Lamia queens and turned against their compatriots. Matthew was one of the few men who managed to resist the charm spell. However, the Lamia Queen used that opportunity to close the gap and deliver a powerful tail attack that sent Matthew slamming into the wall of the dungeon. The Lamia Queen threw its poison dagger as a finishing blow to end Matthew's life, but Leah blocked it using her body. Because of this, she was seriously injured and poisoned at the same time. If not for her affinity with water magic, she might have died along with Matthew in that fight. In that moment of desperation, she used her water teleport ability to bring herself and Matthew to a random place in the dungeon with a body of water. Fortunately, they landed at the base of a waterfall that had a hidden cave behind its falling waters. The unique location allowed them to hide themselves without worrying about the monster's pursuit. Leah managed to purify the poison in her body using her water magic, but it had weakened her greatly. Even so, she still used her healing magic to tend to Matthew's injuries, which almost made her collapse completely. She only closed her eyes to rest when Matthew finally regained the color in his face. A few hours passed before Matthew awoke from his sleep. When he saw Leah's pale expression, he immediately used the potions he had exchanged points for in the academy to nurse her back to health. A day later, Leah woke up and the two embraced each other for a long time. They were thankful that both of them were still alive and in each other's arms. Matthew became silent as he hugged his fiancée. He lovingly kissed her forehead and Leah could feel the love he had for her. Both of them knew that they couldn't stay in the cave forever. Matthew volunteered to scout their surroundings and find out whether it was possible to escape from the dungeon. However, Leah didn't want him to go alone, and insisted that he take her along with him. "Matthew, don't leave me here," Leah pleaded as she hugged the man she loved. "If you do, I'll make you regret it." "I won't," Matthew whispered. "If this is really what you want, then I'll agree, but I have a condition." "I agree." "I haven't said anything yet." "Whatever it is, I agree." Leah softly patted Matthew's back as she closed her eyes to lean on his chest. "I don't want to lose you." Matthew hugged her tighter because he, too, didn't want to lose her. "Leah, after this is all over, let's get married." Instead of answering Matthew's proposal, Leah held both sides of his face and kissed him passionately on the lips. Her sudden action ignited Matthew's feelings for her, and soon, both of them were lost in their love for each other. Leah laid within the makeshift bed that they had made inside the cave and looked up at Matthew with teary eyes. "Are you sure about this?" Matthew asked. "Yes," Leah answered. "I don't know what the future holds for the two of us, but right now, all I want is to be one with you." Matthew lowered his face to kiss his beloved and wiped the tears from her eyes. "I love you, Leah." "I love you too, Matt." Matthew kissed his lover one more time before removing the academy uniform that hid her beautiful body. He stared at the white, thin pieces of fabric that covered Leah's womanly assets and removed them one after the other. Although the cave was a little dark, Matthew had learned the spell Dark Vision because he often accompanied William for nighttime strolls in the countryside. He had also applied the Dark Vision to Leah, so both of them could see in the darkness of the cave. Matthew fell into a daze as he looked at his lover's beautiful body. Leah giggled on their makeshift bed and allowed him to look at her entirety. "You're beautiful, Leah," Matthew said with genuine sincerity as he lowered his head to kiss those enticing peaks that stood proud in front of him. He kissed her left breast as his hand groped the other. Leah's breast fit perfectly in the palm of his hand, and he was surprised at how soft it was. Soon, the cave was filled with muffled moans as Leah did her best to hold back her voice. Matthew only stopped fondling her body when his lover begged that she couldn't hold it any longer. He kissed Leah's lips one more time, before he lowered his hip to complete their union. The moment Matthew claimed her maidenhood, a soft gasp of pain and pleasure escaped Leah's lips. Matthew didn't rush and gently brought his lover to the throes of pleasure. With every thrust of his hips, Leah could feel herself opening up to him. Soon, both of them reached the peak together. Matthew shuddered as he released his essence deep inside her, staining her with his color and marking her as his woman. He filled her up to the brim with his love. Leah, on the other hand, felt like she was melting. It was as if she was being conquered, which brought shivers down her spine. The pleasure it brought her was so intense that for a brief moment, her world turned completely white. When she regained her vision, Matthew was panting while hugging her body close to his chest. She shuddered in delight at the thought of doing it all over again. As if hearing her thoughts, Matthew kissed her lips passionately and once again moved his hips to bring her to the heights of pleasure. Within that dark cave, Matthew and Leah made love to each other as if there was no tomorrow. When they finally stopped, Leah laid her head on Matthew's chest and fell asleep due to exhaustion. Matthew enclosed his beloved in a protective embrace, before he, too, closed his eyes to sleep. Meanwhile, in Celine's house, the beautiful dark sorceress was looking at her crystal ball with a calm expression. She was observing the dungeon outbreaks that were happening in the Hellon Kingdom through the eyes of her familiars. It wasn't the first time that Celine had spied on the affairs of the Hellon Kingdom, so she was quite knowledgeable with the location of the important cities that the king had given special attention to. She could see the vast hordes of monsters that were trying to make their way through the city, but were being stopped by the stubborn defenders who held their ground like their lives depended on it. Celine knew that her potion of miasma was not enough to corrupt the dungeon core completely, so she assumed that the organization had used a powerful medium to increase its potency. So this was their plan all along, Celine muttered. As a dark sorceress, she was aware that aside from the monsters, a hidden threat was currently creeping into the lands of the Hellon Kingdom. 10th circle spell, Celine said with confidence. Is this a type of revenge on the Hellon Kingdom for banning the use of dark magic? Looks like my acquaintances are more ambitious than I originally thought they were. Celine wanted to laugh out loud, but she pushed down that urge using her amazing self-control. Perhaps this is also a blessing in disguise. This kind of spell can't be erased by clerics or any users of holy magic. The corner of Celine's lips curled up into a sneer. The only ones who can break this curse are dark magicians. When the king realizes what is going on, it will already be too late. Celine was impressed by the amount of planning that the organization had made for their operation. The dungeon outbreak was only a cover-up to serve as a distraction, while the real danger was slowly spreading like a swarm of ants that was marching across the land. What Celine and the organization didn't know was that a certain shepherd, who was currently sound asleep, would make the castle that they had painstakingly built up in the sky shatter into 1,000 pieces. 2 days had passed since William and the rest of the first-year students returned to the academy. The red-headed boy was now able to move his body, but he was still not back to his peak condition. It was also at that moment when news of Matthew's and Leah's disappearance reached his ears. Initially, his first thought was to go to Aberdeen and join the rescue mission to find them. However, he knew that with his current condition, he would only become a hindrance instead of a help if he chose to go. "Are you worried about Matthew and Leah?" Oliver asked. He was currently hiding in William's shadow in order to protect him until he fully recovered from his injury. "Yes," William answered. "I wish I could go to Aberdeen and look for them." "You don't have to worry about that. I received a message from Mistress that your grandpa and a few of the veterans of Lant had gone to Aberdeen to look for Matthew and Leah." "Really? That's good." William sighed in relief knowing that his Gramps had gone to save his big brother and big sister. He was sure that James wouldn't stop until he found the 2 teenagers inside the dungeon. The red-headed boy was currently inside his dormitory room and no one, aside from the officers and Wendy, were allowed to visit him. Right now, Kenneth was with Priscilla and doing his duty as secretary of the Solaris dormitory. This gave Oliver the opportunity to talk to William and discuss important matters. "Will, there is something that I need to tell you," Oliver said with a serious expression. "I was planning to wait for a day more, but these 2 kids are getting anxious." As if waiting for Oliver to mention the 2 of them, the twin souls flew out of William's shadow and hovered in front of his eyes. They twinkled like 2 stars, one yellow, one red. "I'm glad that the 2 of you are safe." William smiled as he gazed at the 2 souls in front of him. The 2 souls bounced up and down as a mysterious melody reached William's ears. William could vaguely understand that they were trying to talk to him, but he couldn't understand their language. Fortunately, Oliver came to the rescue and translated their message for William. These two kids want you to help them revive their loyal guardians. Oliver translated as he, too, flew out of William's shadow. Do you remember those three beasts in the dungeon core room? These two want them to be reborn. William blinked when he finally understood what the two souls wanted to do. He had completely forgotten about the mythical beasts because back then, he had lost consciousness while trying to resist the corruption. There was simply no opportunity for William to worry about others in that crucial period. You said revive. William gave Oliver an inquiring gaze. Did the guardians die? Yes. Oliver nodded. Just like how these two kids lost their outer core, the guardians also lost their physical bodies. However, the twins used their remaining power to bind the souls of their guardians to their beast cores. Oliver waved his wing and three, black, high-grade cores floated in the air in front of William. Although the two succeeded in binding the guardian's soul to their beast cores, this is only a temporary stopgap. In 2 more days, the souls will completely dissipate from the cores and they will be lost forever. William sighed as he looked at the 3 floating cores. If he absorbed them, he might have gained an incredible amount of experience points. But, seeing the 2 bouncing souls in front of him, he no longer had the heart to carry out his plan. How can I help? William asked. He didn't want to waste any more time because there was a possibility that a visitor would come knocking on his door. Since time was limited, it would be best to cut to the chase and get it over with. We need to perform a ritual in which these 3 beast cores will be used as catalysts in order to revive the guardians, Oliver explained. They will no longer have memories of their past life, and would simply be reborn as new beings that are no longer tied to a dungeon. Naturally, they will be bound to you. Just think of it as acquiring 3 pets to raise for free. 3 pets to raise for free? William felt slightly complicated. It was not as if he wasn't interested in raising the 3 beasts. He had already seen them and their capabilities, however. He didn't know if he was ready for such a responsibility. Unfortunately, the 2 souls were busy nuzzling his cheeks, as if they were trying to butter him up to help with the revival ritual. In the end, William agreed and Oliver began to write a magic circle in the center of the room in order to start the ritual. When he was done, Oliver placed the 3 beast cores at the center of the magic circle. I need a pint of your blood in order to make this work, Oliver stated. Is that fine with you? Only my blood? William inquired. Nothing else. Just your blood. In short, these creatures will be born with your blood running through their veins. Oliver smirked. I guess calling them pets is inappropriate. They're more like your firstborn kids? Congratulations. You are now a father of triplets. Ha ha ha, very funny. Mistress always tells me that I have a good sense of humor. Oliver gave William a serious glance as he conjured a shadow dagger in the air. Well then, are you ready? William took a deep breath before nodding his head. As soon as Oliver deemed him ready, the shadow dagger flew and stabbed him in the arm. The young boy's blood gushed out like a fountain. Surprisingly, his blood didn't fall on the magic circle. Instead, it was magically siphoned to the 3 beast cores as the magic circle started to glow brightly. Oliver chanted in the background and spoke in a language that William didn't understand. As the lights of the circle grew brighter, William could feel a growing connection with the beast cores that were starting to vibrate. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted from the center of the runic formation. The young boy was forced to close and shield his eyes until the light receded. It is done. Oliver's proud words reached his ears. When William opened his eyes to look at the result of the ritual, he found 3 creatures looking up at him from beside his feet. One of them was a golden snake. It was only a meter long and its golden reptilian eyes looked at William as if it was looking at its daddy. Suddenly, it crawled up William's leg, until it reached his neck where it happily coiled itself. The baby golden snake flicked its tongue against William's cheeks as if giving him a kiss. Before William could do anything about the baby snake that was looped around his neck, 2 barks sounded near his feet. A puppy with black fur and blue stripes that resembled lightning bolts pressed its small paws on William's right foot and barked. It resembled a baby husky and looked very cute and adorable. It was half as big as William's arm. William always thought that huskies were half dog and half wolf creatures. Of course, this was his only assumption. According to the magazine he had read back on Earth, huskies were entirely different from wolves and were of different species. Even so, some people believed that somewhere along the line, the two species mingled and thus the husky was born. Another bark caught William's attention and the boy immediately looked towards his left foot. There, another puppy stood and looked up at him with its tongue sticking out of its mouth. It was a bit smaller than the baby husky and looked very similar to a Boston Terrier. The terrier's fur was a combination of white and dark golden fur. It felt so smooth to the touch that William wasn't able to stop himself from brushing its back with his hand. The shepherd felt like his heart was melting because of how cute they were. He patted the heads of the two puppies, which made their tails wag like there was no tomorrow. Ella watched this scene with a gentle gaze. Somehow, William's second mother felt that their small herd had grown a little bigger. "From now on, your name will be Dia," William said as he kissed the golden snake that was coiled around his neck. Hisses. "I'm glad you liked it." Hiss. Woof. Ruff. The two puppies tried to get William's attention by calling out to him. Currently, the red-headed boy was lying on the bed, while his three little guardians lay beside him. Dia was still coiled around William's neck, like a second slave collar that wouldn't go away. Dia just received her name from William and was very happy about it. She nuzzled William's cheeks to show that she really liked the name he gave her. However, the two puppies didn't want to lose out, so they whined, while pressing on William's chest like two spoiled children. They wanted their master to give them names as well. William chuckled as he patted the two puppies' heads and coaxed them to be patient. "Okay, I've decided." William grinned as he tickled the baby husky's chin. "From now on, your name will be Thor." Woof! Thor barked before he started licking William's cheeks. Its body glowed briefly as the lightning bolt pattern on its fur crackled with electricity. Seeing that his brother and sister had been given names, the little terrier whined to catch William's attention. "Don't worry, I'm also thinking of a good name for you." William coaxed the puppy that was throwing a tantrum. William looked at the adorable terrier and a playful smile appeared on his face. "Your name will be Ragnar." Ruff! Ragnar joined Thor in licking William's cheeks, which made the shepherd giggle. "I think I understand what being a parent feels like by looking at these three kids," William thought. Although he had raised the goats with love and care, the feeling that the three newly born guardians gave him was different. He could sense a very close connection to them. A connection forged by blood that made him feel like he had indeed become a father of three. After the three had settled down, William introduced them to his mama Ella. "Ja, Thor, Ragnar, this is Ella. She's my mama, so that makes her your grandma," William said. Hiss. Woof. Ruff. The three guardians looked at Ella with innocent gazes. The Angorian goat looked back at them and bleated. "Me." Hiss. Woof. Ruff. Ella walked closer and licked Thor's cheeks. After that she licked Ragnar's cheeks and finally nuzzled Dia's head. Dia uncoiled herself from William's neck and transferred herself onto Ella's neck. Hiss. Mia. The new grandma and granddaughter pair chatted with each other, while the two puppies jumped off the bed and acted like spoiled children who wanted to catch their grandparents' attention. Mia. Hisses. Woof. Ruff. Ella played with the kids for a short while before laying beside William's bed. Oliver had returned to William's shadow as he observed this family scene with an amused expression. "I guess I need to find another souvenir for Mistress," Oliver thought as he looked at the golden snake, who seemed to be enjoying her quality time with her new grandmother. Originally, he planned to take Dia back to Celine, but since the little guardian was born from William's blood, he thought that it was inappropriate to separate the two of them. "Ah, I almost forgot. You'll need to form a contract with Dia and make her your animal companion," Oliver said in a serious tone. "Thor and Ragnar are fine since you have already added them to your herd, but Dia is different. She is a snake and you can't add her to your herd no matter how hard you try. Why must I make her my animal companion? William inquired. Why are you wearing that collar on your neck? Oliver asked back. It was then that William understood Oliver's meaning. The collar on his neck was protecting him from being targeted by those who were thinking of making him a slave. Dia was a mythical creature. Although she was still young, it didn't change the fact that she would grow up to be a winged serpent in the future. Slavery was not exclusive to humans and other humanoids. Exotic creatures were also being sold in the black market, and Dia would certainly be a very nice addition to those who had the hobby of collecting rare and exotic creatures that were hard to find in the continent. What kind of contract should I make? William asked. I'm not familiar with how contracts are made. An equal contract, Oliver replied. This contract gives both parties equal standing. There is no master and servant relationship. This is the ideal choice for you and Dia, unless you are a scum who wants to treat Dia as a slave. How could I possibly do that? William snorted. Dia, come here for a second. Hiss. Dia stopped playing with her brothers and looked up at William in confusion. Come. I need to form a contract with you so you won't get targeted by bad people. Hiss. Although she was still confused, Dia slithered and climbed up to William's bed. She then crawled up his body, then looped around the shepherd's neck like a good girl. Since William was devoid of magic power, Oliver was the one that facilitated the equal contract between the red-headed boy and the golden snake. Two blue magic circles the size of a basketball ball hovered between William and Dia. Afterwards, Oliver pricked their bodies using the shadow dagger he conjured to get a drop of their blood. As the blood entered the magic circles he created, it changed its color and became golden. The two magic circles merged with each other and shot out two beams of golden light that shot towards William's and Dia's bodies. When the light receded, Oliver returned to William's shadow and announced that the equal contract had succeeded. With this, another layer of protection had been given to Dia to prevent her from being enslaved by others. As for Thor and Ragnar, they didn't need it because the moment they became part of William's herd, it was similar to having a binding contract. When William looked at the two puppies, he was surprised to see that both of them were already asleep. They were lying on Ella's tummy and slept peacefully. William could understand that feeling of comfort because he had done the same thing for almost his entire life. Seeing that her two brothers were sleeping beside their grandma, Dia decided to join them. She uncoiled herself from William's neck and slithered towards Ella. The golden snake then coiled herself up like a rattlesnake beside her brothers and slept. William and Ella exchanged a glance. The young boy smiled, and Ella's expression was gentle. Both of them were reminiscing about the days when William was still a baby. Suddenly, a knock was heard on the door. William stood up from the bed and personally opened it to see who it was. Good morning, Est greeted. You've recovered sooner than expected. Good morning. William returned the greeting as he opened the door wide and stepped aside to let his guests come inside the dormitory room. As always, Est had Ian and Isaac accompanying him. However, this time it was not only the three of them. Wendy tagged along and she was carrying a picnic basket in her hand. I thought that you still might not have recovered and decided to bring you lunch, Wendy said in embarrassment. William smiled. Although I can walk and move my body, that doesn't necessarily mean that I can travel far. It's good that you brought me some lunch. I'm feeling very hungry. Thank you, Wendy. You're welcome. Wendy gave William a sweet smile as she entered the room. It didn't take long for the new arrivals to notice the three new creatures inside William's room. William introduced them as his guardian beasts, which made Est, Ian, Isaac, and Wendy look at him in a weird manner. It's complicated. William scratched his head. Oliver had warned him that he shouldn't tell anyone where Dia, Thor, and Ragnar came from because it might invite unnecessary trouble. Seeing the shepherd's troubled face, the guests decided not to make it difficult for him. Wendy's eyes widened as she looked at the three sleeping babies. All of them looked so cute and adorable that it melted her heart. However, the one that caught most of her attention was the baby husky, Thor. If not for the fact that Thor was sleeping peacefully, she would have begged William to let her hug the puppy. The red-headed boy looked at her infatuated gaze and sighed. It was very easy for him to read Wendy's intentions because she was a very straightforward person. "You can play with him when he wakes up," William said while scratching his cheek. "He's just a newborn, so he might get tired easily." "I'm okay with that," Wendy replied hurriedly, as if she was afraid that William would take back his word. After getting William's permission, Wendy happily brought out the food that she had taken from the Magic Division kitchen. Oliver, who was observing the guests from inside William's shadow, shook his head helplessly. "This boy really knows how to attract the bees," Oliver thought. With just a glance, he could tell that the girl named Wendy had feelings for William. As for Est and Ian, who was looking at the shepherd in a disgruntled manner, Oliver pretended that he didn't see anything. The parrot monkey was not someone who liked to divulge the secrets of others. He believed that since he had this kind of ability, he should also be more responsible when using it. "It doesn't matter how many girls fall for your charms," Oliver mused as he closed his eyes to rest. He had already labeled William as the Prince of Darkness. Since that was the case, he only had to wait for a few more years for the prophecy to be fulfilled. The next day, William was feeling better, so he decided to join the morning training. Even though he had been resting since he had been brought back to the academy, the students of the martial class didn't slack off in their training. The dungeon outbreak made them realize that they were still not strong enough to handle every situation using their own power. Because of this, they paid extra attention to their daily training, which made Grant, Andy, and the rest of the instructors in the martial division very happy. "Are you sure you're fit to join us?" Priscilla asked. "You don't have to force yourself, Sir William." "Sir William." William turned his head to look at his vice prefect. It was the first time Priscilla called him Sir William. Usually, she just referred to him as head prefect. Priscilla nodded her head. "We have all come to an agreement that the head prefect will be referred to as Sir William from now on. Please, don't reject it, Sir William." William scanned the faces of the first years. They were all nodding their heads in agreement. Since that was what they decided, the red-headed boy decided to just go with the flow and smiled. "Today, I have an important announcement to make," William said as he faced the first years who were listening to him attentively. "I will introduce all of you to my new family members." The students had already noticed the three little creatures that were accompanying William. Even so, they didn't say anything and stared at them with curiosity. "This beautiful golden snake over here is Dia. She is a girl, so she's shy around people." William introduced the snake that was looped around his neck as usual. "This puppy on my left is Thor, and the one on my right is Ragnar. Aren't they cool looking?" Thor and Ragnar both raised their chins in an arrogant manner. The way they acted was very similar to William when he was feeling narcissistic. Perhaps they had inherited his traits due to the fact that his blood was flowing inside their bodies. "From now on, they will be joining our martial division," William stated. "I hope that all of you will get along with them. Now, let us begin our training." Like always, William and the students started their training with stretching exercises. Afterward, they started to run towards the flag that was fluttering in the distance. The shepherd knew that he had just recovered, so strenuous exercises were bad for him. Because of this, he chose to ride Ella's back and oversee the training. Thor and Ragnar, on the other hand, ran alongside Ella and seemed to enjoy the morning activity. At first, William was quite worried that the puppies wouldn't be able to keep up, but he had underestimated them too much. Even though they were still young, Thor and Ragnar were mythical beasts. Just like baby dragons, they were on a level higher compared to creatures newly born to the mortal realm. The two puppies ran alongside Ella with their little legs as their tongues lolled at the side of their mouths. Dia, of course, stayed on William's neck as she watched everything around her with curiosity. After arriving at their destination, the martial students divided themselves into 10 teams and started to do their combat exercises. William's plan was to train capable commanders who would lead a team under their wing. This way, they would be able to mobilize as independent teams that would handle specialized roles. Take Dave as an example. He was the officer in charge of the logistics of the entire martial division. Naturally, his team would focus on managing the supplies of their small army. Priscilla's team was a scouting team, while Spencer's and Drake's teams would serve as the vanguard of the Marshall Division. The other teams also had temporary captains who would either be promoted to commanders or assistant commanders in the future. Grant and Andy were also there, like usual, to oversee the training. The combat training they were focusing on was all about how to utilize their strengths and fight as a team instead of an individual. The dungeon outbreak had taught them that there was strength in numbers. Even Spencer and Drake, who had the soloist mentality, had started to change their perspective. This was what William wanted to see. The reason? He was quite lazy deep inside and just wanted to pass the responsibility to other people. When the morning training ended, everyone returned to the dormitory to take a break and prepare for their lessons for the day. Second Master, is there any news about Big Brother and Big Sister? William inquired. Although he looked calm, William was actually feeling very worried about them. It had been 3 days since he got the news that they went missing, and he was quite anxious about their current situation. There's still no news, Oliver answered. Don't worry, Matthew and Leah are stronger than you. Also, your grandfather has arrived at the dungeon. It will only be a matter of time before he saves them. I hope that you are right, Second Master. William sighed as he looked outside the window of his room. I hope that you are right. The sound of monster shrieks echoed along the dungeon walls as Matthew and Leah fought side by side. Contrary to his scholarly image, Matthew was in fact a battle mage that specialized in hand-to-hand combat, while wielding the power of fire. Leah, on the other hand, was a summoner who had made a contract with a powerful water spirit. The weapon she wielded was an elemental whip that her father secretly gifted to her on her 16th birthday. It moved around as if it had a life of its own, slicing off the body parts of the monsters that it came in contact with in half. After the battle ended, the bodies of the lamias turned into particles of light, leaving black beast cores behind. Leah gathered these beast cores with the thought of purifying them after they had escaped from the dungeon. A day in the outside world was equivalent to 2 days inside the lair of the ancient queen. It had been 6 days since Matthew and Leah were trapped inside the dungeon, and they were having a hard time ascending to the upper floors where the exit of the dungeon was located. Since the dungeon was currently in the midst of a dungeon outbreak, the spawn rate of the monsters had increased tenfold. Matthew and Leah had to fight against the groups of monsters that they met along the way, which made their advance a very slow process. Also, after each battle they would have to immediately leave the vicinity so that they wouldn't attract other groups of monsters. This left both of them exhausted. Let's find a place to rest for the time being, Leah suggested. We can time our escape for when the monsters inside the dungeon decide to raid the surface. Okay. Matthew nodded his head in agreement. He was nearing his limit, and it would be a good idea if they found a safe place to rest to recover their strength. It took them a while to find a good location, and the two immediately drank the potions they had prepared before they went to the Duchy of Aberdeen to fight against the dungeon outbreak. Both of them knew how dire their situation was, but neither of them felt that escaping the dungeon was impossible. The two hugged each other while paying attention to their surroundings as they meditated. It was then that they heard a rumbling noise not far from their location. What followed next was an earth-shaking roar that made both teenagers open their eyes in surprise. The dungeon floor shook as cries of alarm that came from over 100 dungeon monsters reverberated in the air. And then, everything became quiet. It was so quiet that they could hear the sound of footsteps coming towards their location. Matthew and Leah exchanged a glance as they readied themselves to engage in combat. It was then when a familiar old man appeared in front of them with a wide grin on his face. Am I disturbing the two of you? James asked with a mischievous expression. Matthew, you're doing well. Just do it a bit more and give me a great-grandchild as soon as possible. Leah's face flushed when she heard her grandpa James' words. Matthew, on the other hand, gave his grandpa the "you got it, Gramps" look, which made the old man's grin widen. Mordred also had a smile on his face as he looked at the pair of lovebirds. Seeing his son holding Leah in a protective embrace reminded him of the days when he was still courting Anna to be his wife. John just leaned against the dungeon wall, while Jekyll was flossing his teeth. It seemed that he had eaten a lot of monsters along the way, and the dentist felt that this was a good opportunity to do some maintenance. Are you here to save us, Grandpa James? Leah asked. Her face was still beet red, but she wasn't the type to shy away from people whom she recognized as family. She had long regarded the Ainsworth family as her own family. "That's the plan," James answered. "However, the king has made an interesting decree, and I think that it is worth it to work my old bone a little bit longer." "Gramps, don't tell me." Matthew looked at his grandpa with excitement. James chuckled as he extended his hand to help the two teenagers to stand. "Do you want to tag along? Me and the boys are planning to turn this dungeon upside down." Matthew and Leah exchanged a glance and smiled. They were quite curious about how James was planning to subjugate the dungeon with just the 6 of them. On that same day, the dungeon outbreak on the Duchy of Aberdeen ended, which surprised the king and the army that was stationed outside the dungeon. James swaggered out of the dungeon exit with a haughty look as Matthew, Leah, and the experts of Lant walked behind him. "Tell the king that James of Lant had subjugated the dungeon," James announced in a booming voice. "I will be waiting in anticipation for the rewards that he promised." He left along with Matthew and Leah with the intention of heading towards the academy. They were planning to pick up William and bring him back to Lant for a few days to participate in Matthew's and Leah's wedding ceremony. Wendy's laughter resounded in the Marshall Division premises as she played tag with Thor. The dog happily ran after her, while the latter did her best to prevent the puppy from catching up to her. After the kids woke up from their sleep, during Est's and Wendy's visit, William introduced them to his friends. Wendy had become smitten with Thor the moment she laid her eyes on him. Because of this, she did her best to get in his good graces. Much to William's surprise, Thor seemed to really like Wendy as well, so the two of them hit it off right off the bat. Because of this, Wendy had decided to visit William wherever she had free time, so she could play with Thor. William chuckled as he threw a frisbee for Ragnar. The afternoon classes had just ended, so the red-headed boy decided to play with the kids. Wendy arrived just in time to join them and decided to play with Thor. William was about to throw the frisbee again when he saw someone enter the gates out of the corner of his eye. A look of shock appeared on his face when he saw the familiar faces that entered the premises of the Marshall Division. "Big brother, big sister." William laughed as he ran towards Matthew and Leah, who were standing beside his grandpa. "I'm glad both of you are safe." William hugged both of them together and the two hugged him back. "We're back, William," Matthew said as he patted William's head. "Sorry for making you worry." Leah patted William's back. James, on the other hand, was busy looking at Wendy. With just a glance, he could tell that the girl had feelings for William. He was laughing internally because his purpose for coming was to drag William to attend Matthew's and Leah's wedding ceremony. What he didn't expect was to find a future daughter-in-law candidate the moment he visited William in the academy. He didn't waste any time and approached the girl with a smile that would put all toothpaste models to shame. "Hello, young lady. I am William's grandfather, James." James introduced himself with an award-winning smile that would make all the single ladies call him Daddy. "Feel free to call me Grandpa." Hello, Grandpa James." Wendy stuttered as she looked at the handsome gray-haired man that was oozing with charisma in front of her. "Are you William's friend?" "Yes." "Are you interested in becoming his fiancée?" Excuse me?" You see, William might be mischievous, but he is really a good boy. James was like an experienced salesman who was about to scam a little girl to buy the wares he was selling. "I call the shots when it comes to who William is going to marry. So if you are interested, how about we set a date to meet your parents? That way, we can discuss when and where the marriage will take place. Oi! Don't push me." William pushed James aside and immediately stood between him and Wendy. "What are you babbling about, old man?" "Wendy, don't listen to Gramps. He is getting old and getting cynical. Usually we tie him up with a rope back at home so he doesn't bite people. Don't believe whatever nonsense he is saying." "Okay." Wendy nodded her head. She then gave William's grandpa a curious look. James felt her gaze and winked back at her. William saw this and snorted at his annoying grandpa. "Why are you being so overprotective? Relax. I'm already old and have no intention of stealing your girlfriend," James teased. I am not Will's girlfriend," Wendy answered timidly behind William's back. I'm just his friend. It's fine, we can discuss this matter later. James' eyes glinted in delight when he heard the young lady call his grandson Will, instead of William. Of course, he didn't make any further moves on Wendy because it would just incite William to contradict him. If you're not busy, come back with us to Lant for a few days, James said as he stood in front of the red-headed boy who was looking at him with vigilance. Why? Is something going to happen to Lant? William inquired. He knew that his grandpa wouldn't invite him to go back to his hometown without a good reason. James smirked and patted William's shoulder. Matthew and Leah are getting married. You should come with us to witness their wedding ceremony. William's jaw slackened as he looked at Matthew and Leah with a shocked expression. The two of you are getting married? Yes, Matthew grinned. Leah held Matthew's arm and winked at William. We are. Congratulations. William smiled and gave Matthew a thumbs up. Now we are truly going to be one big happy family. Worry about yourself, Matthew replied. He could see that his grandpa had set his eyes on the pretty girl beside William and understood that his cousin was going to have a headache for the next few days. So, are you going to come back with us? Or must I carry you kicking and screaming? James asked with a grin. If it's just a few days, I think I can go, William replied after careful consideration. I'll discuss this first with Instructor Grant and Instructor Andy. Okay, you do that, James nodded his head. Meanwhile, I'll have a talk with this pretty lady here. Yeah, no. William grabbed Wendy's hand and pulled her away. Mama, make sure that Gramps doesn't follow us. Me. Emma bleated and gave James the don't even think about it glare. The old man sighed and patted the Angorian's goat's head. It seems that you've forgotten who raised you when you were still just a kid. Me. Tell me more about that young lady. Ella lowered her head and poked James with her horns. Clearly, she had no intention of sharing any information with the annoying old man. Your grandpa sure is interesting, Wendy said once the two of them were out of earshot. He reminds me of my own grandfather back home. Believe me when I say that my grandpa is 10 times worse than yours, William snorted. Dia, who was coiled around his neck, was resting her head on William's head. Thor walked beside Wendy, while Ragnar walked beside William. Listen, Wendy. William looked at her with a serious expression. My Gramps has a bad habit of playing matchmaker. I already told you about the incident with my ex-fiancée Rebecca. Believe me when I say that he has already locked you in his sight and will do his best to convince you to become my girlfriend. When he does that, give him a firm rejection so that he will back off. Do you understand what I'm saying? Wendy nodded her head. She agreed with William on the surface, but the boy didn't know what she truly thought deep inside. Seeing her reaction, the red-headed boy thought that he had successfully gotten his message across and stopped holding her hand. Soon, the two arrived at the staff room where several of the instructors stayed when they were not teaching their classes. William went inside alone, while Wendy watched over Thor and Ragnar. At this exact moment, inside William's dormitory room, Kenneth was holding a round mirror in his hand. The mirror was made from an unknown crystal, and the frames at its side were inscribed with rune marks that were quite similar to the runes found on William's slave collar. The silver-gray-haired boy muttered an incantation and the mirror glowed in response. Soon, an image of an elf with silver-gray hair and blue eyes appeared on its surface. I am here to report about my target's current circumstance, Kenneth said. Very well. The elf nodded. I am going to record your report so I may pass it along to the elders and the patriarch of the clan. You can start your report now. Yesterday, I personally examined his body and didn't find any traces of magic whatsoever. Kenneth began his report. Aside from that, there is no sign that he had awoken any kind of spiritual powers. Even so, I still can't gauge how strong he is. You can't gauge how strong he is? The elf interrupted Kenneth's report. How can you not gauge his strength? Aren't you always with him? Yes, Kenneth nodded. I am always around him. When I used the clan's artifact to measure his strength, the results said that he was a Class D individual. Only Class D? The elf frowned. Isn't that a bit too weak? Then again, he's a half-elf. I guess this is to be expected of a filthy half-breed. Kenneth tasted something sour in his mouth when the elf referred to William as a filthy half-breed using a contemptuous tone. Even so, he took hold of his emotions and put on a calm expression. So, why did you say that you couldn't gauge his powers? It's because the feats that he has accomplished don't match his power level. Kenneth started to narrate everything that he had gathered about William, from the battle against Soglav until the end of the dungeon outbreak. The elf listened patiently until Kenneth finished his tale. Isn't it very obvious? The elf asked in contempt. Or must I spell it out to you so that you can understand? The boy's strength is only subpar and his real strength relies on that goat he calls Ella. If you leave the goat out of the equation, he is just an ordinary half-breed that won't be able to achieve anything, even if he trained for years. Kenneth wanted to refute the elf's words, but the latter didn't give him an opportunity to do that. Based on your report, I can tell that the hybrid only relies on external forces to increase his battle prowess. Such a person doesn't amount to much when fighting alone. Continue your monitoring and report any changes that you see, the elf ordered. Remember, your purpose for going to the southern continent is to see whether he is the one rumored about in the prophecy. The clan has already dispatched others like you to different places in the central continent where rumors of strong individuals that had a hint of dark magic could be found. We need to find the Prince of Darkness and bring him to the Silvermoon continent before he awakens his power. This is the order from the patriarch of our clan. It still annoys me that we have to waste our resources to monitor a shepherd in the southern continent. He is not an ordinary shepherd, Kenneth said through gritted teeth. Don't forget whose son he is. The elf quieted down after hearing Kenneth's words. He also knew William's identity, and that was the reason why Kenneth was sent to personally monitor him in the academy. The son of the Saintess and the Dungeon Conqueror was an existence that shouldn't go unchecked. Just carry out your mission and report as soon as you find anything worth reporting, the elf ordered before the transmission was cut. You still haven't changed, father. Kenneth firmly gripped the mirror in his hand as he clenched his teeth in anger. When Kenneth heard that William was one of the candidates that was named by the patriarch, he immediately volunteered to be the one to monitor him. He had long heard about the half-elf that was born from the union of the Saintess and the hero of the elves. Kenneth wanted to see what kind of person William was. He didn't care if William was the Prince of Darkness or not. What he cared about was Lady Arwen, his teacher, who resided in the holy city of Nitfi Ethel. Before he left the Silvermoon continent, he promised her that he would watch over William and keep him safe. Arwen only giggled when she heard his promise. He still remembered her parting words on the day he was about to ride the ship bound to the southern continent. My son is a wolf in sheep's clothing, Arwen said with a smug look on her face. Go and meet him. Perhaps you will learn a thing or two by staying by his side. May the blessings of the World Tree always shine upon you. Take care of yourself and let's meet again a few years from now. Kenneth returned the round mirror to his storage ring as he remembered his teacher's smiling face. Arwen and William had similar enough smiles that Kenneth sometimes found himself in a daze when the half-elf smiled at him. I hope that you're not the Prince of Darkness, William. Kenneth sighed in his heart. Because if you are, all the elves in the Silvermoon continent will do everything in their power to catch you. I don't want to see that happen. Kenneth walked towards the window as he gazed upon the east. Dark clouds loomed in the distance, as if to mark the coming of a storm. Oliver, who was hiding inside William's shadow, was not aware that the letter he had sent back to his master had been intercepted by the Rayleigh clan, who specialized in intelligence gathering and the making of prophecies. It was for this very reason that William had become a priority candidate on their list. If the parrot monkey had known that his arbitrary action years ago had set many things in motion in the Silvermoon continent, he would definitely kick himself out of anger because of his stupidity. Not only did he endanger William's life, he had also unintentionally broken the peaceful life that Celine had sought for during the years of her enslavement. After William got the instructor's permission to take a few days' leave from the academy, he hurriedly returned to his dormitory room only to find Kenneth staring outside the window. I am about to return to my hometown for a few days to participate in a wedding ceremony. Would you like to come with me? William asked. No. Kenneth shook his head. I will just wait for your return. There are still many things I need to do because our Sir William doesn't want to do his duties. William coughed lightly because he was guilty as charged. Well then, please, do your best, Mr. Secretary. Your Sir William is very unreliable. Go ahead and look for suitable candidates that can join our ranks. Kenneth gave him a sidelong glance and snorted. Go and return as soon as you can. Okay. William smirked and patted Kenneth's shoulder before leaving the room. In truth, Kenneth wanted to go with him, but he couldn't afford to meet Celine at this point in time. The elves of the Silvermoon continent had been keeping a close eye on two important individuals, and they were none other than Celeste and Celine, the twins that were mentioned in the grand prophecy of the Silvermoon continent. Although Celeste was most likely the bride stated in the prophecy, none of the elves dared to make their move on her in the small chance that they were wrong in their assumption. Because if they made a mistake, there was a chance that their entire race would be wiped out from the face of the world.